Chapter 1 Planning for 18 years, succeeding the 5th generation of Hokage. Naruto World, Konoha 60 years, Konoha Village. People come and go on the streets, pedestrians are laughing and talking, and they look prosperous. It is hard to tell that this village has just experienced a large-scale ninja battle half a month ago, and a Hokage was sacrificed. The most iconic building in Konoha Village is the Hokage Rock located on the cliff at the back of the village, on which the heads of successive Hokage are carved. And at this time, the 5th head is being carved on it. Just below the Hokage Rock is the tallest building in the village, the Hokage Building. Bang! The Hokage's office on the top floor of the building was gently pushed open, and a young man with long white hair, a black mask, his left eye blocked by a forehead protector, and a black tight combat uniform walked in and slowly walked to the desk. Go Dame-sama. This is the compensation list of the Sand Village. Please take a look. The man walked to the desk and put a form in front of a young man who was a few years younger than him. During this process, his eyes never left the book called Intimate Paradise in his hand. Seeing him like this, a middle-aged man with a sky-high braid and 2 scars on his face beside the desk couldn't help but joked, "Kakashi, you are really the most loyal fan of Jiraiya-sama." The white-haired young man is the famous elite ninja Hitaki Kakashi of Konohagakure Village. He is known as the first technician of Konoha and nicknamed Wavyukai. He is proficient in thousands of ninjutsu except blood limit and has 7 attributes of chakra. At the same time, he was also the first person to read pornographic books. The middle-aged man who teased him was named Narashikaku, the patriarch of the Nara clan of Konoha and the current staff officer of the Hokage's office. Well, after all, escorting the appointment documents of the daimyo is also a troublesome thing. If there is nothing else, I will go back first. Now I just want to have a good sleep. Kakashi waved his hand listlessly, indicating that he was tired. Seeing him like this, the young man who had been sitting in front of the Hokage's desk without saying a word smiled playfully. "Kakashi, before Jiraiya took Naruto to find Tsunade, he asked me to help publish his latest creation. Originally I planned to let you take a look at the manuscript first, but now it seems." As he said, the young man flipped through a book in his hand that also had the 4 words Intimate Paradise printed on the cover, and pretended to put it away. Wait! Kakashi's exposed single eye emitted an extremely bright light. He went straight to the desk and said firmly, "Actually, I'm fine. Even running around Konoha 100 times is not a problem." Oh! The smile in the young man's eyes became more and more intense. On the side, Narashikaku touched his head, and a trace of pity flashed in his eyes. "This Kakashi, how many times has it happened, and he still doesn't guard against our black-bellied new Hokage?" Just at this moment, a figure suddenly broke through the window and landed next to Kakashi, grinning at him, revealing a row of white teeth. "Hey, Kakashi, my dear opponent, since you still have the strength to run around Konoha Village 100 times, let me have a contest of youth." Looking at Might Guy who suddenly appeared in front of him, Kakashi was speechless. At this moment, he didn't know that he was black-bellied by the unscrupulous young man in front of the desk again. Bang! The next moment, without giving Kakashi a chance to refuse, Might Guy rushed out of the office, and it seemed that he was really going to have a youth contest. When the two disappeared, the young man at the desk shook his head and praised, "What a good pair of friends. Guy's weight in Kakashi's heart is indeed much more important than the Intimate Paradise." "Narashikaku! Are you sure it's not because you tricked him?" Narashikaku wanted to complain, but thinking of the young man's dark belly, reason told him that it would be better to abandon this idea. "Ahem. Go Dai-sama, I'm leaving first. You know, without special circumstances, I can't be late for lunch. And now the documents of the daimyo have arrived, I have to prepare for the Hokage succession in the afternoon." Looking at the young man who started to look through the list, Narashikaku asked to leave, and he did not hide the fact that he was a henpecked husband in his words. He obviously respects his wife, how can he be said to be a henpecked husband? Right? Okay. The young man looked up at Narashikaku, who was a henpecked man, and nodded slightly to show his agreement. Bang! The door closed and Narashikaku left the Hokage's office. At this moment, the young man shifted his gaze to the document approved by the daimyo on the desk, and his eyes became very sharp. Daimyo's approval. This world is too distorted. The daimyo is in charge of economic affairs, and the powerful ninja village is a constrained army. How ridiculous is it that the Hokage needs the daimyo's approval to accept his fate? If it was during the period of Hashirama Senju and Uchiha, or even during the period of Tobirama Senju, would the Hokage need the daimyo's approval? It's all about strength after all. Sarutobi teacher and Danzo are too pedantic after all. Wait. Wait until I completely solve the problem of Danzo, and then I will start to implement the plan. This world only needs one ninja village, and only one country. Only one daimyo and Hokage needs to exist. The young man's eyes projected a flame called ambition. The time came 2 hours later. In a secret location above the Hokage rock, Danzo, leaning on a cane, with his body wrapped in bandages, and only one eye exposed, looked down at the Hokage building below with a sinister look. 5 people were standing on the top floor of the Hokage building. 2 members of the Konoha elders, Udaten Koharu and Mito Kato-en. 2 new members of the elders, Hyuga clan leader Hyuga Hayashi, Ino, Shikaku, and Jo clan representatives, and Hokage advisor Nara Shikaku. And at the edge of the top floor in front of these 4 people, stood a young man. The young man was wearing a black suit, a Hokage exclusive hat, and an exquisite white Hokage divine robe on his back. The end of the Hokage robe was painted with red flames, and 5 gorgeous characters were written on the back, 5th Hokage. The young man looked down at the entrance of the Hokage building below, his eyes swept over the villagers of Konoha and countless familiar faces, reached out to take off his hat, curled his lips slightly, and shouted a slogan that was just nice to hear. From today on, I will govern Konoha village. I will use my life to protect the safety of the village. I am the 5th Hokage. Zhongyan. Chapter 2 Succession to the 5th Hokage, Enter the Superdimensional Union. I am the 5th Hokage. Zhongyan. As Zhongyan's confident and powerful voice fell, the crowd below suddenly burst into a fierce cheer. Hokage-sama. Zhongyan-sama. 5th Hokage-sama. Long live Konoha. The villagers have a very high recognition of Zhongyan. In their eyes, Zhongyan is a synonym for talent, strength, and hero, just like the 4th Hokage. Zhongyan is the biggest contributor to protecting the village in the recent ninja war. He is also the apprentice of the 3rd Hokage. The villagers of Konoha village feel happy and proud from the bottom of their hearts to have such a young and powerful Hokage protecting the village. And the ninjas are also full of momentum. Compared to being led by the already aging 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, they are more willing to follow this young, powerful, and talented 5th Hokage. In the crowd, Konohamaru looked at Zhongyan, who was the center of attention. His eyes became more determined, and he shouted, I will definitely become Hokage in the future. Hat. Hearing Konohamaru's words, Sasuke sneered. He felt that Konohamaru and Naruto were very similar. If Naruto had not left with Jiraiya, he would definitely say this now. But Sasuke felt that Konohamaru and Naruto were both daydreaming. Now Sasuke no longer looked down on Naruto when he was at the bottom of the list as he did before. He just knew that Zhongyan was only 18 years old now, and was not much older than Naruto and Konohamaru. As long as nothing unexpected happened, they would never get the chance to become Hokage. Next to Sasuke, Ino, who had a dazzling golden ponytail, looked at Zhongyan with shining eyes, full of admiration. God, so handsome. Next to Ino, a girl with white pupils and long lavender hair nodded silently in agreement. She was Hyuga Hinata, and she agreed with Ino's statement. Zhongyan is really handsome and gentle. Not only handsome, but also very powerful. Next to Hinata, a girl with red hair and glasses echoed Ino. This girl is Uzumaki Karin, and her eyes looking at Zhongyan are full of undisguised love. Not long ago, she was in danger during the Chunin exam, and it was Zhongyan who stepped forward to save her. Whenever she thought of this scene, she felt a sweet feeling that was about to burst in her heart. Later, Zhongyan took her in Konoha, and her heart was completely filled with Zhongyan. At the scene, everyone was looking at Zhongyan, with all kinds of thoughts in their minds. At this moment, Zhongyan looked down at the cheering crowd below, with a flash of pride in his eyes. His name is Zhongyan. He was once a negotiation expert who was proficient in psychology and micro-expression, and he was also a senior fan of film, television, animation, and novels. 18 years ago, he traveled from Earth to the Konoha village in this Naruto world. His nearly 30-year-old body miraculously shrank to the appearance of a 1-year-old. Fortunately, he was picked up and adopted by an ordinary ninja couple and did not starve to death. In the 48th year of Konoha, when he was 6 years old, the Nine Tails Rebellion broke out. He relied on foresight to help his adoptive parents escape. But in the 49th year of Konoha, his adoptive parents unfortunately died while on a mission, and he once again gloriously became an orphan. It was also this time that made him truly realize that the cruelty of this real Naruto world is far from comparable to animation. It was also this year that he joined the Ninja Academy and began to learn to become a ninja. He didn't have any golden fingers, his only advantage was his foresight of the plot and the thinking of an adult, as well as his proficiency in psychology and micro-expression analysis in his previous life. The only thing that surprised him was that he, who was not a native of this world, had a very good talent for practicing chakra. Not only did he need only 1 day to condense chakra, but he also learned to tread water and climb trees in minutes. His adoptive parents were just ordinary chunin, and they left him nothing except 2 common fire escape ninjutsu. Fortunately, he still remembered the training method of Raise Nan, and mastered this unprinted A-level ninjutsu in less than 3 days. Since then, he began to hide his true talent while secretly training to become stronger. He didn't forget that Konoha's Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen were both old cunning men. For the next 6 years, he kept hiding in the ninja school. When he graduated and became a genin, he already had a chakra amount that was infinitely close to the jonin level. With the precise control of chakra and the mastery of Raise Nan, his strength could reach the level of a special jonin. It was at this time that he began to implement his plan that he had prepared for 6 years. The plan to become Hokage. He knew the truth of this world, and bloodline represented everything. The sealed Kage Otsutsuki and the Otsutsuki clan that would descend in the future were the real opponents. He did not have any bloodline, but he was unwilling to be ordinary, so he planned to use Hokage as a stepping stone, gather various resources, and charge towards a stronger level. To this end, he first exposed his talent little by little, and in nearly a year, he successfully entered Sarutobi Hiruzen's vision. Zhang Yan knew the tradition of Konoha, and the position of Hokage was played by his own people. The first generation was Hashirama Senju, the second generation was Tobirama Senju, the younger brother of the first generation, the third generation was the disciple of the second generation, the fourth generation Minato Namikaze was the grandson of the third generation, the fifth generation Tsunade was the disciple of the third generation, and was also the granddaughter of the first and second generations. The sixth generation Kakashi was the disciple of the fourth generation, the seventh generation Uzumaki Naruto was the disciple of the sixth generation, the fourth generation's biological son, and also the third generation disciple. So the power of Hokage has always been in the hands of a group. Unless you have absolutely invincible strength, you can only choose to join. Zhang Yan did the same. While he was gaining favor with the third generation, he also opened the first newspaper in the Naruto world in Konoha. On the surface, he only used this newspaper to publish his novels to make money, and at most wrote some gossip, but in fact he was secretly controlling the public opinion in the village. He knew the importance of public opinion very well. Just look at the suicide of Konoha White Fang. What's more, he chose to follow the path of the fourth generation Hokage Minato Namikaze and shape himself into an outstanding civilian ninja. During this period, he did not forget to build good relations with Might Guy, Kakashi, the 12 little warriors of Konoha, the Hyuga clan, the Konoha pig, deer, and Joe. Of course, he did all this very carefully. He never forgot the existence of Konoha Pot King Shimura Danzo. Finally, he succeeded in impressing the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen with his image of the best successor of the Will of Fire and was accepted as his last disciple. He was also able to see the sealed book and learn the Flying Thunder God technique. Perhaps because he traveled through time, he was very talented in space, and he easily learned the Flying Thunder God technique that almost no one could learn. Then he secretly engraved the Flying Thunder God technique in various hidden corners of Konoha village and some places outside the village, making himself invincible. After all this, he began to use the newspaper to build momentum for himself, not afraid of Danzo at all. Then he hid until Orochimaru rebelled against the Konoha collapse plan and watched the third Hokage die in battle. At this time, he showed his fangs. He was rich and prestigious. Although he was young, he had strength and connections. In addition, he was much better at playing politics than the third Hokage and others. After years of planning, he finally became the fifth Hokage, who was younger than the fourth Hokage. Ding! Just as Zhang Yan was looking at the crowd below, a mechanical voice suddenly sounded in his mind. You are invited to join the Superdimensional Union. Chapter 3 Union Chat Group, Union Functions. Ding! Welcome to the Superdimensional Union. A mechanical voice suddenly sounded in Zhang Yan's mind. For a moment, he thought he was hallucinating. Until he found a familiar yet unfamiliar group chat interface in his mind. System prompt, the strongest Hokage joins the union. Tang family Ziosan, the baby's body is too hard. I didn't expect to see new people joining the union just after waking up. Group status -1. Jiangdong Little Overlord, Group status -1. Crescent Hotel Lady, Group status -1. I have many sons, Holala, welcome newcomers to join the union, Group status -1. 12-winged fallen angel Black Cat, Dad, don't make fun of me, you are one of the big bosses of the union. I who can play with fire, yes, Dad, only our status will be reduced by 1. The lonely man in the dark, that's right, only ordinary people like us will have our status reduced. Losing the richest man, Xiao Ai, you are the one who invented the drug that can make people rejuvenate, don't you feel ashamed to say such a thing? The loner in the dark, APTX 4869 is just my accidental creation, it doesn't count. The old man is a marquis, it's really hard to say, maybe it's not the case that a strong man will join directly, just like the pinnacle of martial arts, Waban, you are indeed a weakling without the strongest heart. The old man is a marquis, bullshit, Luo Hao, duel if you dare. The pinnacle of martial arts, time, place. Considering the greater chance of being taught a lesson, the old man is a marquis who disappears directly, secretly planning to ask the cute acting president for the location of tricking a few disobedient gods. After getting a few more powers, he will go to Luo Hao for trouble. Sahang Jingzai is full of little bitches, sister Luo Hao is so cool, she is worthy of being the leader of the Chinese martial arts world. The top martial artist, that's inevitable. How can a mortal compare to the strength of this leader? The yellow-haired good man, Aizen, I advise you to be kind. Somewhere in the soul society of the death god world, Aizen took a look at a guy who suddenly jumped out of the chat interface in his mind and decisively chose to ignore him. He glanced at the list of union members, and a thoughtful look flashed in his eyes, the strongest Hokage? He shouldn't be a weakling, right? The richest man in the world, the old marquis is courting death by provoking Luo Hao sect leader again, haha, so funny. The old man is the marquis, shit, are you so happy that your brain is broken because you solved the problem of palladium poisoning? I'm not much short of points to buy the crossing talisman. The richest man in the world, ahem, sorry, the hammer that the president's sister mentioned seems to have appeared, I want to go and see it. The 12-winged fallen angel Black Cat, the strongest Hokage, newcomer, why don't you speak? If you have any questions, you can ask me. I am a powerful 12-winged angel. Although I have fallen into the mortal world, as long as you are willing to believe in me, I will still give you strength. Acting President Soleng Leng. Zhang Yan. He didn't continue to read the group chat content later. As a traverser from Earth and a senior novel fan, he said he was very familiar with the settings of the superdimensional union. He originally thought that some brave guy would come to his Hokage succession ceremony to mess with him. Things, used illusions on him. But after seeing the information in the union group chat, he was sure that this was impossible. Although it was just a short browse, the information in the chat group was enough for him to figure out the identities of these people. These people were all acquaintances in the previous life, and it was absolutely impossible that someone used illusions on him. From this point of view, it should be that his golden finger, which is essential for time travelers, was activated. It's been 18 years, and the golden finger that time travelers must have is this chat group. I came here after becoming a Hokage. But it's better to have it than not, after all, Hokage is just the starting point of this world. Try to suppress the interest in exploring the superdimensional union, Zhang Yan continued to speak as his successor Hokage. He didn't forget what he was doing. The exploration of the union still needs to be postponed. Half an hour later. Shikaku, I'll leave these things to you first. I have to leave first. After dealing with the matters related to the succession of Hokage, Zhang Yan threw all the chores on his hands to Nara Shikaku, and regardless of the other party's resentful eyes, he directly used the Flying Thunder God technique to return to his home, and then immersed his attention in his mind. At this time, there were still many people in the group. However, he was not in a hurry to see what they were talking about, but first began to understand the situation of this superdimensional union. Union announcement: this is a special union that connects the heavens and the world's countless dimensions and invites group members at irregular intervals and quotas. The content of the union announcement is similar to what Zhang Yan imagined. What he cares about most is the function of the union. First is the private chat function, which is used to chat privately with union members. Well, it is used for doing things secretly. Then there is the red envelope function, where members can send everything they have, such as abilities, items, etc., in the form of red envelopes to the group or to designated members. Then there is the points system mall, where points can be used to purchase all items in the mall. For example, the shuttle symbol, which costs 500 points, can be used to freely travel to the world of other guild members. This function will only be enabled after the number of guild members reaches 15. There are not many things in this point system mall for the time being. Zhang Yan found that he can only see one shuttle symbol at present. What makes him more happy is the strengthening function of the guild. It says that as long as there are points, you can infinitely strengthen your physical qualities or various abilities. Isn't this another way to become stronger by spending money? If there are points, can his flying thunder god evolve infinitely? Can he quickly learn the sage mode? If he gets a Sharingan transplant, can he eliminate the side effects with points, or even directly transfer bloodline, and continue to evolve to the eternal Mangekaya? Sharingan? Just this function of infinite strengthening using points made Zhang Yan very surprised. Then the question now. How can I get points? Chapter 4 Guild Member List, 13 Old Acquaintances, Newbies Please Collect Points. After learning about the various uses of points, Zhang Yan attached importance to points and immediately clicked on the instructions for how to get points next to the union function. 4 pieces of information instantly appeared in his mind. 1. Sign in to get points. 2. Live broadcast to change the original plot to get points. 3. After 15 people activate the task system, complete the union task to get points. 4. Acting President, Vice President, President, can upload memory copies to get points. 4 ways to get points. Zhang Yan touched his chin. He found that he could use the first 3 methods. And he could also use the 4th method, provided that he became the acting president or vice president, or even the president. But now it is better to get the best points first. Thinking of this, Zhang Yan opened the union and clicked the sign-in button above. Ding! The contract was signed successfully, and you got 100 points. The voice of the union system sounded. 100 points. So few? That is to say, you have to sign in at least 5 times to buy a shuttle charm. Bad review. Zhang Yan was very dissatisfied with the number of points he got from signing in. In his opinion, 100 points were too few, and he could only afford to buy 1/5 of a shuttle charm. Fortunately, the members of the union did not know what he was thinking, otherwise. A certain Iron Man might look at the 7 points he got from signing in, shed tears silently, and lament that he is no longer the richest man. The old Marquis might be so angry about the 15 points he got from signing in that he would kill a disobedient god. The eldest lady of the Crescent Hotel, who had the best luck and got 43 points from signing in, is probably going to cry. Unlucky. Zhang Yan shook his head and turned his gaze to a memory copy column. Memory copy list, uploader, Acting President So Leng Leng. Large memory copy Bleach completed. Large memory copy Conan 700 episodes. Large memory copy One Piece 600 episodes. Medium copy God Killer. Small copy Iron Man 1, Incredible Hulk, Iron Man 2, Thor, Captain America, Avengers, Iron Man 3, Avengers 2, Age of Ultron. Look at the parent copy content contained in the memory copy column. Another episode. After checking the group chat information he saw when he entered the guild half an hour ago, Zhang Yan quickly identified the identities of some members of this guild. The identity of the Tang family's mistress who spoke first is hard to determine, but considering that he said he was a baby in an adult's tone, it is possible that he is the Tang San who was born in the womb. That is, the future sea god. Isn't this fantasy? Isn't the combat power of this group a bit too high? However, considering that this guy is still a baby now, it will take at least 10 years for the plot to start. Zhang Yan decisively chose to ignore him. The second person who spoke was called Zhang Dong Little Overlord. Could it be Sun Ce in the late Eastern Han Dynasty? The third lady of the Xinyu Hotel is most likely Yin Xinyu from the Old Nine Gates. The guy who said I have many sons must be Whitebeard, the strongest pirate, and the 12-winged fallen angel Black Cat who called him dad should be the middle school girl Gaujin Liulai. I who can play with fire is not very sure. The top warriors and the old man who are fighting against each other in the back must be the ancient demon king Luo Hao and Marquis Waban in the God Slayer. And the one who complimented Luo Hao, Sahang Jingzai is full of little bitches, no need to ask, it must be the witch Wan in the martial arts, the legend of the two dragons of the Tang dynasty. Losing money to become the richest man is no need to guess, it must be Iron Man in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. He remembered that the old Marquis said that Iron Man had solved the problem of palladium poisoning with the help of the acting president. So, the timeline of the Marvel Universe should be in Iron Man 2. The identity of the loner in the dark is needless to say, the girl who can invent APTX 4869 must be Habara AI in the Conan world. Izome Kusuk used his real name directly, and the yellow-haired good man who advised him to be kind must be the protagonist Kurosaki Ichigo in the Bleach world. After such an analysis, Zhang Yan found that except for not knowing the identity of the acting president, he already knew most of the identities of the other 13. Except for a few that are hard to identify, most of them can be confirmed. Interesting. Marvel Universe, historical figures, anime characters, tomb-robbing characters, and suspected fantasy. Tisk tisk, it's really a powerful union that connects all dimensions of the universe. Zhang Yan clicked his tongue. Then, he looked at the memory copy column in the Union group chat again and smiled playfully, but for our acting president, I seem to have discovered something extraordinary. For this acting president, Zhang Yan can be sure that she is from Earth like himself. Otherwise, how could she know the memories of so many worlds? And this is also the normal way for the protagonist of this kind of novel to open it. Memory copies are one of the resources used by this kind of protagonist to rise in the early stage. After analyzing the existing memory copies in the Union, Zhang Yan guessed that the time point of this acting president's crossing should be 3 years earlier than him, and he doesn't know much about martial arts and fantasy. Otherwise, why is the number of uploaded copies so one-sided? Besides, no matter the number of episodes of Conan or One Piece, they were all updated in 2017, and the world point uploaded by Marvel Movies just happened to be stuck before 2017. This amazing coincidence has explained everything. As for whether it is possible that the acting president has kept something, then why did she upload all the plots of Death and Godslayer? It is not the lack of content that is worrying, but the imbalance. Zhang Yan believes that this acting president will not be so stupid. Everything represents a conclusion. This acting president knows too little. It must be said that Zhang Yan's IQ is high enough, and his guess is very accurate. At this time, in the world of Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber, a certain girl is knocking her head with a worried look on her face. Alas, why didn't I read martial arts at the beginning? Chapter 5 Acting President of the Union, Zhang Yan is ready to make trouble. The world of Yishan Talong. In a simple wooden house on Mount Imei. On the bed, a woman in dark green clothes was sitting cross-legged. The girl was about 17 or 18 years old, with a beautiful face and elegant appearance. She was very beautiful, but now her eyebrows were frowned, which slightly destroyed her beauty. The girl was the acting president of the superdimensional guild that Zhang Yan joined. The nickname in the guild was Soleng Leng. Hey, if I had known that I would travel through time, and travel to the world of Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber, I should have read more history books and martial arts novels. Otherwise, I wouldn't be so passive now. The abilities in the anime are powerful, and there are many strange ones, but I can't learn them now. Not enough points, and I can't strengthen them. If I had watched The Legend of the Twin Dragons, I could have learned the martial arts of her era from Wan Wan. Although I don't understand it very well, I have heard that the earlier the era, the higher the martial arts power. The end of the Sui dynasty and the beginning of the Tang dynasty should be much stronger than the end of the Yuan dynasty and the beginning of the Ming dynasty, right? Alas! With a long sigh, the girl's beautiful eyebrows slowly stretched, revealing a resigned expression. Her name is Su Hangxiu, a traveler from Earth. Because she was introverted since childhood, she didn't have many friends, and later became a complete homegirl. She stayed at home all day and liked to watch anime and science fiction movies, and also liked to go to a website called Read a novel that doesn't require much thinking. So, she knows a lot about most anime and movies, as well as some fantasy novels. Then one day, she traveled through time. God knows how she traveled through time after sleeping, she never thought about traveling through time. Isn't that something that the handsome little brother readers who read books in philo would consider? The point is that she also traveled through time to a martial arts world like the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber. As a homegirl, she knows anime, movies, and has read some fantasy novels. If she traveled through these worlds, she felt that she could still survive. At worst, she would just treat it as a different world and continue to stay at home. But how can a girl like her survive in this martial arts world with history as the background? As a post-95 girl who doesn't chase stars, she basically only stays at the stage of hearing about martial arts with fighting and killing. She only knows who drowned what role when she saw the star disappear, and who is the protagonist, heroine, an important supporting role in a few martial arts worlds at random. But she didn't know the background and story of these worlds at all. This was a devilish start for her. When she first crossed over, she almost cried. Fortunately, there is always a way out. When she was about to shut herself in, a superdimensional union that claimed to be able to connect the heavens and the worlds invited her. Because she was the first member invited by the union, she also became the acting president. In the past half-month, some new people have joined one after another. Including her, the union members have now grown to 14. These union members do come from all dimensions of the heavens and the worlds. Among them are characters from anime that she is more familiar with, characters from Marvel movies, and some members whose names she only knows, such as Sun Ce in the late Han Dynasty and Yin Xinyu in the tomb-robbing world. Although Su Hangxiu is a homebody, she is not stupid. Her academic performance has always been good. In addition, after reading some philo novels, she also knows the concept of the golden finger. She also understands that she must find a way to get benefits from the union members to help herself become stronger. After some thinking, she found out the privilege of the acting president, uploading memory copies. Through memory copies, she did get some benefits, such as the 3-color domineering sent by the pirate Whitebeard, the computer sent by Tony, the magic sent by the old Marquis, the magical power sent by Luo Hao, and so on. But these things are useless to her. It's not that they are bad, but she can only master them for the time being, but cannot master them. For example, the 3-color domineering sent by Whitebeard, with the help of the power of the union, she can directly comprehend it, but if she wants to play the effect, she needs to train herself, or spend money to earn points. And a lot of points are needed. But she doesn't have many points. After all, she is only the acting president of this union, not even the vice president. Compared with ordinary members, she only has the right to earn points by uploading memory copies, buy a few more props, and get a 10% discount on all consumption. So she is still very weak. Her situation in the world of Yishan Talong is not good either. For example, there is a senior sister named Ding Minjun who often likes to make trouble for her. For example, her master, Nun Miju, said yesterday that she would attend some demon-killing conference in a while and would take her with her. She is a weakling and has no power to face such a situation. She doesn't know much about the world of Yishan Talong. She can't run away, and she can't find the protagonist to hug her golden thigh. It's all tears. She thinks she must be the worst time traveler. Now she can only pretend to be a master in the group to find a sense of existence. Oh, let's go to the online group. The online group makes me happy. Su Hangxiu stretched out her little hand and patted her cheek, deciding to temporarily refine her internal strength and rest for a while. She immersed her attention in the guild chat group in her mind and found that everyone was actually ing her. 12-winged fallen angel Black Cat, acting president So Leng, sister president, the newcomer has been silent, you should expose his identity quickly and let him believe the authenticity of our group. The Lady of Crescent Hotel, the strongest Hokage, come out quickly, it is meaningless for you to hide your identity, acting president So Leng, this sister knows the information of all of us. The lonely man in the dark, the strongest Hokage, believe the words of the predecessors, you should have seen the memory copies, right? These record the future of many members of our union. If you perform well, you can also know your future, and then change it and leave the darkness. Zhang Yan had just finished his research on the function of the union, and he also looked through the chat history of the group, and conducted psychological profiling and personality analysis on everyone. He just saw what Gajan Liulai and the others said. Thinking of the conclusion he had just drawn after psychological analysis, he chuckled and uttered the first sentence since joining the group. Know everything about me? I don't believe it. Chapter 6, Act like a big boss at the beginning, and be invincible. 1/5, newbie asks for everything. The strongest Hokage, know everything about me? I don't believe it. Zhang Yan made his first sentence after joining the union. The union chat group suddenly fell silent. At this moment, all members were shocked. It has been a long time since Zhang Yan joined the union as a new member. They believe that this new member must have studied the functions of the union. But he still made such a firm declaration. What does this mean? This new member is either a fool, arrogant, or a big boss who is very confident in himself. Considering the nickname the strongest Hokage, combined with Zhang Yan's cautious performance of not speaking since joining the group, a group of members came to a conclusion. Zhang Yan is a big boss. But is Zhang Yan really a big boss? It can be considered as a little bit. His strength should be about the same as that of the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze, who does not have the 9 tails. Perhaps because he traveled through time, his spatial talent is very outstanding. He is confident that he is stronger than the second and fourth Hokage in the study and use of Flying Thunder God. However, considering that Minato Namikaze also learned a lot of sealing techniques from Kushina Uzumaki, he judged that his strength should be on par with that of the fourth Hokage. Of course, this is without considering the 9 tails. If Minato uses the chakra of the half 9 tails in his body, Zhang Yan said that he can't beat him, and at most he is invincible. If his strength is placed in the Naruto world, it is considered to be at the forefront of the Kage level, but compared with the Quasi 6 paths and 6 paths of the Super Kage level, as well as various perverted bloodline strong men, he is not very strong. If this strength is placed in the superdimensional union, Aizen, Waban, Luo Hao, Whitebeard, Zhang Yan feels that he can't take them now, and at most he is only invincible. But for most members, he is definitely a big shot. So he is quite confident when he speaks. After a moment of surprise, Tony's speech brought everyone back to their senses. The richest man in the group, newcomer, judging from your nickname, your identity should not be simple, but don't think too highly of yourself, there are many big shots in the group. The old man is the marquis, self-esteem? Mr. Shitdake, are you talking about yourself? The richest man in the group. Why did Waban target him? Didn't he just mock him as an old antique when he first joined the group? Not friendly at all. Tony chose to ignore the younger old man. The richest man in the world, newcomer, you can look at the memory copy and then estimate your own strength. Now the most recognized strongest is one of these two, the old man is the third at best. I hope you are better than him. The old man is the marquis. Shit, are you itching for trouble? The richest man in the world, I just like the way you want to beat me but can't beat me. Aizen everyone, I just found out something interesting. After the new members joined the guild, the number of people has reached 15. Now we can start buying time travel talismans to travel through time. Seeing Aizen's message, the group was silent again. Following. In the world of the old 9 gates, Yin Xinyu, the eldest lady of the Xinyu Hotel, spit out the tea in her mouth. In the world of my sister, Gaijin Ruri, who was wearing a black cat hair accessory and lying on the bed with milk tea, also choked, and some white milk fell on her black stockings. The picture has a little color. In the Conan world, Ai Huira, who did not go to find Kudo Shinichi as planned and started living alone with the help of the union members, could not help but smile. All the members couldn't help laughing for a while, and mourned for Shitake for 3 seconds. The yellow-haired good man, Aizen, I advise you to be kind. The old man is the marquis, Mr. Shitake, I am not far from having 500 points. Why don't I go to the Marvel world to play with you? Points screenshot. Losing the richest man, if I say that Jarvis invaded my brain just now, do you believe it? The old man is the marquis, hee. Losing the richest man, oh this damn artificial intelligence, I'm going to log off first, and chat later. Tony went offline and became a lurker, silently peeking at the screen. Which Wan took over the conversation. Sahang Jingzai is full of little bitches, strongest Hokage, newcomer, have you seen the memory copy? How strong is it? Can you rank in the group? Strongest Hokage, it's so, only Luo Hao, Aizen and Waban are interesting. Zhang Yan deliberately used the way of speaking of the big boss, anyway, he has the Flying Thunder God technique and no one is inferior to him. As for the memory copy, he said that he didn't need to see it at all, and those memory copies didn't know as much as he knew. And his speech also made everyone more certain of his speculation that he was a big boss. But even so, they still didn't approve of Zhang Yan's provocation of the acting association's charter. This acting president is one of the 2 great time travelers in the group, and he knows so many things in the world, so he must be more powerful. And it doesn't rule out the possibility that Zhang Yan and Gaijin Liulai are the same kind of people, who knows if he is pretending. Gaijin Liulai, meow meow. That's not pretending, that's the world of middle school, understand? Tang San, who just traveled through time, acting President So Lang Lang, Miss President, as a fellow traveler, I support you. Some people doubt your ability. It's time to prove yourself. For the members of the Union Group, So Lang Lang is still very authoritative. Although she has only released the memory copies related to individual members, she can also tell the identities and deeds of the remaining members. For example, she knows what Tang San experienced before traveling through time, knows that he made the Tang sex lost hidden weapon, and knows that his father after traveling through time is a blacksmith. She also knows Wan Wan and the name of Wan Wan's mortal enemy. She knows Sun Ce and part of Sun Ce's future. In short, she knows everyone's identity. So in the hearts of all the members, So Lang Lang is very mysterious and must not be offended. At this time, Su Hangxiu has been peeking at the screen for a long time. The strongest Hokage. Who is it? Su Hangxiu had noticed Zhang Yan a long time ago. The reason why she didn't speak was that she just wanted to watch everyone's chat and analyze Zhang Yan's identity. But Zhang Yan spoke too little, so she couldn't figure out who he was for a while. After thinking about it, she decided to show her knowledge. Acting President So Lang Lang, strongest Hokage, are you the first generation Senju Hashirama, the second generation Senju Tobirama, the third generation Sarutobi Hiruzen, the fourth generation Namikaze Minato, the sixth generation Hitaki Kakashi, or the seventh generation Uzumaki Naruto? Chapter 7 Zhang Yan's Plan, the Acting President Overturned, New Book, Everything. The strongest Hokage, are you the first generation Senju Hashirama, the second generation Senju Tobirama, the third generation Mother Sarutobi Hiruzen, the fourth generation Namikaze Minato, the sixth generation Hitaki Kakashi, or the seventh generation Uzumaki Naruto? Because she was not sure which Hokage Zhang Yan was, Su Hangxiu decided to show off her erudition and added a prophecy. When she traveled through time, Naruto had already ended, and she was very familiar with this anime. Among all the generations of Hokage, she thought the strongest was undoubtedly Uzumaki Naruto. As the reincarnation of Ashura, when he obtained the power of the six paths, Naruto was the ceiling of the Naruto world, only slightly worse than Kagaya Otsutsuki. P.S. Su Hangxiu didn't know Boruto, and this Boruto didn't need to exist. The second was Senju Hashirama, the powerful existence who claimed to let wood release conquer the world and let you have 999 in one hand. Then the second generation Senju Tobirama is not bad either. He is known as a man who has all kinds of forbidden techniques except sea escape. Forbidden techniques such as multiple shadow clones, flying thunder god technique, and impure world reincarnation are all his masterpieces. As for the third generation, Su Hangxiu took into account his erudition, long life, and the official initial setting. As for the fourth generation Namikaze Minato, can Su Hangxiu say that she is a fan of the fourth generation Hokage's appearance? The operation of Flying Thunder God with Ray's Nan is simply awesome. The fourth generation can also perform various sealing techniques and is a commoner. Mentioning her is just to show respect. As for the sixth generation Uchiha Kakashi, she is a fan of his appearance on the one hand, and on the other hand, she considered that Kakashi might be able to borrow the name from Obito. Kakashi with double Kamui is still a bit cool. Only Tsunade. Su Hangxiu looked down and found that the instep of her foot was clearly visible. How can I repair it? That nanny whose appearance is not good, age is not good, and pride is especially not good, although her strength is not weak, but she is definitely not the strongest Hokage. The title of the strongest fat sheep in the gambling world is more like it. So Su Hangxiu did not guess the fifth generation Hokage. When it comes to the other six, she thinks it is enough. The fire that can play with fire, President's sister is so powerful, as expected, she said so much again. Tang family's third son, President's sister is so high, strongest Hokage, see it? Admit your mistake, maybe sister can save you some face. Zhang Yan. Seeing Tang Xiaosan's speech, his expression became a little weird. Did this guy travel through time and become a baby, and his IQ also went down? Can he look a little like the future sea god? The richest man in the world, Wahaha I Tony is back again. Strongest Hokage, brother, tell me which one you are, and don't pretend to be a big boss, otherwise the president lady will upload a memory copy, and you will be slapped in the face in minutes. Ahem. Zhang Yan showed a speechless expression. Is the Iron Man actually a lackey of the president? I have many sons, strongest Hokage, I have to admit it. Thanks to the acting president, my 2 sons are fine. He also beat up that unfilial son Teach. Maybe you can save some tragedy. Zhang Yan. He thinks that this acting president seems to be doing a good job. He has already won the favor of Whitebeard. If he wants to compete for the president of the union, it may be a little more difficult. Yes, Zhang Yan plans to compete for the president of the superdimensional union. After browsing the information of the union, he found that the union did not have a president, not even a vice president, but only an acting president. If the acting president wants to become a formal president, he needs to wait until the number of people in the union reaches 20 to apply. At that time, a secret ballot will be initiated in the group. If more than 2/3 of the people approve, he can become the official president. Once this official president is established, it cannot be changed. There are 3 acting presidents in total, among which Su Hangxiu is the first person invited by the union system, and 1 qualification is used up. For the remaining 2 acting president positions, union members can apply for them on their own. As long as half of the members in the union agree, the applicant can become the acting president. And Zhang Yan is now eyeing this acting president and the position of the formal president in the future. Is there anything more reassuring than controlling this union? He is a man who wants to dominate. If he controls this union, men work part-time, and women are harems? It is precisely for this reason that Zhang Yan originally planned to hide his identity or pretend to be a certain Hokage, at least until he is strong enough before revealing the fact that he is a time traveler. Anyway, it doesn't matter if he explains it later, smart people are cautious. But now, since he is determined to be the president, he should be more direct. Anyway, he is not exposing his identity as a time traveler in the Naruto world. He is proficient in psychology and micro-expressions, and he knows very well how to create a good image. As for the acting president So Lengleng, after looking through the previous group chat history of the union, he made a psychological profile of her and concluded that she was a clever otaku. It's easy to deal with. Thinking of this, Zhang Yan gave an answer. The strongest Hokage, little sister, you can't do it, I'm the 5th generation. Acting President So Lengleng. Su Hangxiu was shocked. This strongest Hokage is actually the 5th generation? How is it possible? The 5th generation can only compare with the 6th generation Kakashi at most, and can't compare with the other 5, right? Then this strongest, does it mean breasts? The other 6 Hokage are naturally far behind. The other members were also confused. This is the first time since they joined the union that they have seen the acting president guess something wrong, which makes them feel a little incredible. They don't think Zhang Yan is lying. After all, the union has many functions and many memory copies. If you still lie after studying these, you are not smart, you are stupid. So, the atmosphere in the guild group became a little mysterious and awkward. After all, Su Hangxiu guessed the identities of 6 Hokage and skipped the 5th Hokage. If they didn't know the character of this acting president, they would have suspected that she was deliberately targeting the 5th Hokage. Acting President So Lengleng. Sorry, Sister Tsunade. Knowing that she had guessed the wrong person, Su Hangxiu apologized immediately in embarrassment, and did not forget to show her erudition. However, she also had some doubts in her heart. She always felt that the tone of this strongest person's speech was not like the Princess Tsunade in her memory. Then the next moment, she found that her guess was actually fulfilled. But she would rather guess wrong. The strongest Hokage, little girl, I am not Tsunade. All members, damn, our acting president seems to have overturned. Chapter 8 Zhang Yan starts live broadcast, Yan Xinyu confesses, new book, everything. Oh my god! In Yishan world, on Mount Imei, in a wooden house. Su Hangxiu jumped up from the bed. Because she was too excited, she lost her ladylike image and swore. She felt it was too strange to talk to this point. The strongest Hokage is the 5th generation, but not Tsunade Senju. Did she watch a fake one? Zhang Yan, if I am real, then you see it is really fake. All members. This is the first time they have seen the acting president make a mistake and didn't guess the right person. What is going on? This inexplicable situation made them decide not to say anything and wait and see. Acting President So Lengleng, if you are not Tsunade, who are you? Isn't the 5th Hokage Tsunade? Don't lie, I can upload the memory copy of Naruto immediately. Su Hangxiu spoke very toughly. She now guessed that the strongest Hokage might be the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. She felt that only this old bastard would do such a thing to hide his identity in Naruto. What? Isn't Tobirama Senju also a master of politics? Just kidding, Su Hangxiu said that Tobirama's appearance is also very high. In the eyes of otaku girls, appearance is justice. 2 for Hashirama, Minato, Kakashi, and Naruto, that's even more impossible. All the group members felt the firmness and confidence in Solenglen's tone, especially when she suggested uploading a memory copy to prove it, which made everyone choose to believe her. So Zhang Yan became a smart guy in their eyes. Zhang Yan could probably guess what they were thinking. Su Hangxiu knew the original memory copy of the Hokage, which was also the reason why he didn't try to be smart and hide his identity. However, he didn't like being questioned, so he chose the most direct method to prove it. The next moment, a system prompt appeared in the guild group. Ding! Guild member strongest Hokage starts live broadcast, click to join the live broadcast room. Live broadcast? All the guild members were stunned again. Is this new member so tough? Is it okay to start live broadcast directly when there is a disagreement? Thinking so, everyone joined the live broadcast room honestly. Ding! Acting President Solenglen joins the strongest Hokage live broadcast room. Ding! I who can play with fire join the strongest Hokage live broadcast room. Ding! The young lady of the Crescent Hotel joins the members. Ding! The 12-winged fallen angel Black Cat. 3 seconds later, all guild members joined the live broadcast room opened by Zhang Yan, even Tony who was diving and pretending to be dead was no exception. Seeing the screen in the live broadcast room, everyone was stunned again. What caught everyone's eyes was an extremely handsome young man. The young man has black hair and dark eyes that are particularly deep and bright, as if they contain infinite wisdom, which makes people want to fall in love with him at first sight. The young man is tall, over 1.8 meters, with a very harmonious body proportion. He wears black tights, and a white silk robe on the outside. Cool, handsome, all the adjectives used to praise seem to be applicable to this man. The eldest lady of Xinyu Hotel, wow, handsome guy, from today on you are my Yin Xinyu's male god. In the world of Tomb Raiders, in Xinyu Hotel, Yin Xinyu, who was lying on her bed, jumped up from the bed after seeing Zhang Yan's appearance and figure, and directly expressed her love. She is such a girl, quirky and generous, well-mannered and willful, knowledgeable and cute, all the beauty of cross-dressing can be used to describe her. For men, she is the type who will fall in love at first sight. She easily looks down on men, but once she likes them, she will never change, and she can take the initiative to pursue them. And now, the moment she saw Zhang Yan, she fell in love with him and confessed directly. He is quite handsome and very stylish. In the world of the twin dragons of the Tang dynasty, Wan, who was practicing Qinggong, tapped the water with her beautiful jade feet, but her consciousness was immersed in the Union live broadcast room. Even though she was used to seeing handsome guys in the demon sect, she also admired Zhang Yan's handsomeness and temperament. However, the saint of the demon sect was not so easily moved. Coincidentally, Habara Ai in the Conan world, Gajan Ruri in the My Sister world, and even Luo Hao, the leader of the Godslayer world, all affirmed Zhang Yan's appearance and temperament. Everyone commented handsomely. The 12-winged fallen angel Black Cat handsome, more handsome than the 12-winged male angel of my tribe. The lonely one in the dark, you look pretty good. The peak of martial arts, in you, this leader feels the heroic spirit that only the men of Yanhuang have. You are very good. Tang family mistress, I will definitely be more handsome than this when I grow up. I have many sons, I don't understand this aesthetic, hu la la. Yellow-haired good man, yellow hair must be more handsome. Looking at the group chat information in the live broadcast room, Zhang Yan smiled faintly and asked Su Hangxiu, how about it, acting president, I'm not Tsunade, right? Tisk. Su Hangxiu was a little arrogant. But even if she has seen thousands of handsome anime guys in the world, she has to admit that Zhang Yan's appearance is very good and he is indeed handsome enough. But she will not succumb to this appearance, slurp. Hearing Zhang Yan's inquiry, she immediately typed a line of words. Acting President Solenglen, yes, you are indeed not Tsunade, nor any of the Hokage I mentioned before. But I can be sure that the 5th generation Hokage is Tsunade. The current situation can only mean that you are not the 1st to 7th generations, or you are the 8th or 9th generation. Is it interesting to pretend? Su Hangxiu, who was very confident in herself, began to use her imagination. A black line appeared on Zhang Yan's forehead. What the hell are the 8th and 9th generations? I am the 5th generation. Zhang Yan turned around speechlessly and pointed to the 5 big characters 5th generation Hokage on the Hokage's divine robe behind him. Acting President Solengleng, how is this possible? Seeing the 5 big characters clearly visible on the divine robe behind Zhang Yan, Su Hangxiu doubted her life again. She didn't really watch a fake Naruto, did she? I remember before the time travel, there were people on the internet saying that the author of Naruto was just a painter, not knowing what Hokage is. Now she believes it. Impossible. Then I'll show you more evidence. Zhang Yan smiled slightly and performed the Flying Thunder God technique. Shua. Chapter 9 Show off your skills, the time traveler is really awesome, new book, everything. Shua. Zhang Yan performed the Flying Thunder God technique and instantly came to the top of the Hokage building. The entire Konoha village is full of the Flying Thunder God technique he set up, and there is no place where he is not a big deal. And his operation directly shocked everyone who was watching the live broadcast. What's going on? Seeing that the picture in the live broadcast room changed instantly, and from an indoor scene to a high outdoor scene, all the members were not calm. Greyhara Ai's pupils suddenly shrank. Wukong Liulai rubbed her eyes as if she didn't believe it, making sure she was not seeing it wrong. On a certain horse, Sun Ce, who went to Hulao with Sun Jian to fight against Dong after being reminded by a group member, almost fell off. There were only countless stars left in Yin Xinyu's eyes, that was admiration. Iron Man, who was thinking about making an anti-god killer armor, twitched his mouth. How to make this anti-teleportation armor? Tang Xiaosan was so excited that he urinated on the face of his father, the titled Doluo. Unlike these ordinary people, the powerful members have different ideas. Teleportation? Or is it the power of the elementalization of the flash fruit? This person is not simple. Whitebeard's eyes became more serious. Not bad. Leader Luo Hao showed an interested look. She was not surprised by teleportation. Before Tu Shen became a god killer, she had learned the teleportation technique of shrinking the earth before she became a god killer. Of course, his teleportation is still very different from the Flying Thunder God technique. The Flying Thunder God technique can be seen as a small space-moving formation. Interesting. Aizen showed an interested look. He also dabbled in the power of space. This is a powerful force. Zhang Yan's casual playground made everyone's evaluation of him rise several levels instantly. Although everyone doesn't know how strong he is, it is certain that he is definitely not a weakling. This. In the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber world, Su Hangxiu showed an expression of disbelief on her face. Acting President Solengleng, did you just perform the Flying Thunder God technique? You know what you are doing. Zhang Yan smiled and nodded. He didn't hide the idea that he knew the Flying Thunder God technique from Su Hangxiu. That's called covering one's ears and stealing the bell. There's no need. The Flying Thunder God technique is meant to show off. The Flying Thunder God technique. Su Hangxiu licked her lips subconsciously. She also wanted this kind of weapon for rushing, sneak attack, and showing off operations. Although there are ways to move quickly in One Piece and Bleach, and the Flash Step and the 6 styles of the Navy are not bad, the Flying Thunder God technique is teleportation. As long as she can get started, she can ask Zhang Yan for a few kunao with techniques. The world is so big that she can go anywhere, right? For her who is extremely insecure now, this is great. But how can she get the Flying Thunder God technique from Zhang Yan? Uploading the copy memory is definitely useless, and it may offend Zhang Yan. Su Suihan directly rejected this idea. Because in the live broadcast room, Zhang Yan was controlling the camera angle to introduce Konoha village in all directions, and finally aimed at the symbol of Konoha village, the Hokage rock. You see, these avatars are the successive Hokage of Konoha, the first generation Hashirama Senju, the second generation Tobirama Senju, the third generation Sarutobi Hiruzen, the fourth generation Namikaze Minato. And I am the 5th generation, and the avatar is under construction. Zhang Yan pointed to the Hokage rock, and his introduction made all members understand that this time the acting president Solengleng really made a mistake. Su Hangxiu herself knew that she was wrong. But this is not scientific. Why is this 5th generation Hokage not Tsunade? Did she really see a fake Hokage? The atmosphere in the guild group suddenly became strangely quiet. Seeing this, Zhang Yan closed the live broadcast room and performed the Flying Thunder God technique again to return to his residence, but his attention has been in the guild chat group. Yin Xinyu, Austrangist Hokage, why did you turn off the live broadcast? I want to see your gorgeous face for a while longer. 12-winged fallen angel black cat, Sister Xinyu, shouldn't you comfort the acting president first? This is her first time, and why did you change your name? Yin Xinyu, because I want strongest Hokage to see my name and remember me. Acting President So Lengling, don't be sad, he's a handsome guy, so what does it matter if you make a mistake? All members. Are you comforting people? Also, this is not just a matter of making a mistake. This also shows that there may be loopholes in the memory copy, okay? This is a big problem. Zhang Yan saw this and knew that the joke time was over. He didn't want the union members to question the authenticity of the copy. Zhang Yan, everyone, I changed my real name. The strongest Hokage sounds a bit childish. Also, acting President So Lengling, the plot you know is actually correct. The problem lies with me. Zhang Yan's remarks made everyone stunned again. What does it mean? What do you mean the error lies with you? Were you pretending to say that before? But this is too much like pretending, isn't it? Yin Xinyu, wow handsome guy, is your name Zhang Yan? I'll remember you. Yan Lingji, is it popular to change back to your original name now? Then Xiao Yaner should also change it to Ming. Yan Lingji. Zhang Yan was stunned. He didn't expect that I, who would play with fire, was actually Yan Lingji of the Qin dynasty. From the way Yan Lingji said it, she should still be young now, and maybe even her tribe has not been destroyed yet. Interesting. Acting President Su Hangxiu, then I will also change my original name, Zhang Yan, can you explain what you mean? Su Hangxiu's eyes flashed with expectation, and she had some kind of guess in her heart. Zhang Yan, you should have guessed it, right? Acting President So Lengling, you are also a time traveler. Zhang Yan, yes, I'm showing my cards. I am also a time traveler, fellow countrymen. Zhang Yan openly admitted the matter of time travel. Because it doesn't matter whether you admit it or not. He read the historical chat records of the guild group and found that Su Hangxiu actually revealed the fact that she was a time traveler when she was in the last memory copy. This girl is too simple-minded. But since she has already said it, the matter of time travel is not a big news for the members of the guild, so he has nothing to hide. And Tang Xiaosan is also a time traveler. Just admit it. Besides, the superdimensional guild has a safety protection regulation, and members of the guild cannot hurt each other. So what if you admit it? And if you want to carry out the mission, everyone can be said to be a time traveler. He only needs to ensure that before he becomes invincible, the natives of the Naruto world will not know his identity as a time traveler. Zhang Yan is actually a time traveler like Su Hangxiu. The expressions of the guild members were suddenly a little exciting. It was shocking enough that there was someone who knew them well, and now there is another one? Why does it feel so good? If they know more about their original lives, wouldn't they be able to change more? As for whether they would be unhappy because someone knows about their lives. Haha, all the members of the guild have seen the dungeon, okay? Who doesn't know who? 12-winged fallen angel black cat, is this true? Zhang Yan, of course it's true, Gajan Li Yulai Chan. 12-winged fallen angel black cat, boss, boss. Gajan Li Yulai immediately believed Zhang Yan's words. So Lengling didn't upload the memory dungeon of her world, and she didn't reveal her name. So this could only be Zhang Yan's own guess. This shows that Zhang Yan really knows everything about her. Just then, Zhang Yan made another shocking statement. Zhang Yan, in fact, I know much more than Su Hangxiu knows. Chapter 10 Flying Thunder God 3 Stages, Confrontation between 3 ninjas, 2000 flowers plus more. No more than Su Hangxiu. The guild chat group suddenly became quiet. Except for Aizen, Ichigo Kurosaki, Luo Hao and Waban, the other members were all upset. Su Hangxiu had uploaded all the memory copies of the God of Death and the God Slayer, so Aizen and Ichigo Kurosaki didn't expect anything. Luo Hao and Waban had the same idea. But others were different. For example, Tony, Su Hangxiu only uploaded Captain America 3 in the Marvel movie series. It's not that she didn't upload the rest, but she didn't know. When she traveled through time, the content hadn't been released yet. That's why Tony had no idea what would happen in the Marvel world in the future and what kind of enemy the Earth had encountered. For Tony, who has a cautious personality, this can be said to be very uncomfortable. If he could know in advance, he would be very happy. The same is true for Whitebeard in the pirate world. So Hanks, you only uploaded the pirate memory copy to 600, which was not long after the end of the war. Relying on the memory copy, Whitebeard had already defeated Blackbeard in advance, so that his two sons didn't have to die. He was a person who had tasted the sweetness, so he also wanted to know more. The same is true for Aihuira and others. They are all curious about their future. Yin Xinyu, on the other hand, has no interest in her future. She feels that her life is destined to be different after meeting Zhang Yan, so there is no need to know her original life. Zhang Yan can completely guess what the union members think. And this is exactly what he wants. He stated this so directly, aiming directly at the position of acting president. But just when he was about to take further action, a strange movement in his mind temporarily changed his mind. What is this? The chakra warning eye preset in the Flying Thunder God technique. Zhang Yan's expression became heavy. The sudden chakra warning indicated that someone was urgently contacting him through the kunao he marked with 3 stages of the Flying Thunder God technique. Is this distance Jiraiya? Is he in trouble with Orochimaru? Didn't I warn him? Could he be drugged by Tsunade? Closing his eyes and carefully sensing the distance of the chakra signal source, Zhang Yan's expression became a little strange, and he was even a little speechless. He worshipped the 3rd generation as his master 3 years ago. At that time, the 3rd generation allowed him to learn a ninjutsu from the Book of Seals. He chose the S-level space-time ninjutsu created by the 2nd Hokage Tobirama Senju and promoted by the 4th Hokage, the S-level ninjutsu Flying Thunder God technique. The Flying Thunder God technique is a ninjutsu that uses a technique to achieve instant teleportation. The caster will leave the Flying Thunder God technique on the target in advance, and then rely on the chakra in the technique to teleport. Perhaps because he traveled through the Naruto world in his physical body and his body became smaller, he has a very high affinity for the power of space. It took him only a few days to master the Flying Thunder God technique, which is difficult for ordinary people to get started. Later, relying on the advantage of the plot, he quickly mastered the Flying Thunder God 2nd stage. This Flying Thunder God 2nd stage is an A-level ninjutsu, also developed by the 2nd generation Hokage, which is a ninjutsu that combines the Flying Thunder God technique with weapons such as kunao. The specific method of use is that the user throws a kunao marked with the Flying Thunder God technique in battle to distract the enemy's attention, and then use the technique on the kunao to instantly move behind the opponent, and kill the enemy from top to bottom with the kunao empty-handed, while also being able to dodge the enemy's attack. The 4th generation added the application of Raise Nan on the basis of the 2nd stage of Flying Thunder God technique. After mastering the 2nd stage of Flying Thunder God technique, Zhang Yan did not forget to learn the 3 applications of Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance Roar 3 styles, Flying Thunder God Guide Lightning, and Flying Thunder God Mutual Instant Spinning technique. However, these can only be regarded as the application methods of the 2nd stage of Flying Thunder God technique, and they are not the advancement of the 2nd stage of Flying Thunder God technique. In the original work, the development of Flying Thunder God technique only stopped here. But Zhang Yan was not satisfied with this. After learning the Flying Thunder God technique and all the corresponding usage methods, he created the 3rd stage of Flying Thunder God technique based on his vision before crossing. After his improvement, the 3-stage Flying Thunder God technique was compressed to the size of a fingernail, which greatly avoided the risk of being discovered and destroyed. At the same time, he added a new technique to the Flying Thunder God technique. Of course, when someone holds a kunao marked with the Thunder God technique, as long as chakra is injected, a signal can be transmitted to him. After receiving the signal, he can instantly move over through the Flying Thunder God technique, or instantly move the person holding the special kunao back. He improved the one-way Flying Thunder God into a two-way one, but the initiative is still in his hands. This is the 3-stage Flying Thunder God. After creating the 3-stage Flying Thunder God, Zhang Yan made many special kunao and gave them to several people he valued more. For example, the beauties he fooled over the years, Hinata, Ino, Yui Kurane, Uzumaki Karin, everyone has one. As long as they activate the kunao when they are in danger, he can rush over to help at any time. Not long ago, Jiraiya returned to the village and took Naruto to find Tsunade. Considering that Orochimaru's hands were sealed like in the original work, Zhang Yan thought that he might still look for Tsunade, and there might be something interesting to watch at that time, so he gave him a special kunao. I didn't expect it to come in handy now. Since there was a problem with Jiraiya, in order to avoid any accidents, he decided to go over and observe the situation first, and put the Union's affairs on hold for the time being. Don't underestimate the power of this little butterfly. Originally, the plot of Jiraiya taking Naruto to find Tsunade should have happened after Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame returned to the village, but now Jiraiya has already started fighting with Orochimaru, but Zhang Yan hasn't even seen the shadow of Uchiha Itachi. This is definitely the butterfly effect. Zhang Yan is confident that he can become the acting president, and it won't have any impact if he does it later. Thinking of this, he typed a line of words in the union group. Well, everyone, I have something urgent to do. Let's talk about the rest of the topic after I finish my work. Members. Are you teasing us? You just said that you know more than Su Hangxiu, which aroused our curiosity. We took off our pants, but you said you were satisfied? You can't be so provocative, right? At the same time, in a wilderness near Tansho Street in the Naruto world, Jiraiya, who was drugged, glanced at Tsunade, who was trembling with hemophobia behind him, and then looked at Orochimaru warily, holding a special kunao in his hand, praying silently. Little junior brother, you have to come quickly. Chapter 11 Naruto's Declaration, the man who becomes Hokage? Hehe. Seeing Tsunade lose her fighting power due to fear of blood, Kabuto Yakushi, who was standing next to Orochimaru, showed a disdainful smile. The three ninjas who were once famous in the ninja world are now so weak. It's really ironic. Kabuto, what are you laughing at? By the way, why are you standing next to Orochimaru and fighting against Grandma Tsunade? Noticing Kabuto Yakushi's smile, Naruto next to Jiraiya was confused. Everyone at the scene. Everyone was a little speechless about Naruto's slowness. Isn't the answer obvious? Didn't you see the sound ninja forehead protector on Kabuto Yakushi's forehead? Naruto, you are really different from Sasuke. You don't have the talent to become a ninja at all. Kabuto Yakushi shook his head and turned on the mocking mode. Hearing his words, Naruto frowned immediately, his expression serious retort, I am a man who wants to become Hokage, how can I not have the talent to become a ninja? Zhang Yan, who had secretly rushed to the scene. God damn, a man who wants to become Hokage. He, as a Hokage, does not need men, only women. 10 seconds ago, after talking to the members in the union group, Zhang Yan came to the scene through the Flying Thunder God technique, but he was not in a hurry to show up. The three-stage effect of Flying Thunder God includes displacement within a certain area to avoid traps set by others transmitting signals. Hearing Naruto's speech, a circle of black lines appeared on his forehead. Especially when he saw the group chat information in the union, he regretted that he reopened the live broadcast room too early. Wouldn't it be better to wait until he was about to join the battle before starting the live broadcast? Acting President Su Hangxiu, 666, fellow villager, Naruto has taken a fancy to you. Hearing Uzumaki Naruto's words, Su Hangxiu, who knew countless Naruto jokes, couldn't help but tease. This made Zhang Yan determined to overthrow the acting president at that time. Well, the word A superscript 1 superscript 2 is used very knowledgeably. After Su Hangxiu's instructions, the group members understood it immediately and began to agree. The 12-winged fallen angel Black Cat, the man who became the Hokage? This Naruto is so thoughtful, ha ha ha. Yin Xinyu, is it so difficult for women these days? There are actually men who compete with me for handsome Zhang Yan. Wan Wan, tisk 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 interesting. The lone walker in the dark, the boss is worthy of being the boss. Yan Lingji, I am still young, I don't understand what you are talking about. Tang family Ziosan, I am still young, I don't understand what you are talking about. The peak of martial arts, I am still young, I don't know what you are talking about. Zhang Yan, stop it. Zhang Yan decisively interrupted these people's digressions. By the way, he knew the dark nature of Huiwen Ai, and Wan Wan was a witch, so it was understandable that she participated in this topic. Yan Lingji was indeed young. But what the hell is this, Tang Jia Ziosan? Although you have traveled through time and space and become a baby, your soul is still that of an uncle, okay? What about your face? And Luo Hao, he is already hundreds of years old, but he is still young? Are you trying to compete with Zi Ma who has not yet joined the guild? Somewhere in Gensokyo, a certain 18-year-old girl who was dozing off suddenly opened her eyes and blinked. I always feel a sense of malice coming, what's going on? Sure enough, I must be the president of the guild. After finding that he was powerless to stop the members teasing, Zhang Yan became more determined to become the acting president and the official president in the future. He must become a power dog, boss. If you keep talking nonsense, I will shut down the live broadcast. Fearing that these guys would continue to talk nonsense, Zhang Yan had to threaten them by shutting down the live broadcast. But in fact, he was reluctant to shut down the live broadcast. One of the ways to get guild points is to change the plot through live broadcast. He wanted to see if he could get points reward by intervening in this battle. With points, you have everything. However, the members of the union didn't know Zhang Yan's thoughts. Even if a few people guessed some of them, they didn't say anything. Before, Zhang Yan only said half of what he said, which made them uncomfortable. Now if they only saw half of the live broadcast, it would be really uncomfortable. Seeing that these guys finally stopped discussing the issue of the Hokage man, Zhang Yan finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, Naruto, who was despised by Kabuto Yakushi, lost his mind and rushed up, using the shadow clone technique with both hands. Bang! 4 or 5 Uzumaki Naruto who looked the same appeared and attacked Kabuto Yakushi together, and the two sides stood in a group. But Naruto's strength was still far inferior to Kabuto Yakushi. Even with the advantage in numbers, he was still easily beaten back. The group members who saw this scene were all upset. 12-winged fallen angel black cat, wow, so cool, it's the clone technique, is it called shadow clone? My son is very interesting power, it's actually a physical clone, not an illusion created by speed. The peak of martial arts, I'm a little interested in the power of this world. If I learn this trick, can I split myself and fight myself? In this world, I am the only opponent, and I am the only one who deserves to look directly at my own beauty. Zhang Yan. Su Hangxiu. Is it really okay for you to be so narcissistic? The members complained in their hearts, but considering Luo Hao's strength, everyone just thought about it in their hearts. However, many people have become interested in the power system of the Naruto world. Come back. On the battlefield outside Tansho Street, Shizun rescued Naruto, dodged the attack of Kabuto Yakushi and retreated to Jiraiya and Tsunade, looking ahead vigilantly. As Kabuto Yakushi was injured in the previous battle with Tsunade, he was beaten by Naruto and bled. He also retreated to Orochimaru's side. The atmosphere at the scene was a little subtle. Both sides were stalling for time. Jiraiya also wanted to wait for Zhang Yan to come from Konoha, otherwise, it would be good for his body to recover as much as possible. So he did not act rashly. Kabuto Yakushi had already taken the blood-enhancing pill, and he was stalling for time to regulate his body. But waiting will always end. At a certain moment, Jiraiya and Orochimaru's eyes intertwined in mid-air, and they understood each other's meaning. Almost the same piece, the people made the same decision. Jiraiya stretched out his thumb and bit it, scratched the palm of his other hand with blood, and then squatted on the ground and pressed it. On the other side, Kabuto Yakushi received instructions from Orochimaru, scratched Orochimaru's arm with the blood, and also made a seal and pressed it to the ground. The two shouted at the same time. Spirit summoning. Bang! As two smokes of different sizes rose, the scene suddenly became dead silent. Zhang Yan. 666. Union member, is this guy with white hair a joke? Su Hangxiu, although I knew the situation and the reason a long time ago, I still want to laugh no matter how many times I watch it. Ha ha ha. Chapter 12. The live broadcast changed the plot, and 3 generations of apprentices fought, new book, everything. Bang! With 2 puffs of smoke rising, a giant snake with a head several times bigger than an adult and a toad not even half the size of a human head appeared in front of everyone. The two sides are in stark contrast. After the little toad appeared, it waved to Naruto and Jiraiya and said, "Hi! Uzumaki Naruto." Jiraiya. Shizun. Tsunade was so shocked by the scene that she almost recovered from her hemophobia. In Zhang Yan's Union live broadcast room, all the members didn't know whether to laugh or be shocked. I have many sons, Holala, this snake is interesting, but it's not as good as the Sea King. Aizen Koyusuk, this summoning method is more interesting. Yellow-haired good man, Aizen, I advise you to be kind. Aizen Koyusuk, Ichigo Kurosaki, although the members of the guild cannot hurt each other, if you don't restrain yourself, I might accidentally release a few hollows to play in the world. Yellow-haired good man, Ichigo Kurosaki, I am willing to call you a good man. Su Hangxiu. Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan and Su Hangxiu, who have watched Naruto, almost thought Ichigo Kurosaki was a time traveler. This guy actually knows the jokes of Madara-sama? Awesome, awesome. 12-winged fallen angel black cat, Am I the only one who thinks that toad is interesting? It can actually talk. Su Hangxiu, this is called a summoning beast, mainly the third generation. This opportunity is rare. Su Hangxiu briefly popularized the history of the fame of the three ninjas, as well as the concept of summoning beasts, and also introduced the source of power in the Naruto world, chakra, and concepts such as ninjutsu and taijutsu. In fact, she could have directly uploaded a copy of Naruto, which would have been simpler. But considering that Zhang Yan is also a time traveler, and is now doing well in the Naruto world, she still feels that she should not make decisions, in case she offends the big guys. After all, she is just an acting president. What Su Hangxiu didn't know was that after seeing her explanation, Zhang Yan had secretly decided to let her be the vice president of the union in the future. When there is something to do, the vice president will do it, and when there is nothing to do, she will do it ahem, isn't it good? He only needs privileges, as long as he holds power. At this time, Orochimaru laughed loudly because of Jiraiya's operation. Jiraiya, you haven't changed at all. Still such a waste. Although he knew that the reason why Jiraiya couldn't show his strength might be because he was poisoned by Tsunade, Orochimaru couldn't help but want to be venomous. This was his spur to Jiraiya's homosexuality. But Naruto didn't understand these. He was very unhappy after hearing what Orochimaru said. He stretched out his hand and bit his thumb, and said righteously, I feel very unhappy that the lecherous sage was ridiculed. See. Summoning technique. As the voice fell, Naruto squatted down and pressed one hand on the ground. Bang! Just a puff of smoke rose. Immediately afterwards, under the attention of everyone, a toad slightly smaller than the one summoned by Jiraiya appeared on the ground. Uzumaki Naruto. Jiraiya. Orochimaru. Tsunade. Everyone in the union group. Tang family Ziosan, isn't this Uzumaki Naruto a fake? Yan Lingji, Xiao Yaner also thinks he is a fake. Yan Xinyu, I am so looking forward to it. As expected, my handsome Zhang Yan is the best. Zhang Yan, yeah you are right. All members. Okay, I'm going to do it. Zhang Yan said to the live broadcast room, his eyes became sharp. The good show ended here. He absolutely didn't need to start the battle between the three ninjas. Because they all have summoned beasts, but Zhang Yan doesn't. The main reason is that he doesn't like toads, otherwise Jiraiya would have pulled him in long ago. The thought of the three ninjas fighting all standing on a big guy, and he can't do it. Zhang Yan said that this is unbearable. As for the part where Naruto showed off by using the Raise Nan, it was even more unnecessary. Thank you, Zhang Yan is the only one who is cool. Let's do it. Orochimaru said hoarsely. I'll eat you. The summoning snake started to move, lowered its body and charged towards Naruto and the others, opening its bloody mouth. The crisis is coming. Shizune was ready to take Tsunade and Naruto away at any time. Jiraiya's face sank, and he had decided that if it really didn't work, he would have to use a few trump cards. Big Ball Raise Nan. Just at the critical moment, a man's voice appeared in everyone's ears. Then everyone saw a figure suddenly appear in front of Jiraiya, holding a huge rotating spherical chakra ball in his hand. This is the Big Ball Raise Nan, which is considered an A-level ninjutsu, an enhanced version of the Raise Nan. Originally, this ninjutsu could only be used by Naruto after borrowing the Nine Tails chakra. The key is to increase the amount of chakra used by leaps and bounds, compressing it into high-density chakra from a farther distance, and releasing all the power at the moment of hitting the target, producing amazing destructive power. The power of this move is equivalent to the impact of a small meteorite, and the corresponding consumption is a huge amount of chakra. Because Zhang Yan's chakra control is very outstanding, even better than Tsunade, he can use several large ball Raise Nan without wasting his own chakra. Well, it must be very useful to calm the situation. Boom! Because Zhang Yan appeared too suddenly, the aggressive man snake had no time to react and was hit directly by the large ball Raise Nan. Accompanied by a huge explosion, Man Snake was blown back by the power of the large ball Raise Nan and flew dozens of meters away. It was not until this time that Naruto and others could see the back of the person coming clearly, and the 5 big words Go to Jim Hokage clearly came into their eyes. Naruto was a little confused. Fuck. Go to Jim Hokage? When did Konoha village have the 5th generation Hokage? What happened during the time he was away from the village? Who stole his Hokage? Chapter 13 Dangerous Zhang Yan, Orochimaru's Fear, New Book, Everything is Requested. Hey, finally here. Compared to Naruto, who was in a state of confusion, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Shizune, who had been informed of the situation by him a long time ago, all breathed a sigh of relief. They all knew who this 5th generation Hokage was. Is this the little apprentice of the 3rd generation old man? My little junior brother? Tsunade, whose body was still trembling, raised her eyes slightly and looked forward. The first thing that caught her eye was the eye-catching 5 big characters on the divine robe behind Zhang Yan. 5th generation Hokage. Tsunade's pupils suddenly contracted, and a strange emotion was satisfied in her chest. The will of fire? Ah, it's brother Zhang Yan. Brother Zhang Yan, why are you here? Naruto finally recognized Zhang Yan and ran to his side excitedly. Of course, Zhang Yan and Naruto knew each other. Under Zhang Yan's arrangement, he was a very important person to Naruto, and one of the few people who treated him well since childhood. I came here because I knew you were in danger. Zhang Yan turned around and grinned, very sunny. Well, he said that his smile was so bright, definitely not because he saw many people in the Union Live broadcast room saying things like so strong, so handsome, so awesome. Absolutely not. Brother Zhang Yan, when did you become the 5th generation Hokage? Although he was very happy to see Zhang Yan, Naruto was most concerned about him becoming the Hokage. Well, I just took office today. Zhang Yan turned his hand behind his back and pointed to the 5 big words behind him, and smiled, how about it, very handsome. Handsome, so handsome. I will definitely become a Hokage in the future. Naruto nodded quickly, his eyes full of little stars, not hiding his longing for the position of Hokage at all. Fortunately, he didn't say he wanted to be the man of Hokage this time, otherwise, Zhang Yan couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't turn against him. Sure enough, Flying Thunder God technique. Unlike Naruto's Heartless, when Tsunade, Orochimaru and Kabuto Yakushi heard Zhang Yan say that he had just succeeded as Hokage, their pupils suddenly shrank and their faces showed understanding. Hoku Street is a distance away from Konoha. Even if a senior ninja is on the road non-stop, it will take 3 days. And Zhang Yan, who just took office as Hokage today, definitely couldn't have started rushing here 3 days ago. Then there is only one reason why he can appear here now. Flying Thunder God technique. This S-level difficult space-time ninjutsu created by the 2nd generation Hokage, in all these years, except for the 2nd generation Hokage, the founder, only Jiraiya's disciple Minato Namikaze learned it and became famous in the ninja world with it, and won the title of Yellow Flash. Minato's 3 guards can do it, but they need to use it together, so it doesn't count. I didn't expect it to appear on Zhang Yan today. Genius. Orochimaru licked his tongue, looked at Zhang Yan, and smiled meaningfully, Junior brother, we meet again. I didn't expect you to know the Flying Thunder God technique. Orochimaru and Kabuto Yakushi reacted quickly. When Zhang Yan hit Wan Shi with the big ball raise Nan, they had already dodged and jumped to the ground beside. It's okay. Zhang Yan smiled indifferently, then shook his neck and asked, Brother Orochimaru, are you going to fight next? If possible, Zhang Yan does not plan to fight with Orochimaru. On the one hand, it is because Orochimaru is not easy to kill. God knows where in the ninja world he has arranged cells and clones to prepare for resurrection. On the other hand, on the one hand, Zhang Yan's initial plan to conquer the ninja world and the Naruto world also included recruiting Orochimaru, who later returned to Konoha village in the original work. Although he has now joined the superdimensional union, the plan has been adjusted. But he still craves for talents like Orochimaru. As long as Orochimaru does not touch his bottom line and reverse scale, he can be recruited. Forget it this time. Next time I have a chance, I will come and test your ability, little junior brother. Orochimaru shook his head decisively and planned to leave without even saying anything harsh. In fact, the moment he recognized Zhang Yan, he had already planned to retreat. If he was in his prime now, as he said, he would not mind competing with Zhang Yan, his little junior brother. Anyway, Tsunade, who suffered from hemophobia, and Jiraiya, who was drugged, could not be considered as combat power, but rather a burden. Of course, it was just a competition. Orochimaru was very afraid of Zhang Yan and did not want to fight to the death. Now, he has one hand sealed by the 3rd generation, and his ability can only be used at the 3rd level. Compared with Tsunade and Jiraiya, he is not much better, so he has no such idea. At this time, to compete with Zhang Yan, who knows the Flying Thunder God technique, is to humiliate himself. And looking at Zhang Yan's appearance, it is clear that he has learned the Flying Thunder God technique continuously. He can arrive here in time, and it must be that Jiraiya has been carrying the Flying Thunder God technique. But the question is, how did Jiraiya notify Zhang Yan to come? If he had notified him long ago, it would be too coincidental, right? This can further prove that Zhang Yan is not simple. And what makes Orochimaru most afraid of Zhang Yan is another discovery. Half a month ago, after he launched the Konoha collapse plan, Zhang Yan seemed to have known about it long ago, and quickly made various reactions and led the Konoha ninjas to start counterattacking. In fact, this is not bad, maybe Zhang Yan got the information from somewhere. But a few days after the battle, Orochimaru discovered an astonishing fact by combining the intelligence he had been collecting and the Konoha war report brought back by Kabuto. Most of the Konoha ninjas and Anbyo who died in the war were diehard fans of the third-generation Sarutobi Hiruzen, or some people who were not in the open. And now, he found that Shimura Danzo, the ambitious man who had been planning for the position of Hokage for many years and secretly cooperated with him, was still hiding in the dark. On the contrary, Zhang Yan became Hokage at a young age. Is all this a coincidence? Okay, even if all this is a coincidence. Orochimaru has not forgotten that Zhang Yan was actually nearby when he fought to the death in the third generation. At that time, as long as Zhang Yan used the Flying Thunder God technique to enter the barrier, Orochimaru would kneel. But in fact, the third generation died, and now Zhang Yan has become Hokage. These things made Orochimaru understand that although Zhang Yan is young, he can crush countless people in terms of planning and IQ. Junior brother. My sixth sense tells me not to be your enemy. Then see you later. Chapter 14 Wind Style Raise Nan, Tsunade is about to be really good, new book, everything requested. Sixth sense. Snake's sense of danger, right? As expected of Orochimaru. Zhang Yan was a little surprised to see that Orochimaru did not make any tentative moves, and even chose to retreat without saying anything harsh, but he was soon relieved. Orochimaru has the title of scientist in the Naruto world, and is the most successful one in the pursuit of immortality. He has died and resurrected several times, and has survived until Boruto is still alive and well. This guy is also very good at impure world reincarnation. The most amazing thing is that he has a special attribute that will never suffer any loss. For example, in the Konoha collapse plan not long ago, because the god of death wanted a pair of his hands, he was stuck with the god of death's bug in the end and cut open its stomach. This kind of person is truly cautious. It seems that he has discovered some information about me. Is this a different kind of muscle flexing? It may be much easier to recruit Orochimaru in the future. Zhang Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, but he didn't care too much. If he knew that the person who secretly arranged some of his plans was Jiraiya, there would be a lot of things to say, but if this person was Orochimaru, the other party would definitely agree with him. In general, it is a good thing. Orochimaru and Kabuto Yakushi left, and Zhang Yan had no intention of chasing them, and Jiraiya and Tsunade didn't say anything. Even now, they can't make up their minds to kill Orochimaru. In the Union live broadcast room, the Union members who were preparing to feast their eyes complained. Yinzinyu, what? I was planning to see the handsome Zhang Yan fighting, but these two guys ran away? Acting President Su Hangxiu, is Orochimaru really as powerful as you said? After Su Hangxiu's popular science, everyone has a preliminary concept of Orochimaru's strength and knows that he is a powerful existence. So this is how powerful he is? Or, Zhang Yan's strength is far beyond their imagination? Acting President Su Hangxiu, didn't you see that Orochimaru was sealed? Now is his weakest time, he can't use any ninjutsu, and he is preparing to perform the turning technique. The top warrior, I can see that it is very afraid of Zhang Yan. Aizen Kusuk, this is the special sense of smell of the beast when it encounters a hunter. I am the Marquiju, it seems that our new member is even more powerful than we thought. Seeing a group of people discussing him in the live broadcast room, Zhang Yan rolled his eyes in his heart. He can see it, right? Can't he be more discreet? Selectively ignoring the people in the group chat in the live broadcast room, Zhang Yan walked in front of Tsunade and looked down at this young-looking woman who was actually over 50 years old. Well, he promised that he definitely didn't look at the pair of proud peaks that looked like sheets. Hello, fifth generation. Shizuan supported Tsunade and greeted her nervously. Although Zhang Yan looked younger than her, she didn't dare to be disrespectful. After all, Zhang Yan was the fifth generation Hokage, in a high position and with great power, and he just scared off Orochimaru. Hello. Zhang Yan nodded to Shizuan, then put his hand on Tsunade's chest. Jiraiya blinked, his eyes became a little strange for some reason. Under the doubtful gaze of the crowd, Zhang Yan began to gather chakra in his hands and condensed a raised nan at a speed visible to the naked eye. Immediately afterwards, he began to inject wind chakra into the raised nan to form a small wind-style Rasen shuriken. Zhang Yan's chakra attributes are thunder, wind, and fire. With his strong control over chakra, he can still do this level of small Rasen shuriken. This is it. Jiraiya and others were shocked. Zhang Yan added chakra property changes to the raised nan? I didn't expect that the idea proposed by Minato Namikaze was actually realized in Zhang Yan's hands. But what did he mean by condensing this ninjutsu for Tsunade? Zhang Yan did not explain, but carefully controlled the raised nan in his hand, and a strong whirlwind began to appear. Immediately afterwards, the blood on Tsunade's body left under the influence of the wind, and was finally stripped off. After doing all this, Zhang Yan flicked his wrist to disperse the chakra of the small wind-style raised nan, and instead condensed a layer of blue light, which he placed next to Tsunade's neck. There was a wound at that location, which was caused by Tsunade's previous injury after Kabuto Yakushi used blood to stab her. Judging from the situation, the wound was still very deep. This is the Palm Immortal technique. Jiraiya, Shizuan, and Tsunade all recognized the method Zhang Yan was using now. This is the advanced medical ninjutsu Palm Immortal technique. Unlike the healing technique that all medical ninjas know, the Palm Immortal technique is a high-level medical ninjutsu that only a few serious people can master. It uses the released chakra to interfere with the circulation of chakra in other people's bodies, causing a state of sleep and other super high-level ninjutsu. A special medical ninjutsu that the caster can even give treatment from a distance of 1 meter. This move is a great test of a ninja's control over his own chakra. However, seeing that Zhang Yan used the raised nan casually before, and even added the property change, it can be seen that mastering the Palm Immortal technique is not difficult for him at all. After recognizing Zhang Yan's method, everyone realized that he was treating Tsunade. But this made them, including Tsunade who was rescued, speechless. Just for treatment, why use a ninjutsu like the wind-style raised nan? Isn't it a bit too extravagant to use such a ninjutsu just to remove blood stains? But the effect is still good after all. At the moment when the wound healed, Tsunade's body stopped trembling, the fear in her heart disappeared, and the lost strength of her body returned. Boy! Are you the old man's last disciple? Look pretty good now. Tsunade, who recovered, returned to her straightforward personality, and patted Zhang Yan's shoulder in a familiar manner, not caring about his identity as the 5th Hokage at all. For Tsunade, Hokage is just like that. After all, her 2 grandfathers, her master and her nephew are all Hokage, and now there is also Zhang Yan, her junior brother. Hearing this, Zhang Yan smiled faintly. Senior sister, you are too polite. No need to apologize. Just be willing to return to Konoha to be an elder and support me. Let Tsunade return to Konoha to join the elders. This is the purpose of Zhang Yan asking Jiraiya to bring Naruto to find Tsunade. But looking at the current situation, the result is obvious. Sure enough, hearing Zhang Yan's words, Tsunade frowned and shook her head and said, I don't want to go back to Konoha, let alone be an elder, I don't even want to be a Hokage. Zhang Yan laughed in his heart. You really did become a Hokage, right? Senior sister Tsunade, are you really unwilling to go back? Yes, I absolutely won't go back. Won't you listen to my conditions before deciding? Tisk, I have no interest in power. I, Tsunade, will put my words here now. Even if I starve to death outside, lose all my money in gambling, and all the casinos in the ninja world become my creditors, I will never leave Konoha. Zhang Yan. You are going to perform a really fragrant. Chapter 15 Zhang Yan's Temptation, the Shameless Tsunade, 5 people rewarded and added. What did you say? Tsunade raised her eyebrows. Zhang Yan's voice was very light, and she didn't hear it clearly. Oh, nothing. Zhang Yan shook his head. The philosophy of the Really Fragrant series was too profound. Even if he explained it, Tsunade couldn't understand it, so he chose to change the subject. I just think that senior sister can listen to my conditions. Then tell me. Tsunade shrugged indifferently. She didn't think Zhang Yan could persuade her. After his clan members began to decrease, and even his close relative Senju Awake died, Konoha was a sad place for him, and seeing it would only bring back memories. Why would he go back to such a place? As a salary, I will give you 20% of the shares of a gambling house under my name. This gambling house is the most popular one in Konoha. What do you think? Zhang Yan made the first offer, which was also the worst offer he prepared to get Tsunade back. Later, he also prepared conditions such as resurrecting Senju Nawaki and resurrecting many Senju clan members. Resurrection was not difficult for him. He originally had a plan to use Nagato's Samsara Eye. However, as he joined the superdimensional union, he had abandoned that plan. As for Nagato, he was more inclined to recruit. Of course, these are all things for the future. The most important thing now is to deal with Tsunade. But the next moment, Zhang Yan found that he seemed to think too complicated, or that Tsunade was too moral. Hearing his words, Tsunade, who had been very strong-willed, swallowed her saliva, suppressed her excitement and asked, "You mean, give me a gambling house?" Tsunade couldn't believe what she heard. Zhang Yan actually wanted to give her a gambling house, and it was the largest gambling house in Konoha. Gosh, why didn't she think of opening a gambling house before? If she opened a gambling house, she could gamble however she wanted. And as the banker, she would definitely win. Slurp. Thinking of winning, Tsunade, who had been losing for more than 40 years, felt a burst of action. As for the fact that she only had 20% of the shares, she had subconsciously ignored it. Zhang Yan took a deep look at Tsunade, raised a hint of arc at the corner of his mouth, and replied, "Yes, this is the salary I offer you." He was serious about giving away the gambling house shares, because he knew that Tsunade and Hashirama Senju were addicted to gambling, and this was the increase he prepared early in the morning. And he was not worried about the loss of the gambling house. The dealers used in his gambling house were all from the Hyuga clan who would roll their eyes, and no one dared to cheat. Well, only he could cheat. At the same time, the gambling methods used in his gambling house were copied from modern times, attracting countless gamblers. If Tsunade joins, she will definitely continue to lose money. At that time, with the number one fat sheep in the ninja world, it will only attract more people to his gambling house, and he will also make more money. It's perfect. Ahem. Confirming that Zhang Yan was not joking, Tsunade restrained her excitement and said in a reserved manner, "If you can raise the share quota, maybe I can agree." Tsunade's idea is very simple. If she gets more dividends, she can gamble more times. This is absolutely not allowed. What? Not going back? You must be hallucinating. Zhang Yan, who has already figured out Tsunade's idea through micro-expressions and psychological analysis, certainly will not agree to Tsunade's asking price. He deliberately showed a look of regret and said, No, didn't senior sister Tsunade say that she didn't want to go back to Konoha? I think it's better not to force it." "Tsunade? Did I say you forced it? I clearly said that if you give me more shares, I will agree to go back, okay? Junior brother, senior sister means that you can go back, but your treatment..." Tsunade was a little annoyed. Why is this junior brother so unreasonable? However, the more anxious she was, the calmer Zhang Yan became. "Treatment? Senior sister, I heard that you owed money to all the casinos in the ninja world. Your title of Konoha's fat sheep is almost more famous than the three ninjas, right? Now you are just hanging around in casinos in small countries. Tisk tisk, you don't want to go back to Konoha even though you are like this. I think you really don't want to go back. I think you should just forget it. Zhang Yan looked like I was thinking about you completely. Tsunade, If you didn't say it, I would have forgotten my situation. As expected, Konoha is the best after all the consideration." Thinking of this, Tsunade patted Zhang Yan on the shoulder and said with a righteous face, "Haha, little junior brother, when I think of you becoming a Hokage at such a young age, the pressure must be great. I must go back to the village to help you. I am very willing to do so. Don't refuse." "Oh, if you say so, I won't be polite." Well. Then there was a half-minute static screen, but it was definitely not everyone's network card. "Little junior brother, you still have to give me shares." Finally, Tsunade couldn't stand it and spoke first. "Shares? What shares?" Zhang Yan began to play dumb. "Of course it's the gambling house shares. Do you want to deny it?" Tsunade was a little anxious. This is her future support, okay? I saw that you said so righteously, and I thought you didn't want shares." Zhang Yan spread his hands. "How is it possible that what I mean is that you always need a salary, and you will be motivated only if you have money." "Oh okay, I'll give you 10% of the shares. What? Why 10%? Senior sister means. Zhang Yan's expression became serious, and he said in Tsunade's expectant eyes, 10% is too much. Then 5%. Senior sister, you are so kind. Tsunade. Fuck your 5%, that's not enough for her to fill her teeth. Tsunade is not a charity. No, I think 10% is good. Zhang Yan smiled, is that it? Yes. Tsunade nodded quickly. She had seen how dark this junior brother was. She couldn't talk anymore. If she continued, she would be finished. Sister, you are so nice. I am so touched. So I'll give you 15% of the shares. Zhang Yan pretended to be very touched. Really? That's great. Tsunade waved her fist with satisfaction. Shizuan. Naruto. Jiraiya. Members of the Union. Are women really big-breasted and brainless? Chapter 16 Big Breasts and No Brains Theory, Su Hangxiu is confused. 1/4, new book asks for everything. This woman. Is she stupid? At this moment, everyone recalled the scene not long ago when Tsunade vowed that she would never return to the village. The desire to complain in their hearts has accumulated to the edge of exploding. You just give in now? Didn't you agree that even if you starve to death outside, lose all your money in gambling, and all the casinos in the ninja world become your creditors, you will never go to Konoha? Where is your moral integrity? Isn't it just 15% of the shares of a gambling house? And Zhang Yan wanted to give you 20% at the beginning, and the current 15% is obviously 5% less. Is it really okay for you to be so excited? In the Union Live broadcast room. Losing money to become the richest man, Acting President Su Hangxiu, Miss President, is this the 5th Hokage you mentioned? Princess Senju, one of the legendary 3 ninjas, the most powerful medical ninja in the Naruto world. Yan Lingji, although Xiao Yaner is still young, she also understands that 20 is more than 15. Why is this sister Tsunade so happy that she has lost 5? Does she like brother Zhang Yan? Yin Xinyu, maybe, probably, this is the legendary IQ suppression. 12-winged fallen angel black cat, I agree. Lonely man in the dark, this woman is so weird. Sahang Jingzai is full of little bitches, is this the legendary big-breasted and brainless? Big-breasted and brainless? The chat atmosphere in the Union was quiet, and all the female members instinctively lowered their heads and took a look. Then, they seemed to feel the malice from the whole world. Yin Xinyu, it's a solid deal. She must have traded her IQ for that, The martial peak, roar, some things are too redundant if they are too many. The 12-winged fallen angel black cat, this is a sin, judgment. Sahang Jingzai is full of little bitches, she must be in cahoots with the women of Sahang Jingzai. The lonely one in the dark, I think it's better to have a higher IQ. Looking at the suddenly excited female members of the Union, Su Hangxiu curled her lips. Only she knew that Tsunade was not brainless, but just had an inexplicable obsession with gambling, and it was an obsession that lasted for more than 40 years. Whenever she encountered something that was beneficial to gambling, she would become shameless. As long as things did not touch the bottom line, she could accept it. Otherwise, would Tsunade become a recognized fat sheep in the ninja world, and even ordinary people wanted to make money from her? Of course, Su Hangxiu would not stand up to explain these now. She knew that among the female members of the guild, none of them were outstanding in that aspect. Only Yan Lingji, who had grown up, was barely okay, while Luo Hao had a golden ratio. As for the others, they were either busty or on the way to becoming busty, so pitiful. So, she wanted to let all the female members of the guild feel her pain. In that aspect, Tsunade was simply breaking the rules, you know. And Tsunade was not only breaking the rules in terms of size, but also in terms of everything. Su Hangxiu felt that she couldn't be the only one who was jealous of this, so she edited a line of words in her mind. Acting President Su Hangxiu, I tell you, this woman is not only breaking the rules there, but also in terms of age. Yan Lingji, you shouldn't call her sister, you should call her grandma, she is over 50 years old. That's right, the second thing that made Su Hangxiu jealous was Tsunade's face. The yin seal created by the latter is a secret technique that can keep youth forever. After sending this string of words, she looked at the chat page with anticipation, waiting for Gaijin Ruri and others to scold Tsunade for breaking the rules. Some things should be complained about by everyone. But after waiting for a long time, Su Hangxiu found that the guild chat group had become strangely quiet for some reason. Until she was about to suspect that the guild system had crashed, someone finally spoke. Sahang Jingzai was full of little bitches. Acting President Su Hangxiu, are you telling the truth? 12-winged fallen angel black cat, is this woman really over 50? The lonely one in the dark, could it be that the aptX I invented traveled through the world without my knowledge? Yin Xinyu, it sounds like the truth, so. They don't believe it. Su Hangxiu showed an expression of sudden enlightenment. She thought something was wrong, but it turned out that everyone didn't believe it. Then they must believe it. So she explained the Yin Seal technique created by Tsunade. As long as you master the Yin Seal technique, combined with the low output and micro adjustment of the chakra in the 100 healing seal, you can achieve the effect of youthfulness. Not only that, it can also improve the body's functions and keep them in full bloom. After Su Hangxiu released the news, Zhang Yan came out to support her. Zhang Yan, Miss Su is right, this is what the Yin Seal is. Seeing Zhang Yan cooperate with her, Su Hangxiu nodded with satisfaction. This fellow is still reliable. But the next moment, she was stunned. Yin Xinyu, shocked, this is actually true, a 50-year-old looks like a 20-year-old. 12-winged fallen angel black cat, I am a 12-winged fallen angel, I can also stay young forever, I will never, never, never be envious. Wan Wan, staying young forever, I really want to learn. Lonely man in the dark, with this method, why do you need aptX? I have many sons, even my dad is tempted. Whitebeard is indeed tempted, he is not interested in staying young forever, but the fact that the body functions can always stay in the prime state of youth. If he has this body, he dares to attack the Navy headquarters directly. Su Hangxiu, Hey, where is the jealousy you promised? Where is the promise that you will be sweet when you are unbalanced? What are you all envious of? Su Hangxiu was a little confused, but soon, Yan Lingji gave her the answer. Yan Lingji, we are all members of the union. As long as brother Zhang Yan is willing to help and sister Tsunade is willing to teach, we can learn it with just points, right? Yan Lingji thought of this, which was actually what the other members thought of. If no one can get it, they may be jealous, but the current situation is that they may also learn it. In this magical union, as long as there are points, everything is possible. At this time, what are they complaining about? It's too late to make friends with Tsunade. Su Hangxiu, this cute and nerdy girl, is a little too stupid. She didn't even realize this. Chapter 17 A Great God Slayer, for a mere figure. 2/4, New Book asks for everything. The temptation of eternal youth made the female members of the union fall into a strange silence for a while. Until Yan Lingji, I didn't say anything bad about Tsunade just now. She will definitely teach me the Yin Seal in the future, right? Yan Lingji is still young, but she understands that there is no candy for doing bad things. In her opinion, saying bad things about Tsunade is doing bad things, and eternal youth is candy. 12-winged fallen angel black cat, ahem, how can this fallen angel attack ordinary people with words? Liukang Liulai touched her face and felt that between integrity and eternal youth, the latter is more important. Yin Xinyu, well I mean that Tsunade's IQ is too high, so high that it overflows, so a little bit is allocated to that special position, that's right. Thinking of Zhang Yan's handsome face, Yin Xinyu felt that only eternal youth could match him. The loner in the dark, I'll be more direct, I apologize. Xiao Ai said that she also had no resistance to eternal youth. As for aptX, who can guarantee that she won't die the next time she takes it? Sahang Jingzai is full of little bitches, I apologize too. The top martial artist, Toa, I am a god slayer, I will never get old, I can never apologize. Leader Luo Hao showed her courage as an ancient god slayer. She, the leader of the martial arts world, the leader of the Five Hells Holy Sect, the only one who became a god slayer by killing the disobedient god with her own pure force, would she admit her mistakes just for eternal youth? No way. Seeing this, Zhang Yan, who was chatting with Tsunade and others, took the time to edit a message and send it out. Zhang Yan, in fact, I have always suspected that Tsunade is so foul, there must be a reason, you say, is it because the Yin Seal stores a lot of chakra? Zhang Yan raised a small question, but it hit the hearts of all women. So, this small Yin Seal can keep youth forever, and also be unique in that aspect? All the female members swallowed their saliva in unison, even Luo Hao, who was meditating in a thatched hut, was no exception. The top warrior, ahem, I just went to kill a disobedient god. What did you talk about today? All the union members. Is selective amnesia okay? Where is your great god killer personality? So, you didn't succumb to eternal youth, but finally succumbed to your figure? A bunch of silly girls. Zhang Yan laughed in his heart when he saw the group chat message. Do women really care about eternal youth, and the so-called figure on their chests? Is that what men should care about? Ahem. Zhang Yan, I can understand your desire for eternal youth, and I can also understand your beautiful desire to have a proud figure. But what are you talking about here? Apologize? Can Tsunade see it? Yan Lingji is still young, so it's understandable. What's wrong with you? Ai-chan's body has become smaller, so her IQ is. Li Yulai-chan, are you too Chiyunabana? And that god-killer sister, are you kidding? In fact, you just need to ask me for help, right? Zhang Yan asked a series of deadly questions. A group of union members. Why didn't you say it earlier? The female members collectively went offline. The union chat group became very quiet for a while. Su Hangxiu. Well, can she say that she had already discovered it, so she didn't say anything? Well, Su Hangxiu, who almost apologized, said that this is the case. After satisfying his addiction to being a troll on the internet, Zhang Yan smiled knowingly and prepared to take Tsunade and others back to Konoha first and then chat in the group. So everyone, are we going back to Konoha now? Put your hands on me. Zhang Yan greeted Tsunade and the other four. Hearing this, Tsunade and the other two, who knew what he was going to do, reached out their hands and put them on his shoulders. Only Naruto was a little confused, not knowing what Zhang Yan was going to do. But he also followed suit and put his hand on Zhang Yan's waist. Then the next moment, Shua! Tsunade and the other three only felt a flash of white light in front of their eyes. When the white light disappeared, the surrounding environment had changed. Tsunade looked around the strange and familiar environment, and found that Zhang Yan took her to the roof of the Hokage building. From here, you can see the whole Konoha, and behind is the famous symbol of Konoha, the Hokage rock. I'm back. Tsunade murmured in a low voice, and there was a hint of loneliness on her face. This used to be his hometown, the place where she grew up and always wanted to protect, but now it has become a sad place. She originally decided not to come back here. However, the news of the death of the third generation made her feel relieved, and Zhang Yan, the new Hokage, gave her a different feeling, so she decided to come back and take a look. If it can make Konoha village shine again, it is not a bad idea for him to contribute some strength to support Zhang Yan. As for coming back for the shares of the gambling house, that is of course a joke. Well, of course, less is definitely not enough. After all, she also needs to eat. I'll go back to the family first, and we'll talk about other things tomorrow. Tsunade waved to Zhang Yan and jumped off the roof immediately. Although the Senju clan has declined, it is only declining, not completely disappeared, and Konoha still has Tsunade's clan members. Goddess, goodbye. Seeing Tsunade leave, Shizuan, holding the pig, bowed slightly to Zhang Yan, and then chased after him. Tsunade-sama, wait for me. Ah, you're walking so fast. This is Tsunade's character, she's resolute and decisive. Jiraiya touched the back of his head and laughed. But then, as if he remembered something, his eyes suddenly widened and he chased after Tsunade. Tsunade, don't try to default on your debt, give me back the money I lent you last night. Obviously, the reason why Tsunade left like this seemed to be partly to collect debts. At this moment, 3 of the 5 people left, leaving only Zhang Yan and Uzumaki Naruto on the roof. Until this time, Naruto finally reacted and asked Zhang Yan blankly, Brother Zhang Yan, have we returned to the village? That's right. Zhang Yan nodded casually. But, how is this possible? Naruto showed an incredible expression and said hesitantly, it took me and the lecherous sage half a month to find Grandma Tsunade. Such a long distance, you came back so quickly. Zhang Yan shrugged casually and said with a smile, this is called the Flying Thunder God technique. You can learn it if you have a chance in the future. This is your father's famous ninjutsu. What? Naruto was shocked, his pupils suddenly contracted, and he asked in disbelief. Brother Zhang Yan, Do you know who my father is? I actually have a father. Chapter 18 spoilers are really fun, and I got a wave of points. 3/4, new book asks for everything. I have a father. Naruto couldn't believe the news he heard at this time. Now he has understood the concept of the tailed beast Jinchuriki, and naturally knows that he is not the incarnation of the nine-tailed demon fox. But even so, he never thought of looking for information about his parents. It's not that he doesn't want to, but in his opinion, it's unfortunate to become a tailed beast Jinchuriki that everyone hates, and he who was chosen must be a child that no one wants. But now, Zhang Yan actually mentioned his father. And from what Zhang Yan said, his father seemed to be a very powerful ninja. Who is my father? Naruto's body trembled constantly. At this moment, he had thought about it countless times, but many questions that he had never asked surrounded his heart. Why is he the nine-tails Jinchuriki? Who sealed the tailed beast into his body? Was it the fourth Hokage? If it was him, why did he do this? Where are his parents, are they dead? But these questions are now no match for his desire to understand his father. And knowing his father's name, at least he can prove that he is not an orphan who is not wanted by anyone. Your father. Zhang Yan reached out and patted Naruto's shoulder, and then pointed to the fourth generation on the Hokage rock. Your father is that one. He is a good Hokage and a good ninja, but I don't think he is a good father. There are many things that are time to tell you, but I shouldn't tell you. For the specific situation, you can come to the Hokage's office tomorrow morning, and then there will be more suitable people to tell you everything you want to know. Regarding everything about Minato Namikaze, Zhang Yan felt that Kakashi or Jiraiya were more suitable to be the narrator. The reason why he started this now is that he thinks that if he doesn't start this, Jiraiya and Kakashi may never say it. These two people are too pedantic and too hypocritical. Naruto, you have to believe in yourself, you are never worse than anyone else. In any aspect. After leaving a word, Zhang Yan performed the Flying Thunder God technique again. Naruto is one of the future fighters he is optimistic about. Over the years, he often behaves like a caring big brother like now. Just a few words can increase the weight in Naruto's heart. Isn't it great? The subtle influence is the most powerful weapon. And seeing Naruto's incredible expression, he just wants to say that spoilers are really the most interesting. Well, if I have time, I have to go to the second fighter Sasuke to spoiler. When he learns the truth about Itachi, I wonder what kind of wonderful expression he will show. I am really looking forward to it. I have to say that Zhang Yan's heart is really dark. Shua. Zhang Yan's figure suddenly appeared on the cliff just above the Hokage rock. This is his favorite place to stay when he has nothing to do. He can see the whole Konoha, which brings him a sense of satisfaction that everything is under control. He found a place to sit cross-legged, and immersed his attention in the guild chat group, and found that a group of people were discussing his Flying Thunder God technique. In the belly of the God of Death, Senju Tobirama suddenly looked up. It's my Flying Thunder God technique. Aizen Kusuk, Zhang Yan, how far is your Flying Thunder God technique? I'm curious. The top warrior, I'm also curious. My shrinking the earth is also a method of instant movement, but there is a distance limit. But from what Uzumaki Naruto said, he walked for nearly half a month. This Flying Thunder God technique can actually reach the round trip in an instant. The old man is a marquis. After hearing this Flying Thunder God technique is really powerful, and it's first class for traveling. Whitebeard, awesome, this is an effect that even the elemental fruit can't achieve. Su Hangxiu, the Flying Thunder God technique is really powerful in some aspects. This move. After several strong men affirmed the ability of the Flying Thunder God, Su Hangxiu stood up at the right time to clear their doubts. It also gave everyone a preliminary understanding of this technique. The top warrior, as long as there is a signal, you can move there instantly. This is like the distance of our ancient space formation, but the formation has become a technique. Aizen Kusuk, interesting ninjutsu. Wan, the power of space is really strong. This time, everyone has a further understanding of Zhang Yan's strength. Let's not talk about his combat effectiveness, just talking about this Flying Thunder God technique, which can be called a bug, makes him invincible. What's more terrifying is that there is no need for preparation time to activate this ninjutsu, only a thought from the practitioner. Unless some method is taken early to completely lock a piece of space, no one can defeat Zhang Yan, at most a draw. This is also the reason why Zhang Yan didn't interrupt when he saw everyone discussing the Flying Thunder God technique. Flying Thunder God is too good, suitable to be used as a trump card. Like the 4th generation was famous in the ninja world with this trick. At that time, I don't know how many people studied how to deal with this trick. What was the result? There was a special rule that said, as long as you encounter yellow flashes during the mission, you can give up the mission and it will not be considered a mission failure. This shows the tyranny of the Flying Thunder God technique. So Zhang Yan didn't care that the Flying Thunder God technique was discussed. And even if the members could deal with the Flying Thunder God technique, so what? The Union completely banned infighting among members. So, it's not bad to enjoy the feeling of being sought after occasionally. However, these people seem to have almost finished talking now, and Zhang Yan intends to interrupt them, but before that, he decides to close the live broadcast room first. Ding! The live broadcast is over. Ding! Member Zhang Yan has been detected to have slightly changed the plot. 1. Uzumaki Naruto was not injured. 2. Uzumaki Naruto did not perform the Raise Nan. 3. Tsunade did not send out the chest seal necklace. 4. The huge summoning confrontation scene of the 3 ninjas did not appear. 5. Tsunade returned to Konoha village in advance and agreed to become an elder of Konoha. Reward, 1000 points. Ding! Member Zhang Yan has been detected to have significantly changed the plot. Naruto knew in advance that he was the son of Minato Namikaze. Reward points, 1000 points. I didn't expect that this could get 1000 points, not bad. After closing the live broadcast room, a series of voices suddenly rang in Zhang Yan's mind. When he heard clearly what it was, and was a little surprised. He thought that he would not get points for this live broadcast. After all, he still sent Tsunade back to Konoha, and let Orochimaru and Kabuto leave, which looked no different from the original. But the system prompts made him understand that the limit of changing the plot is very wide. As for telling Naruto about his identity as the son of the 4th generation, to be honest, he was planning for many things, and getting points was also a pleasant surprise. This situation made him understand that there is a lot of room for operation in earning points through live broadcast. However, for the specific situation, he decided to wait until he has time to experiment in the future. Now, he wants to continue what he has not completed before. Apply to become the acting president. Chapter 19 Group Temptation Mode, Apply for acting president. 4/4, New book asks for everything. Zhang Yan, everyone, the discussion of the Flying Thunder God technique ends here. Zhang interrupted Aizen and started to make trouble without waiting for a reply. Zhang Yan, is everyone still unaware of what I said before? I know more than Su Hangxiu. Zhang Yan, my son has many, you are Whitebeard, right? I can give you another 200 or 300 episodes of memory copies of Pirates, the latter content is quite interesting. Zhang Yan, the lone walker in the dark, you are Ai-chan, right? I can also upload another 200 or 300 episodes of Conan's memory copies to you, but that's useless to you, right? You're not a detective. Zhang Yan, Yan Lingji, I also have your memory copies, but your case is more serious, very serious, I'll talk to you privately later. Zhang Yan, Tang Jiaziasen, you are Tang Ziasen, right? You are still young now, I'll tell you about your case later, your future is quite exciting, maybe you can become the strongest person in the Union. The power system of Doluo continent is actually average, even if you reach the titled Doluo, it is limited in strength, but there is a god realm above it, so the potential is still huge. Zhang Yan, Yin Xinyu, the world you are in mainly tells the life of a group of tomb robbers. If you are interested, I can also upload it. Zhang Yan, Zhangdong Zioba Wang, you are Sun Ce, right? We are from the same hometown. I am also from Fujian. I know everything about what happened during your period. If you want to know, I can also post it. You are the man who almost became the founding emperor. Zhang Yan, Sahang Jingzai are all little bitches. You are Wan, right? I also know about the future life of your mortal enemy, the evil emperor's relics, the 4 great books, the Heshi Bai, etc. If you want to know I can also upload it. Zhang Yan, Tony, I also know your future. In the future, you will meet a purple potato monster who implements family planning in the universe, and then you will die in the Avengers. If you want to know, I can also tell you the location of all the Infinity Stones. Zhang Yan, there is nothing to add about the God Slayer and the Death God, so I won't say it. Zhang Yan, but uploading the memory copy requires becoming the acting president. Now I will apply, everyone remember to vote for approval. Zhang Yan very straightforwardly exposed his idea of becoming the acting president. He believed that all members of the union had thought about the position of acting president, such as Waban, Luo Hao and Eisen, none of whom were willing to be inferior to others. They didn't say it all the time, probably because they were concerned about Su Hangxiu's ability, so they didn't participate for the time being. But Zhang Yan said he didn't have this concern. Although he was a newcomer who just joined the union today, he also believed that no one could refuse the temptation he threw. In fact, he was willing to exchange the memory copies for the opportunity to become the acting president, in large part because the memory copies of the three worlds of Death God, God Slayer, and Pirates had been uploaded by Su Suihan. This made it impossible for him to rely on the plot profit to seek benefits from these three worlds. The worlds of the other members were very ordinary, and only the worlds of Marvel and Tang Xiaosan were a little interesting. Hidden, after serious thinking, he decided to take out these memory copies as a bargaining chip to become the acting president. If he is not a privileged class, he always feels insecure. Apply to become the acting president. Looking at the guild chat page dominated by the information posted by Zhang Yan in his mind, everyone in the group was silent. For a while, they didn't know how to choose. Not all people who join this guild are good people. For example, Eisen Kusuk, who created the Ten Espada and became the ruler of Hueco Mundo. For example, Waban, who only cares about the battle in order to get a power, regardless of the life and death of ordinary people. Even Luo Hao, Wan Wan, and Huiwen Ai are not good people. Whitebeard is even more of a pirate. But at this moment, everyone hesitated and did not give an answer immediately. Of course, they were very tempted by Zhang Yan's proposal. For example, Tony, Zhang Yan said that he might die in the future, how could he not care? For example, Sun Ce, the words almost became the emperor hit his heart hard. For example, Huiwen Ai, he wanted to completely get rid of the site of the Black Organization. If she could know more about the plot, she even wanted to plan to destroy the organization. At least, she also wanted to kill Jin to avenge Miyano Akemi. For example, Tang San, he was full of expectations for his future. For example, Yan Lingji, Zhang Yan's words made him very nervous, and he was wondering what was so serious that Zhang Yan said, want to talk to her privately. For example, Wan Wan, she dreams of winning over Shi Fixuan, and if she can get the news of the Heshi Bai and the evil emperor's relic, she is willing to agree to Zhang Yan. Most people are tempted by Zhang Yan's proposal. But even if some of them are so-called villains, they can't agree at this moment. The same is true for Yan Xinyu, who fell in love with Zhang Yan at first sight. People are all made of flesh and blood. During this period, the cute Su Hangxiu was very sincere to them. Not to mention other things, Huiwen Ai and Whitebeard changed their fate because of her, and Tony also got rid of the pain of palladium poisoning in advance because of her. If they agree to Zhang Yan, a newcomer who knows nothing about him, to become the acting president for their own interests, they will feel guilty. They will feel like they are betraying Su Hangxiu. And all this, Zhang Yan has actually considered it a long time ago. As a master of psychology, he knows very well how vulnerable the human heart is to temptation. The atmosphere in the super-dimension union is like this now. He is absolutely good and has never wanted to destroy this feeling. So it is better for anyone not to make a decision. Zhang Yan, acting president Su Hangxiu, by the way, fellow villager, how about you? Su Hangxiu did not explain her situation in the union group. Through psychological profiling, Zhang Yan concluded that her situation was not very good. He is absolutely confident about the professional skills he has studied for 2 lifetimes. It is this professional skill that has enabled him to reach this height in the Naruto world. I saw the previous chat records and you can feel that your situation is not very good. Where did you travel to? Do you need my help? Chapter 20 Emotional Reversal, Becoming the Acting President. 1/5, New Book asks for everything. It's over. The world of Yishan Talong. When Zhang Yan started to constantly the union members and tempted them with memory copies as the price, Su Hangxiu's body couldn't stop shaking. A sense of powerlessness that was targeted but could not be dealt with was quickly swallowing her. Although she was an introverted home girl, she was always optimistic. But now, she felt like she was about to collapse. No one knows how much excitement and security she felt when she first saw Zhang Yan mention the word fellow countryman in the group. It was a kind of surprise when a person stayed in a strange place for a long time and suddenly met an acquaintance. But when she saw Zhang Yan directly talking about being the acting president, these feelings in her heart disappeared in an instant, and were replaced by despair. The identity of acting president was her only support since she traveled through time. And now, Zhang Yan, a fellow countryman, wanted to take away her support. She was very desperate in her heart, so desperate that she wanted to take the initiative to ask for the position of acting president. She could also guess that many people were in trouble at this moment. It was at this time that Zhang Yan her. Zhang Yan, acting president Su Hangxiu, by the way, fellow villager, how about you? I can feel from the previous chat records that you are not in a good situation. Where did you travel to? Do you need my help? Seeing the message Zhang Yan sent to her, Su Hangxiu's expression, which was about to cry, suddenly froze and became a little sluggish. For a moment, she was a little confused. Zhang Yan actually heard and asked about her situation? Isn't this guy targeting me? Is he also trying to give her a spoiler? Wait. Su Hangxiu's eyes, which were already filled with a layer of mist, suddenly became very bright. She suddenly realized that Zhang Yan might know something about the Heaven Sword and the Dragon Slayer. If he knew, as long as he uploaded it in the form of a memory copy, wouldn't she be able to understand the world she was in? Wouldn't it be great if she could get the benefits by relying on foresight? She still understands this routine, okay? Su Hangxiu was no longer desperate in an instant. Despair is a fart? Zhang Yan is her real golden finger, right? Even if Zhang Yan doesn't want to be the acting president, he has to be. Acting President Su Hangxiu, Zhang Yan, I'm in the world of the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber. Because I don't know much about martial arts, I don't know anything about the situation in this world. Speaking of which, I don't know much about the world of the twin dragons where Sister Wan Wan is. Do you know anything? At this moment, Su Hangxiu briefly described her situation with some urgency, and then looked at the guild group chat page in her mind with expectation. Zhang Yan, I know this, I know martial arts. Do you need me to upload several versions of the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber TV series, movies and novels for you to see? Of course I want it. Su Hangxiu was so happy that she was about to fly. She didn't know which world of the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber she was in. She knew the world she was in was because she had heard of the Ming cult and her fellow apprentice sister was named Zhou's Hiruo. Acting President Su Hangxiu, fellow countrymen, please upload all the memory copies. All members, when Zhang Yan applies for acting president, everyone must support him. I really want to know the situation in my world, otherwise I won't feel safe at all. Su Hangxiu was very smart and made a plea in her own name, so that no one would have to worry. Of course, she really wanted to know about the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber. As for privately chatting with Zhang Yan to tell her, why? He doesn't owe her anything. Su Hangxiu didn't even think about this question. All members. So they were entangled here for a long time, and they were just wasting their feelings? In the end, this leader was the first to rebel. Is it okay? Can't Zhang Yan deal with Su Hangxiu first? It's too torturous. But in fact, seeing Su Hangxiu's speech, many people breathed a sigh of relief. Originally, they would feel like they were betraying Su Hangxiu if they agreed to Zhang Yan, but now it seems that they are helping Su Hangxiu. There is no need to continue to struggle and make decisions that go against conscience. Yin Xinyu, oh. Sister Su is too polite. I am not interested in the world I live in at all. However, whether it is to help Sister Su or for handsome Zhang, I must agree to this matter. All members. Hehe. We don't believe you? If you think so, what have you done before? Zhang Yan also laughed and shook his head, but now, he has some good feelings for Yin Xinyu. The richest man in the world, Uncle Tony has no problem either. The old man is a marquis, Uncle Tony? You are so big, are you itching for trouble? The top warrior, Waban, don't bully the weak all day long, go to the netherworld if you have the guts. Acting President Su Hangxiu, I agree to this. Tony was speechless. Are you sure Luo Hao is speaking for him? How can he, Iron Man, be a weakling? Yan Lingji, I agree too. Tang family mistress, +1. The lonely man in the dark, plus. Zhangdong little overlord, +1. Obviously, with Su Hangxiu's words and the practical benefits that Zhang Yan can bring to everyone, no one has any objection to him becoming the acting president. Zhang Yan was not vague either, and immediately submitted an application to become the acting president to the union. Ding! System prompt, union member Zhang Yan applies to become acting president. Now open the secret ballot. You can vote in favor, against, or abstain. The voting time is 5 minutes. If you do not vote after the time limit, it will be treated as abstention. As Zhang Yan submitted his application, the system's voice appeared in the minds of every guild member, and a message appeared in the group chat. Because the opinions had been unified long ago, the result came out in 5 seconds. Ding! Voting is over. The result is as follows: there are 14 members voting this time, 1 against, 13 agree, and no abstention. Because the number of people who agree accounts for more than 50% of the number of voters, Zhang Yan's application to become acting president is approved. Ding! System prompt, Zhang Yan has become the acting president of this guild. Without any surprises, Zhang Yan successfully became the acting president. But now he is not concerned about this matter. Zhang Yan, there is one objection. Who is it? Stand up. See if I will make things difficult for you in the future. Chapter 21. When AI was stunned, and the members were all stunned, newbie asks for everything. Acting President Zhang Yan, who voted against, stand up. Otherwise I will make things difficult for him in the future. Bloody kitchen knife. After becoming the acting president, Zhang Yan had an additional prefix in front of him, which made him feel very uncool. Acting president and the like, it's not nice at all. I will definitely become a regular in the future. But now, he is most curious about which idiot voted against him. He doesn't think anyone will deliberately vote against him now, that's not against him, but to make things difficult for most people in the union. I guess it's because of his dirty hands. A group of union members? They really want to complain about Zhang Yan. You have clearly said that you want to make things difficult for others, who would admit it is a fool. Of course, everyone also understood what Zhang Yan understood, and they knew that the guy who opposed it was probably careless. Everyone just needs to deny it tacitly. Yin Xinyu, it's not me, it's definitely not me. Black Cat, the 12-winged fallen angel, it's not me either. Tang family mistress, it's not me either. Zhang Dong little overlord, it's me, I think I clicked the wrong one. All members, ... Wow, how could there be such a stupid person? He actually admitted it. Zhang Yan was speechless. Should he make things difficult for Sun Ce in the future, or should he make things difficult for him? Acting President Zhang Yan, as expected of you, the tragedy Emperor Sun Ce. Zhang Dong little overlord. Sun Ce was confused, what does tragedy Emperor mean? Zhang Yan did not explain too much. When the time comes, upload a copy of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, and Sun Ce will naturally understand. Now that he has successfully become the acting president, there is one thing that he has been holding back, and it is time to mention it. Acting President Zhang Yan, lonely in the dark. Acting President Su Hangxiu, before I upload the copy memory, I have a question that has been bothering me for a long time and I want to ask you too. Acting President Su Hangxiu, excuse me. Lonely in the dark, Jiang, please go ahead. Acting President Zhang Yan, have you seen the shuttle talisman? Acting President Zhang Yan, I looked at the mall and found that the shuttle talisman only costs 500 points, which is not expensive. Jiang and fellow countrymen, have you ever considered staying in another world? Acting President Zhang Yan, for example, Jiang, when you have 500 points, you can choose any world among our guild members to go to, and you will have friends, right? If you want to have special abilities, you can come to my world, go to Whitebeard's world, or even go to the world of Death and Godslayer. World, we members will definitely protect you, you don't have to be afraid of anything, right? If you just want to live a plain life, you can also go to Liulajiang's world, they are all island countries, you don't have to worry about being found by the black organization, worry about when you will die, or hurt others, right? And fellow countrymen, you don't know about the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber, so why don't you stay in a world you are familiar with? Acting President Su Hangxiu, I want to, but the shuttle talisman is too expensive, and it can only be used for 24 hours, and you have to renew it after the timeout. The lonely man in the dark, I also know that this is something I won't consider in the short term. Greyfield AI and Su Hangxiu naturally knew about the shuttle talisman, and they learned about it as soon as possible. They can be said to be the two people that the Union members most want to travel again. It's just that the price of the shuttle talisman makes them discouraged. I probably know what mistake these two stupid women made. Seeing their answers, Zhang Yan slapped his forehead speechlessly. After he joined the Union, he immediately got a comprehensive understanding of the Union, including the shuttle charms that can be purchased in the Points Mall. The price of the shuttle charm is 500 points. The function is to go to any world of any Union member. The prerequisite is to obtain the consent of the acting president or the world's native members. After using the shuttle charm, members can reach the Union member world. From the moment of arrival, members can choose to return to the original world at any time within 24 hours. This is a special reminder. Note, if it exceeds 24 hours, members need to spend another 500 points to buy a new shuttle charm to return to the original world. Seeing the setting of the shuttle charm, Zhang Yan felt it was very reasonable. This is equivalent to a round-trip ticket. You can go back and forth within the specified time after spending money. If it exceeds the time limit, you will naturally need to buy another return ticket. But what if you don't come back after traveling? It seems that the Union didn't say that you have to spend points to stay in the new world permanently, right? But when Zhang Yan read the previous chat records, he found that Huiwen AI still had negative emotions and fear of the dark organization between the lines. Su Hangxiu was even more stupid. She actually showed a sense of urgency because she was not familiar with the world she traveled through, and he easily saw the clues. Now Zhang Yan understood that these two women, including other members, did not realize the use of the shuttle talisman. They habitually tied the matter of the future together, so they were deceived. Acting President Zhang Yan, screenshot of the shuttle talisman information, AI-chan, Miss Su, please take a look at the situation of the shuttle talisman. I want to say that it is not a big deal for you to change to a completely safe new environment. Acting President Su Hangxiu. The lone man in the dark. All the Union members fell into a state of confusion because of Zhang Yan's words. Not a big deal? Why not? So a group of people clicked on the screenshot of the shuttle talisman information. However, looking at the screenshot of the shuttle talisman, they couldn't figure out what the problem was. It costs 500 points to go to the country. It costs 500 points to return after more than 24 hours. That's right. However, a few smart people have already realized that they have overlooked something. But before they can confirm their guess, Zhang Yan has already given the answer. Acting President Zhang Yan, it is true that it costs 500 points to buy the shuttle talisman, and it is also true that it costs 500 points to return after more than 24 hours, but what if we choose not to come back after traveling back? What if we stay in that world forever? It seems that it doesn't say that you have to spend points to stay in the new world forever. A word awakened the dreamer. As Zhang Yan revealed the truth, the atmosphere in the Union chat group suddenly became a little awkward. Yan Xinyu, dot. Yan Lingji, dot. Tang family mistress, dot. Chapter 22 Zhang Yan's awakening, Ijiang's custody, new book, please help me. Zhang Yan's enlightenment made all the members of the Union confused, and they didn't know what to say for a while. In the world of Death God, Aizen stretched out his finger to push the frame on his nose, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. Guang Meng, well, it's time to give Kurosaki Ichigo some special training. If he doesn't find some fun for Kurosaki Ichigo, he feels that he, the wise man hidden behind the scenes, seems to be unworthy of the name. Well, the word wise man needs to be emphasized. In the Marvel world, Tony, who was flying towards Mexico in the Iron Man armor, was distracted and almost hit a plane. Oh, stupid Jarvis, didn't you notice the plane? You definitely took at least half of mine. Jarvis. In the pirate world, Whitebeard said, what are you talking about? In the Godslayer world, Wobbin felt that he needed to kill a few disobedient gods to show his wisdom. What? Violence is not wisdom? Come on, tell me. Wisdom equals power. Violence equals power. So, violence equals wisdom. Luo how? I didn't expect Wobbin to be smart sometimes. Everyone's heart is wonderful. Of course, the most wonderful ones are Huiwen AI and Su Hangxiu. I it because my body has become smaller that my IQ has also become lower. Huira AI, who was lying on the sofa in her rental house, reached out and touched her head. She was the inventor of APTX 4869, a genius girl who got a double degree in biology and chemistry from MIT before she was 20 years old. How could she not find such a simple thing? It's embarrassing. If there was a mirror now, Huira AI felt that she should be able to see her blushing face. But what she could see more clearly was the arc at the corner of her mouth. Leave this world. Wow, I am so stupid. Compared with Huira AI, Su Hangxiu's performance was a little more exaggerated. She kept rolling on her wooden bed. She felt that she was in vain as an earth traveler, and she didn't even understand the function of the shuttle talisman. If she was given another chance, she swore that she would never send a memory copy, or upload a reserved memory copy, so that she could use the shuttle talisman to find a familiar world and grow up. For example, in the world of God Slayer, wouldn't it be great for her to replace Godu, not a typo, and defeat the god of disobedience, the god of war Velaslana, usurp the power of the 10 avatars, and become the 7th God Slayer? But now there is no need to think about it. Waban is not sure if he will send away the prey he likes. She regrets it. She is so stupid. In fact, what Su Hangxiu is thinking now is also the reason why Zhang Yan is sure that she has overlooked the correct way to open the shuttle talisman. Because, he thinks normal people are not that stupid. Ko Cheng, the richest man, smart Uncle Tony, knew this a long time ago. Why, don't you know? Yin Xinyu, I know it too. I'm thinking about settling in the world of handsome Zhang Yan when I have enough points. 12-winged fallen angel black cat, foolish humans, such a simple question certainly can't cover up the eyes of the great 12-winged fallen angel. I have seen through everything. Tangjia Ziosan, well, you know, I'm a baby now, I don't remember much, so I knew it a long time ago, but I just forgot it after a day. The pinnacle of martial arts, this leader will naturally not be deceived by such a small matter. Aizen Kusuk. Yellow-haired good man, Aizen, I advise you to be kind. Everyone acted as if I knew it a long time ago. Seeing these remarks, Su Hangxiu and Huiwen AI were speechless. Yes, they are the only two stupid people in the entire union. You are all smart people, okay? But they are happy now and don't bother to care about these. AI Huira glanced at her points that will reach 500 after signing in for half a month, and a smile flashed in her eyes. Although she has now joined the magical superdimensional union, the existence of the Black Shadow organization still makes her feel breathless all the time. She has already thought about it. When she has enough points, she will find a new world to stay in. But one day, she will return to the Conan world. Regardless of other things, even if it is just to help her dead sister to avenge, she will wipe out the entire Black organization. She believes that as long as she relies on the power of this magical union in her mind, one day she will become strong enough. AI Huira, Acting President Zhang Yan, thank you for your reminder. My points will soon reach 500, and then I will choose a world to cross. AI Huira made a very straightforward decision. She plans to change to another world to live without pressure for a while. Anyway, she doesn't have many friends and relatives in the Conan world. Acting President Zhang Yan, you can come to my world, the 5th Hokage will protect you. If you want to learn ninjutsu, I can also teach you. Seeing that AI-chan changed her nickname, Zhang Yan, who knew that she had temporarily gotten rid of her inner shadow, smiled knowingly, and then was the first to send out an invitation. Don't you think it would be interesting to see AI-chan learn ninjutsu after joining Naruto? And Zhang Yan's invitation was like a signal, and all the union members took action. Tang Jia San Shao, little Miss AI, you can come to me too. The peak of martial arts, come to my side. I allow you to join the 5 prisons holy church and let you serve me. My son is very big, come to the pirate world, come and be my daughter, I can find you a devil fruit. Yin Xinyu, I'll let it go. The world is not peaceful now. War may break out at any time. I'm thinking about emigrating to Zhang, the handsome guy, when I have enough points. Yellow-haired good man, we'll let it go. There is a villain who is not kind. Einan Koyuja, I'm talking about you. Einan Koyuja. Sahang Jingzai are all little bitches, my answer is also okay. I think you have the potential to become a witch, hehe. Zhang Dong, little tyrant, I'll let it go. It's a chaotic world. Except for a few members who did not invite because they were not in a very safe environment, most members invited Huiwen AI. The atmosphere in the union is really good. Yin Xinyu's usual confession made Zhang Yan very satisfied. But when he looked at most of the invitations, he felt a strong desire to complain. Isn't this too unreliable? And these guys dared to compete with him for the custody of Xiao AI. Auntie can tolerate it, but uncle definitely can't. He wants to become a network troll. Chapter 23 Keyboard Warrior Zhang Yan, First Upload Copy, New Book, Everything is Requested. Acting President Zhang Yan, Tangjiaxiasan, you let AI-chan come to your world, are you serious? You are a baby, how can you take care of her? And if she suddenly appears in your world, your father, who is a titled Doluo, will probably kill her with one blow. Acting President Zhang Yan, Marshal Peak, please stop it, I'm afraid AI-chan will go there, and I don't know when she will be dug out of her eyes. Acting President Zhang Yan, I have many sons, are you sure you want AI-chan to go to your world and stay with a group of men, drifting on the sea all day, and facing the invasion of sea kings and various battles from time to time? Acting President Zhang Yan, Sahang Jingzai are all little bitches, Wan, your world is a chaotic era, don't jump out and talk nonsense. Zhang Yan turned into a keyboard warrior and vowed to defend the custody of Huiwen AI. You guys should just go to your own place. Such a cute legal loli belongs to Zhang Yan. All the members. Originally they were just following the trend, just joining in the fun. Is Zhang Yan really that bad? But after thinking about it carefully, it seems that what Zhang Yan said is absolutely right, and they can't refute it for a while. Only Tang Jiaxiaosan was attracted by Zhang Yan's speech. Tang Jiaxiaosan, Acting President Zhang Yan, boss, what does my titled Doluo father mean? Tang Xiaosan's face showed, well, he is only a half-month-old baby, so he can't show any shocked expression. He was shocked. He always thought that his father was just a mediocre blacksmith, but how come Zhang Yan said he was a big boss? Zhang Yan? Did he let the cat out of the bag? Acting President Zhang Yan, well, did I say that? Members. We are not blind. Zhang Yan, it's just a level of strength, it's the strongest level of human beings in your world. After thinking about it, Zhang Yan still didn't hide it. In fact, if we only consider the Doluo world, without considering other worlds of the same type and the God realm, its power system is not strong. If we don't count the legendary gods who are blown to the sky, its strength is not as good as Dupo, let alone Zaxiation. From the book, the titled Doluo can only suppress a city, and the destructive power is limited. Only the God King of the God realm can reach the star level. Of course, in the current union, the strength is still good. Tang family Xiaosan, so, my dad is also a master. Zhang Yan, if we put him in our union, his combat power is top-notch, but we still have to fight to know the specific situation. In fact, the world you are in is very deep, but you are still young, there is no need to know so much. Tang family Xiaosan. I don't mind knowing more, okay? Others, we are adults, why don't you tell us? But everyone also saw that Zhang Yan didn't want to say more, and no one, including Tang family Xiaosan, asked more. Seeing that the topic was over, Huiwen AI stood up at the right time. Huiwen AI, regarding the choice of traveling through the world, I will make a good decision at that time. Thank you for your invitation. When she said this, Huiwen AI had a bright smile on her face. Whether it was Zhang Yan or other union members' invitations, they all brought her a warm feeling she had never had before. That was the warmth that she couldn't feel in the black organization. She liked this union very much. At the same time, she had already decided on the world she would travel to in the future. Then, everyone was polite to Huira AI again. Seeing that the discussion about Huira AI was almost over, Su Hangxiu also stood up to speak. Acting President Su Hangxiu, my fellow, I have decided not to travel for the time being. Please upload the memory copy of my world. As the acting president, Su Hangxiu had already accumulated 500 points, but after careful consideration, she decided not to travel for the time being, but to make a decision after studying the situation of the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber. Now she has changed her mindset and wants to improve her strength. She wants to use every point to the best effect. Okay. Zhang Yan, who has become the acting president, naturally would not refuse Su Hangxiu's request. Fortunately, he promised to go to all the copies uploaded were uploaded. Soon, all members of the union received a system prompt. Ding! Acting President Zhang Yan uploaded medium-sized memory copies of Detective Conan 700 to 1050 episodes, and medium-sized memory copies of One Piece 600 to 950 episodes. Ding! Acting President Zhang Yan uploaded small memory copies. Guardians of the Galaxy 2, Spider-Man, Homecoming, Thor 3, Ragnarok, Black Panther, Avengers 3, Infinity War, Ant-Man and the Wasp, Captain Marvel, Avengers 4. Ding! Acting President Zhang Yan uploaded small memory copies of the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber in various versions. Ding! Acting President uploaded micro-memory copies of Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Ding! Acting President uploaded micro-memory copies of the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber. Zhang Yan uploaded all the promised memory copies. As for the Qin dynasty related to Yan Lingji, the twin dragons of the Tang dynasty related to Wan Wan, and the old nine gates related to Yan Xinyu, he did not intend to upload them unless the three girls asked for it themselves. Girls, pay more attention to their privacy. Many of my sons have accepted all memory copies. I am a marquis and have accepted all memory copies. The richest man has accepted all memory copies. The good man with yellow hair has accepted all memory copies. The death god who needs an opponent has accepted all memory copies. The lonely man in the dark has accepted all memory copies. The eldest lady of the Xinyu Hotel has accepted all memory copies. All union members, without exception, accepted all copies in the first thing. The richest man, oh what did I see? Acting President Zhang Yan, you are so awesome. If you have a chance to come to my world, I will definitely treat you well. The Black Cat, the 12-winged fallen angel, great, there is another drama to watch. Zhang Dong Little Overlord, thank you, big guy, Romance of the Three Kingdoms is delicious. Acting President Su Hangxiu, thank you, fellow countrymen, I'm going to catch up. The guild chat group fell silent for a while, and these people were obviously watching the memory copy. In response, Zhang Yan just smiled knowingly, and then paid attention to his points column. Now it's time to use points to improve myself. Chapter 24 Observation Haki, the privilege of the acting president, 1000 evaluation votes plus more. Points, 4760. Zhang Yan took a look at the number of points he had now, a total of 4761. 100 points were earned from signing in today. 2000 points were earned from changing the plot during the live broadcast. The rest was earned from uploading the memory copy. The number of points earned by uploading the memory copy was prompted by the system after Zhang Yan uploaded the memory copy. 10 points for a small copy. 50 points for a medium copy. 100 points for a large copy. Other copies are benefits. Each member will be provided with a wave of points for downloading a copy. There are a total of 9 small copies in the 8 Marvel movies plus the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber. If calculated in this way, the total is 90 points, and the 14 in the Union if all members accept, it will be 1260 points. Detective Conan and One Piece are medium-sized copies, adding up to 100 points, and 14 people accepting it will be 1400 points. So after all the calculations, Zhang Yan now has 4760 points, which can be said to be a sudden wealth. But after seeing the items in the points mall, Zhang Yan said that it was a far to get rich. He still felt that he was very poor, so poor that it was terrible. System Mall. Shuttling Talisman, price 500 points, all members can buy. Punishment Talisman, temporarily eliminate the union protection status of a member, price 500 points, exclusive to the acting president, becoming the president can have this right. Kick Out Talisman, kicks members out of the union, cannot be used on the acting president, price 1000 points, exclusive purchase for the acting president, becoming the president will have this right. Introduction to Observation Haki, 500 points, exclusive for the acting president. Introduction to Conqueror Haki, 500 points, exclusive for the acting president. Introduction to Armament Haki, 500 points, exclusive for the acting president. Compared to ordinary members who can only buy the Shuttle Talisman, the items that the acting president can buy have increased by 5, which makes Zhang Yan more certain of his decision to quickly become the acting president. Among the items in mind, the Punishment Talisman and the Kick-Out Talisman are nothing, they are props to help the acting president increase his authority. What surprised Zhang Yan was the right to purchase the 3-color Haki, although it was just for entry, it also made him very excited. These 3 kinds of Haki in the world of pirates, each ability has its own merits, but without exception, they are all very useful. Observation Haki has many functions, such as sensing attacks, predicting the opponent's next move, sensing the strength of creatures, sensing the emotions and thoughts of creatures, and sensing the position and number of objects outside the field of vision, etc. These are the basic abilities of Observation Haki. The range and strength vary from person to person. This can be used as a perception ninjutsu. Although the entry-level observation haki will definitely not be too strong, it can already play a significant role, especially Zhang Yan also has the Flying Thunder God technique. If combined with this perception, it can show a great effect. It also increases his psychology and micro-expression analysis ability. Thinking of this, Zhang Yan did not hesitate at all. Directly spend 500 points to buy the entry level of observation haki. As for the other two haki, considering that they are just entry level and do not enhance strength much, and his points are not very abundant, Zhang Yan did not buy them. Shua. As the 500 points were deducted, Zhang Yan only felt a strange force acting in his body, and then, his 5 senses began to improve and become more acute. At the same time, a strange feeling appeared in his mind. He found that as long as he wanted, he could clearly perceive anything within a radius of 500 meters, from buildings to ants on the ground, all appeared in his mind. At the same time, he found that if he focused his mental power, he could hear some voices in the hearts of ordinary people, that is, the voice of the heart. Or if he focused his mental power and looked forward, his vision could directly penetrate the wall and see the situation outside clearly. He can also choose to put his perception in one direction. If he did so, he found that he could sense all the situations within 1 kilometer in a straight line. These discoveries surprised Zhang Yan a little. Isn't it worth spending 500 points to get started? Zhang Yan knew that in the world of pirates, different people awaken different observation haki. For example, Luffy and Princess Otohime of Fishman Island both awakened perception-type observation haki, which can hear the voices of creatures. For example, the user of the lightning fruit, Sky Island god Enelu, awakened range-type observation haki, which has a similar effect to the all-round sensing that Zhang Yan used at the beginning. For example, Upso's awakened observation haki is distance type, which can sense the general situation in one direction. For example, Big Mom's awakened perspective type observation haki can give people the ability to see through, and can see everything with just one glance. The most rare is the prediction type observation haki, which can enhance people's predictive ability and observation ability, and even become so powerful that it can foresee a corner of the future. Originally, Zhang Yan thought that if he wanted to get started, it would be best to have a range type or perspective type, which would work better with his Flying Thunder God. Unexpectedly, a beginner could take all the effects of observation haki. This wave can be said to be a huge profit. Sure enough, the system products must be top-notch. Zhang Yan took a deep breath to calm himself down, and then focused on the strengthening function in the union. He wanted to improve his abilities that could be strengthened. 4th stage of Flying Thunder God, 10,000 points, can turn the spell into space particles, can arrange large-scale transfer arrays. Attribute Raise Nan, 1000 points, add any attribute of chakra nature changes, perfect mastery. Palm Immortal Technique, 1000 points, can deepen the range and effect by 1 level. Fire Style Great Fireball, 500 points, can choose to strengthen in any direction of seal, power, chakra consumption. There are many ninjutsu that can be strengthened, but Zhang Yan found that he didn't want to strengthen any of them. Attribute Raise Nan, he has successfully studied Wind Style, with his talent, he will soon be able to learn other types of attribute chakra, no need to waste points here. He also planned to Tsunade learned Yin Seal and 100 Healings technique, and there was no need to strengthen Palm Immortal technique, let alone other ninjutsu. The only thing he wanted to strengthen was Flying Thunder God technique, and the effect of the 4th stage allowed him to extend his time greatly, but unfortunately his points were far from enough. After much fiddling, Zhang Yan found that he had to keep his points. He began to hesitate whether to give Conqueror Haki and Armament Haki. But at this moment, he found that there was an additional function next to the strengthening function. Hey! Fusion function. Acting President's privilege. And it's exclusive to me. Does it mean that So Suihan doesn't have it? Chapter 25 Explosive Ambition, Privilege Fusion Function. 1/5, New Book asks for everything. Fusion Function, spend enough points to help anyone fuse all the bloodlines in the universe. Random exclusive function for the acting president, after you become the president, it will become your president's exclusive. What caught Zhang Yan's eyes was a new function called Fusion. When he saw the function introduction of this function, his breathing stagnated. This fusion function can actually allow people to fuse all the bloodlines in the universe? The premise is that you only need points? This ability is too amazing, right? In fact, all worlds have bloodline theory. For example, the aliens in the Marvel world, such as Thanos, Tom Hiddleston, Odin, and Thor, all have their own bloodlines. The major fantasy worlds also have various bloodlines, which can increase combat power, comprehend secrets, or have all kinds of incredible abilities, etc. Even in the prehistoric world, the so-called inheritance of footsteps and the blood of demon beasts can be said to be blood inheritance to some extent. Imagine that if he travels to the prehistoric world now and has enough points, can he fuse the blood of various innate demon gods, or even the blood of Pangu god? Hiss! The more he thought about it, the more frightened Zhang Yan was. Of course, he understood that the stronger the blood to be fused, the more points are needed. What he cares about is the significance of the fusion function. This means that as long as he continues to earn points in this union, relying on the point fusion function and the point strengthening function, he will one day be able to truly dominate the world. This is a ladder that can climb to the commanding heights. I must become the president. If anyone dares to stop me, don't blame me for being rude. At this moment, Zhang Yan's eyes were filled with strong murderous intent. His murderous intent was not directed at anyone in particular, but at people who might appear in the Union and threaten him to become the Union president. There are 15 members in the Union now, and there are still 5 people short of 20 people to run for the Union president. 2/3 of the members agree, excluding myself, which means that I must win over more than 12 members. Next, I must carefully observe everyone's situation, determine everyone's true attitude towards me, and the degree of influence on my election as president. Once someone appears who may threaten me to become the president, don't blame me for being rude. Zhang Yan's mind was working quickly, and for a long time to come, he would be very cautious and carefully planned. The fusion function is of great significance to him. And according to the special instructions of the system at the back, Su Hangxiu, who is also the acting president, gets the acting president exclusive function, not the fusion function, but something else. Because this function is written as random, and it also reminds Zhang Yan that it will become an exclusive function when he becomes the president. As for what acting exclusive function Su Hangxiu has, Zhang Yan is not curious at all now. He is only considering how to become the president safely now. If there is anything that trips him up during this period, no matter whether it is a man or a woman, or whether it is a character from the 10,000 worlds that he liked before, he will treat it as an enemy without hesitation. I hope no one is that stupid. A deep flash of light flashed in Zhang Yan's eyes, and then he took out a seal scroll from the Union Space Backpack. The Union Space Backpack is a small portable space that every Union member has, with a volume of 27 cubic meters, and the length, width, and height of the space are all 3 meters. After discovering this space, Zhang Yan put all his valuables, including the Flying Thunder God Kunao, in it. Now he took out this seal scroll, which originally belonged to the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. It sealed a pair of Sharingan. And it was a 3-Magatama Sharingan. Zhang Yan guessed that this was what Sarutobi Hiruzen arranged the Anbu to collect on the night of the Uchiha clan's extermination. Even Danzo would do it, so he, an old bastard, could not be immune. Take out this pair of Sharingan, Zhang Yan intends to test this fusion function. But before he can act, the voice of the superdimensional union system suddenly sounded in his mind, ding, it is detected that the acting president Zhang Yan has a 3-Magatama Sharingan, and now give some treatment suggestions. Method 1, directly transplant the ready-made eyes, and the union will help eliminate the rejection reaction, which requires 500 points. Method 2, exclusive privileges of the acting president, all items can be handed over to the system, and then purchased, exclusive rights. Purchased Sharingan can continue to advance with the union strengthening system. Purchased Sharingan bloodline, 500 points. Open a 1-Magatama Sharingan, 1000 points. 1 Magatama upgrade to 2 Magatama Sharingan, 2000 points. 2 Magatama upgrade to 3 Magatama Sharingan, 5000 points. Evolve Mangekaya Sharingan, 10,000 points. Choose any 2 Mangekaya. Abilities, Suzanu's initial form. Every 5,000 points can buy 1 ability. Suzanu's first form, 1,000 points. Suzanu's second form, 2,000 points. Suzanu's third form, 3,000 points. Suzanu's fourth form, 4,000 points. Suzanu's complete form, 5,000 points, cumulative. Promote to Eternal Mangekaya. Sharingan, 20,000 points. Master the complete form of Suzanu. Method 3, it is detected that the acting president Zhang Yan has the fusion function, and can spend 1000 points to extract and fuse the bloodline, and perfectly replicate the ability. Hearing these 3 messages, Zhang Yan raised his eyebrows. Is this the so-called authority dog? Zhang Yan was a little emotional. He was able to get the program assistance from the superdimensional union system. It was obviously because he became the acting president and got the privilege. But he likes this privilege. For example, now, if it weren't for the system prompt, he didn't know that he could spend points to let the system help eliminate the rejection reaction of fusion Sharingan. It is also because of the privilege that he has the right to buy again after handing over the bloodline to the system, but the bloodline purchased is the lowest level, and Krypton points are needed to become stronger. This can also be said to be a fusion function to some extent, but it cannot be compared with the fusion function that Zhang Yan got randomly. Just like now, he has a pair of 3 Megatama Sharingan, which can be transplanted. This method the deepest points, as long as 500 points eliminate the repulsion, you can perfectly fuse and directly have a pair of 3 Megatama Sharingan. But Zhang Yan is wearing a Hokage, and he can't accept changing eyes. But if he chooses the second method, he will spend 500 points to have Uchiha bloodline, and the subsequent eye opening and advancement will depend on himself or points. If it is opened to 3 Megatama, a total of 8,500 points will be used, which is too bad. If there are only these 2 options, Zhang Yan is likely to choose the former method. But now, he has a third option. Using the fusion function, he can directly fuse the bloodline and perfectly replicate. System, I will use 1000 points to fuse this pair of 3 Magatama Sharingan in my hand. I will wear beauty contact lenses from today. Chapter 26 Without Red Eye Disease, Domineering Dao Fusion Function, New Book Asking for Everything. Ding, Acting President Zhang Yan's Special Privilege, Start Fusion Now. Shua. With a mechanical sound, Zhang Yan's points suddenly decreased by 1000. At the same time, the 3 Magatama Sharingan in his hand was wrapped in a layer of blue energy and began to be transported into his body. The light quickly disappeared, and Zhang Yan could clearly feel that unknown changes had occurred in his body. Sharingan, open! Zhang Yan obeyed his instinct and controlled the chakra to move in a special way to stimulate his eyes. Shua! The next moment, Zhang Yan's dark pupils began to change, and a strange feeling began to spread from the position of his eyes. When the abnormal movement ended, he could clearly sense his changes. Is this the ability of the 3 Magatama Sharingan? Sure enough, it's powerful. Zhang Yan's face flashed with excitement. Directly opening the 3 Magatama Sharingan, he directly possessed the ability of insight, hypnosis, and copying, which further improved his ability. Not only could he see other serious chakra veins, but he could also see through all the subtle movements and seals of the opponent, and he could directly use vision to launch illusions to control the opponent. With insight, he could also observe the opponent's seals or physical movements, imitate them, and copy them to a certain extent. I wonder how powerful the Manjakaya Sharingan is. After feeling the effect of the 3 Magatama Sharingan, Zhang Yan couldn't help but think of the advanced Manjakaya Sharingan of the 3 Magatama Sharingan, and the end of the Sharingan, the eternal Manjakaya Sharingan. The Manjakaya Sharingan, that was the power that allowed Uchiha Itachi to enter the cage level at the age of 13 and become one of the best. I don't know how powerful it is. As for the Samsara Eye, it is the product of the development of the power of Yin and Yang to the extreme, and it is only related to Uchiha or the Sharingan. The first person to open the Samsara Eye was the Six-Path Sage, that is, Otsutsuki Hago Romo. He was born with chakra and could also hold the power of Yin and Yang, which is a combination of the Sharingan and the Sage body, so the Samsara Eye was born. Uchiha Madara was able to open the Samsara Eye because he seized the power of Hashirama Senju in the final battle and fused the power of the reincarnated Indra and Ashura. Indra and Ashura are the 2 sons of the Six-Path Sage, who inherited the Yin power Sharingan and the Yang power Sage body respectively. The fusion of these 2 powers can open the Samsara Eye. So the Samsara Eye is a pair of independent eyes. As for the more powerful Samsara Sharingan, it is the eye opened by the Otsutsuki clan after swallowing the fruit of the sacred tree. It can have the pupil power of the Sharingan and the Samsara Eye at the same time, but it is not a bloodline advancement. So in theory, the Mangekyo is the ultimate power of the Uchiha Sharingan. The Samsara Eye is a height that cannot be reached by the power of the Uchiha alone. Not enough points. When thinking of the powerful power of the Mangekyo, Zhang Yan wanted to sigh about the problem of points. If he wants to open the Mangekyo, he needs 10,000 points. At that time, he can choose 2 special abilities and have the initial form of Susanoo. After that, he needs another 20,000 points to turn the Mangekyo into the Eternal Mangekyo. Buying various special Mangekyo Sharingan abilities or strengthening Susanoo also requires a lot of points. Counting the 4th stage of the Flying Thunder God technique, points are required. The remaining more than 3,000 points are not enough. If there is any way to earn points quickly. Zhang Yan couldn't help but sigh, and his hands quickly formed seals. Water escape, fog mirror technique. Zhang Yan was born with 3 chakra attributes of wind, thunder, and fire, but with his strength, he can also use ninjutsu of other attributes, but the power is lacking. He is now using a B-level water ninjutsu, which has a similar effect to Gaara's use of the Eye of Sand, and can observe the situation in a certain area. Of course, he can no longer use this ninjutsu with his observation haki, and now he is using this trick, just using it as a mirror. Yes, Zhang Yan wants to look in the mirror now. He has nothing to dislike about the power of the Sharingan. He likes every effect of the Insight Eye, Hypnotic Eye, and Copy Eye. And only with the Sharingan can he have the possibility of having the Mangekyo. Sharingan. The Mangekyo. Sharingan is even stronger. In addition to the ability of the Sharingan, it can also master various special powers and even use Susanoo. If there is only one thing about these eyes that makes Zhang Yan dissatisfied, it may be its appearance. When the Uchiha clan opens the Sharingan, the black pupil will turn scarlet, and a black dot will appear in the center of the pupil, surrounded by black Megatama, ranging from 1 to 3. Honestly, the Sharingan looks cool at first glance. But if you look carefully, well, the nickname of red eye disease has already said all the bitterness. When Zhang Yan thought that he would be called a person with red eye disease when he used the Sharingan in the future, to be honest, he was not in such a good mood. If he hadn't thought that his eyes might become cool again after opening the Mangekyo, he might have hesitated for 3 seconds before making a decision on this fusion. Hey! However, something unexpected happened to Zhang Yan. In the mirror made of water vapor his face was clearly reflected. It was still the same face, and his eyes had not changed much. They were still black, but there were 3 more red Megatama. It looked like the red and black eyes of the Sharingan were swapped, but the center was still black. That's great. I don't have to worry about being criticized for having red eyes when I use the Sharingan. At this moment, Zhang Yan, who attached great importance to his image, almost laughed like a pig. Of course, he didn't forget that he went to the system to find out the reason why his eyes had this condition. Union system, the fusion function you get as the acting president is the only function, which is very powerful. The bloodline fusion of this function is not to pour all the snow melt together to merge into a new bloodline, but to use the host's bloodline as the basis and add the essence of other bloodlines into it. Hearing the explanation of the union system, Zhang Yan became more and more satisfied with this somewhat overbearing fusion function. At this moment, the union chat group in his mind suddenly sent him a message. Private message. Could it be Yan Lingji? Chapter 27 All the girls come to private chat, Li Yulijiang's request, new book asks for everything. I forgot that I had a private chat with Xiao Yaner. It's really embarrassing. After looking at the system chat page, Zhang Yan found that someone had sent him a private message. He then remembered that he had agreed to have a private chat with Yan Lingji. I'm sorry. But Xiao Yaner is so good, she shouldn't be angry with me. With a hint of apology, Zhang Yan opened the chat page, but found that the person who contacted him was not Yan Lingji as he guessed, but Yin Xinyu, who boldly confessed after he started the live broadcast. Yin Xinyu, Zhang Yan, handsome guy, what are you doing? Are you busy? This woman is not really in love with me, is she? Seeing that it was Yin Xinyu who was chatting with him privately, Zhang Yan's eyes became a little strange. If Yin Xinyu's personality was the same as he remembered, it was really possible that he fell in love with him at first sight. Thinking of his plan to become the president, Zhang Yan decisively decided to use Yin Xinyu's favor to completely develop him into a person who supports him. As for the degree of support to be considered as one's own, you can use your imagination. Acting President Zhang Yan, I'm here. I'm done with my work today. Miss Yin, aren't you going to watch the memory copy? In the Hokage's office, Narashikaku, who was working overtime because of a Hokage strike, sighed deeply, there is no dinner to eat today. I hope I don't have to kneel on the washboard when I go home. Yin Xinyu, oh, the memory copy can be watched at any time. I just want to ask if you have a girlfriend. In the world of Old Nine Gates, Yin Xinyu clenched her hands nervously. This was the first time she had taken a fancy to a man since she was a child, and she didn't know what to do for a while. After thinking about it, she felt that as the eldest lady of the Xinyu Hotel, she should be bolder and more courageous, so she decided to use the most direct way. Acting President Zhang Yan, so direct? Smirk. Yin Xinyu, Yin Xinyu, like a man, am so direct. Acting President Zhang Yan, unfortunately, I already have a girlfriend, covering face. Zhang Yan was not joking. He had traveled to the world of Naruto early on, and in addition to planning to become a Hokage, he naturally couldn't fall behind in other aspects. Master Hinata, Ino, Uzumaki Karin, and Yui Kurane were all her confidants. Hinata Hayashi had even regarded him as her future son-in-law early on, and was very affectionate with him. The only thing that made Zhang Yan feel entangled was how to deal with the relationship with Hanabi. This girl was too young, and it was a bit hard to do it. Playing with nurturing something seemed excessive. After thinking about it, he still felt that it would be better to use the same method he used to deal with Hinata to seduce this little sister. You have a girlfriend. In the world of Old Nine Gates, Yin Xinyu's pretty face suddenly wrinkled into a ball, becoming extremely worried. Zhang Yan actually has a girlfriend? This was something she didn't expect, but it seemed reasonable. After all, Zhang Yan was a powerful and handsome man, and it was normal for him to have a woman. But, is Yin Xinyu's first love going to end before it even begins? Or should he let her be a mistress? She is the eldest lady of Xinyu Hotel, it's not good for her to be a mistress, right? Yin Xinyu, handsome Zhang, I need to think about it seriously, let's talk later. Yin Xinyu lived in the 1930s, and the society was still somewhat feudal. Many big men kept concubines, so although Zhang Yan had a girlfriend, she didn't back down directly. She decided to observe and see if Zhang Yan was worthy of her being a mistress. Goodbye. Zhang Yan didn't say much. He knew that it was better not to say anything more now as he was very knowledgeable about girls' psychology. Anyway, as long as Yin Xinyu was still in the guild, she would not be able to escape. After finishing the private chat with Yin Xinyu, Zhang Yan found that a new girl had approached him. This time, the person who approached her was still not Yan Lingji as he thought, but a girl with a very long prefix in her code name. Black Cat, the 12-winged fallen angel, hello, acting president. Black Cat. Wukong Liulai Chan. Zhang Yan raised his eyebrows. He was a little surprised that Wukong Liulai would approach him privately. According to the girl's personality, shouldn't she be grinding the memory copy now? Acting President Zhang Yan, yes, Liulai Chan, what's the matter? Liulai Chan? Zhang Yan, the name made Gaijin Ruri rub her hands subconsciously, and a blush appeared on her fair face. Although she is a middle school girl who dares to say weird things, the fact is that she is extremely bad at dealing with people. She really can't stand being called Ruri-chan so intimately by a handsome guy like Zhang Yan. However, because she was chatting with the union members, Gaijin Ruri is now in the Black Cat state, that is, the online chat state. So she can still control her emotions through the virtual screen in her mind. 12-winged fallen angel Black Cat, ahem, it's like this, 5th Hokage, this fallen angel wants to discuss the situation of my world. As soon as these words came out, Gaijin Ruri suddenly had the illusion that she was a big boss. This person always discusses the world, which is amazing, right? The fallen angel is really worthy of its reputation. Acting President Zhang Yan, didn't Su Hangxue tell you about the situation in your world? 12-winged fallen angel Black Cat, the acting president only told me the general plot of the early stage. She said that the world I live in is not correct. She didn't watch the later part. I am just a supporting role. How can I be a fallen angel? How can I be just a supporting role? Imperfect values? Zhang Yan was stunned, but when he thought that my sister was an orthopedic anime, it seemed a bit weird. As for the part about Wukong Liulai being second year, he ignored it directly. I didn't expect Su Hangxue, a otaku, to have integrity. Zhang Yan shook his head speechlessly, and then asked, do you want a memory copy? 12-winged fallen angel Black Cat, no, I don't want a memory copy. I am a fallen angel. Of course, the future must be in my own hands. I came to you because I want you not to upload a copy of my world anyway. Wukong Liuli said that she had learned part of the truth about this world from Su Hangxiu. When she thought that the protagonists of this world were a pair of siblings, and it was about the true love between them. Anyway, she couldn't accept it. Plus, she didn't want her second-year performance to fall into the eyes of the union bosses, so she hoped that Zhang Yan would not expose him. Acting President Zhang Yan, of course there is no problem with this. Zhang Yan thought it was something else, but it turned out to be just this. My sister is at best a small memory copy, and there is not much to earn points. Since Gajan Liuli asked, he naturally didn't mind agreeing. Then the two of them said a few more polite words and ended the chat. But at this time, someone sent a private message to Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan, did you all make an appointment? Somewhat speechless, Zhang Yan opened the private chat and found that the person who was looking for him this time was still not Yan Lingji, but Huiwen AI. Huiwen AI, acting president, are you there? Something seems to have happened here, I want to seek your help. Chapter 28 AI Chan's request for help, the Union issued a task, newbie asks for everything. In the world of Detective Conan, in a rental house, Huiwen AI is looking around vigilantly, as if she is afraid that someone will suddenly appear. In fact, since she started downloading the memory copy just now, she has a feeling that someone is watching her, and she can conclude that the person who is watching her is definitely from the winery organization. Huiwen AI has always been very confident in her sixth sense, especially the perception of people coming out of the winery, she can be 100% sure. Whenever someone from that organization appears near her, she feels that there is an extra pair of eyes behind her, and her body can't stop shaking. And now, that situation has appeared. But what is different from before is that Huiwen AI did not feel desperate, nor did she lose the hope and belief to continue living, and she did not have the negative idea of mysteriously dying in order not to drag others down. Now she has joined the Superdimension Union, and she has someone to rely on. After some serious thinking, he found Zhang Yan. This is definitely a decision she made after careful consideration. Acting President, are you there? Something seems to have happened here, I want to ask for your help. Help. Zhang Yan was a little surprised to see the private message sent by Huira AI, but he was more curious about what she said. Something happened? What happened? Could it be that Jin came to find him? Thinking of this, Zhang Yan immediately replied, AI-chan, what's the matter? Huira AI. Huira AI, can you please not call me AI-chan? Huira AI had wanted to complain about this for a long time. Although she now looks only about 8 years old, her mind is still that of an adult. What AI-chan said really sounds a bit shameful. Acting President Zhang Yan, okay AI-chan, I got it, no problem, AI-chan. Huira AI. Is it really okay for you to be so naughty? But she couldn't do anything to Zhang Yan, so she could only choose to ignore him. Huira AI, it's like this, I can feel that someone is watching me, and that person must be from that organization. Huira AI, out of caution, I want to use my only invitation opportunity to invite you to come and help me. The only invitation opportunity is a privilege that every member will have after joining the union. The effect is that if the members of the union do not refuse, they can invite him to visit their own world. The time limit is 24 hours. After 24 hours, the invited members will be forcibly sent back to the original world. If they want to go there again, they need to spend points to buy the shuttle talisman. Greyhara AI's current idea is very simple. No matter if someone is targeting her or not, as long as Zhang Yan helps her find an absolutely safe place to hide, she will quietly rely on the union sign-in function to get 500 points. After that, she can change worlds with him. Of course, she felt embarrassed to let the Hokage run errands, so she gritted her teeth and sent another message. Greyhara AI, as for the reward, how about 100 points? Greyhara AI was also one of the first people to join the union. After signing in for half a month, she already has more than 400 points, and she is only a little short of buying the shuttle talisman. Taking out 100 points is a big loss for her. Interesting, if I agree, can't I go to Conan World for a day trip for free? Greyhara AI's invitation made Zhang Yan's eyes light up. In fact, he was considering whether to go to Conan World to do a special experiment. AI Huira's invitation was exactly what he wanted. As for the 100 points, it's better than nothing. Although the person who asked him for help was AI Huira, a female anime character he liked in the past, it doesn't mean that he will eagerly go to her when she has something to do. If he wants to help unconditionally, AI Huira must become her woman. Why did AI-chan come to me? It seems that I just joined this union, so I should be the person he is least familiar with. Is it because I am handsome? Zhang Yan touched his cheek narcissistically, and then sent AI Huira an accurate reply. Acting President Zhang Yan, no problem, I'll take this deal. Hey! Seeing Zhang Yan agree, AI Huira finally breathed a sigh of relief. She was really afraid that Zhang Yan would refuse or raise the price. If that's the case, she might have to find a way to borrow some points from other members first to get 500 points to travel through time. But the point thing is the same as borrowing money, and it is even more serious than borrowing money. After all, points are infinitely useful in the Union. Hala has lived in that organization for 18 years, and she really doesn't know how to ask. Fortunately, Zhang Yan, the acting president, is a good person and agreed to her request. It would be better if you don't charge 100 points. With this idea, Hala AI invited Zhang Yan. A system prompt sounded immediately in Zhang Yan's mind. Ding! Hala AI, a member of the Union, invites you to go to Conan World as a helper to complete the assistance mission. Do you accept it? Zhang Yan? Zhang Yan, who originally wanted to agree directly, suddenly felt a little confused. Didn't we agree to travel back in time for a day trip, solve the existence of the temporary winery members, and then help to move to an absolutely safe place to stay? Why did it suddenly become an assistance mission? Wait, mission? Zhang Yan suddenly thought of the introduction of the superdimensional union. It seems that the task system will be activated when there are 15 members. And he happened to be the 15th member. Thinking of this, he immediately looked around the union function area and found the task board. He opened the board and found that there was indeed a union task on it. Assistance task. Task description: an illegal traverser appeared in the world where member Habara AI was. The traverser had a system and detected that member Habara AI did not have the ability to deal with him, so an assistance task was issued. The number of participants in the task: 1. Rewards for completing the task: the assister and member Habara AI each get 1000 points. Reclaiming the illegal system on the traverser can get a lot of points. Chapter 29 Zhang Yan, the old bitch, Habara AI's certification, 5000 rewards plus more. Fuck. Because of too much excitement, Zhang Yan, who was sitting on the second generation Hokage rock, jumped up directly and burst out a swear word. There really is a guild mission. Senju Tobirama in the belly of the god of death, why me again? Don't mention how Zhang Yan is not calm at all. Missions mean points, how can he not be excited? And judging from the meaning of this mission, a time traveler actually appeared in the Conan world, illegal, and also with a system. That system is also illegal, and it can be sold to the guild for points. Who cannot be tempted by so many benefits? No need to say, while no one has discovered it yet, we must accept it. Seeing the limit on the number of people who can participate in the mission stipulated in the aid mission, Zhang Yan no longer hesitated and clicked the confirmation button. The next moment, a black space vortex appeared in front of him. At the same time, the system prompt sounded in the guild group and in the minds of each member. Ding! System prompt: Acting President Zhang Yan successfully accepted the guild mission assistance mission. Task description: Member Huiwen AI. Number of people who can participate in the mission: 1. Rewards for completing the mission. Each gets 1000 points. Recycling. Losing the richest man? Zhang Dong Little Overlord, what did I miss? 12-winged fallen angel black cat, guild mission? When did it happen? Losing the richest man, I took a look, acting president Zhang Yan joined, the number of guild members reached 15. It has reached the standard for the guild to issue tasks. 12-winged fallen angel black cat, wow, I'm wrong. If I, the fallen angel, receive this task, I can get 1000 points. Yin Xinyu, black cat, you used to stay with Huiwen AI, are you sure you didn't go there to act cute as a mascot? Huiwen AI. The mascot is heartbroken. 12-winged fallen angel black cat, curse you, stupid human, I'm a fallen angel, how can I act cute? Yellow-haired good man, aren't you claiming to be wise and in control of everything? How did you miss this task? Kurosaki Ichigo habitually targeted Aizen. Einan Urosaki Ichigo, you forced me to do it, get ready for the feast of the Great Hollow. Yellow-haired good man, I was wrong, I apologize. The two people went offline. Sahang Jingzai is full of little bitches, ha 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 ha. In Sister Sue's words, you are courting death, acting President Zhang Yan, Greyfield AI, don't you two explain the mission? The guild system prompt sounded, successfully blowing out all the members who were originally grinding the memory copy. When they saw the detailed description of the mission, especially the points reward written on the mission reward, everyone was not calm. However, during this process, another acting president Su Hangxiu did not speak, and her focus was obviously different from that of most people. It turns out that time travelers are divided into legal and illegal ones. So, Zhang Yan and I are legal. Su Hangxiu cares most about the mission requirements, which mentions solving illegal time travelers. In her opinion, solving means erasing. Thinking of this, she is even more fortunate that she joined this superdimensional guild. If she did not join this guild, would she also be illegal and then be eliminated one day? When she thought of the scene where Waban and other guys suddenly appeared in front of her and displayed their strength, Su Hangxiu couldn't help but shudder. At this time, in the Conan world, a black space vortex appeared in front of Huiwen AI, and Zhang Yan, wearing a divine robe and a black tight suit, walked out of it. Hey, AI-chan, hello. As soon as Zhang Yan appeared, he saw the short Huiwen AI in front of him, smiled and greeted him, looking very familiar. Huiwen AI. Although she was prepared in her heart, she was still speechless when she heard Zhang Yan still call her AI-chan when they met. Not bothering to pay attention to this man with bad taste, Huiwen AI immediately opened the live broadcast. The group members who were discussing in the union group immediately received a system prompt. Ding Guild member Huiwen AI starts live broadcast. My son has joined the live broadcast room. Ko Cheng has joined the live broadcast room. Zhang Dong Little Overlord joins the live broadcast room. The Miss of Crescent Hotel joins the live broadcast room. 12-winged fallen angel Black Cat joins the live broadcast room. Seeing Huiwen AI start the live broadcast, all the members hesitated for a second before joining the live broadcast room. In the live broadcast room, Zhang Yansen, who everyone had just met, stood next to Huiwen AI with a smile on his face, wearing the divine robe of the 5th generation Hokage. 12-winged fallen angel Black Cat, wow, is this AI-chan? She is even cuter than what I saw in the dungeon. Luo Hao, Tisk, an 18-year-old girl becomes a girl, interesting. Sahang Jingzai is full of little bitches, you really have the temperament of a witch. Huiwen AI. She decisively chose to ignore the comments of the members and instead explained the situation of inviting Zhang Yan before. Huiwen AI, I didn't know about the mission at first. I invited the acting president because I felt that someone from that organization appeared around me and I wanted to ask him for help. Huiwen AI saw the message that everyone added her in the group chat, which was why she started the live broadcast. She finally made some friends in this union and felt a sense of belonging to this union. She didn't want others to have any misunderstandings. Well, I was just invited to help here. What mission? I don't know anything. Zhang Yan nodded in agreement, indicating that he definitely didn't know about the mission before coming here. Huiwen AI. She looked up and glanced at Zhang Yan silently, and was speechless. After she invited Zhang Yan, she received a reminder from the system immediately, asking her if she was sure to invite Zhang Yan to complete the assistance mission, and she didn't need to waste the only invitation opportunity. She was sure that Zhang Yan must have received this message. You don't know anything about the mission? I'm afraid you didn't press the confirmation button at the first time? It's confirmed, you old bitch. Chapter 30 AI-chan's Poisonous Tongue, The Time Traveler is an AI fan. 1/4, New Book, Everything is Requested. Losing money to become the richest man, it's a mistake of 100 million, it's really a mistake of 100 million. If I found out there is such a task, I can go to Conan world to show the handsomeness of Iron Man. The old man is a marquis, the handsomeness of scrap copper and rotten iron. Losing money to become the richest man, old marquis, you haven't received the task, what do you have to be arrogant about? No wonder Xiao AI didn't ask you for help. The old man is a marquis, shit, you are really a fool Ichi. The richest man in the world, I like the way you think of me but can't hit me. The old man is a marquis, very good, I will buy the shuttle talisman now. The richest man in the world, if I don't agree, you can't come. The old man is a marquis. Ha ha ha. In the Marvel world, Tony laughed like a goose. He has been waiting for this moment for a long time. Since he knew that traveling to other member worlds requires the consent of the original world members, he has the confidence. You have points, I agree to your crossing, what can you do? But the next moment, his expression froze on his face. Aizen and I have obtained the consent of the original world members, and the acting president seems to have this power. The richest man in the world, Aizen, I advise you to be kind. Ichigo Kurosaki? This big shit actually robbed him of his few lines? How can it be repaired? Losing money to become the richest man, everyone, Jarvis is broken again. I'm going to repair it first. Chat later. I am a marquis. The top of martial arts, Xiao Ai, why did you invite Zhang Yan but not me? The black cat of the 12-winged fallen angel, yes, why didn't you invite me? Are you afraid of my coming? The little tyrant of Jiangdong, I want points too. I have many sons, Dad, I want points too. Tang family mistress, +1. Yin Xinyu, +1. Acting President Su Hangxiu, +1. Ai-chan, am I wrong about this love after all? Su Hangxiu was very sad. She was the first person to upload a memory copy and let the black cat help Ai-chan. Why didn't Ai-chan choose her? Seeing this group of members who started to make trouble, Huiwen Ai felt that the burning evil spirit in her body was about to be uncontrollable. She hugged her chest with two small hands and turned on the poisonous tongue mode directly. I first considered asking you, the acting president, for help, but considering that your current situation doesn't seem to be very good, and your strength is limited, right? I asked you, can you block bullets and dodge bullets? Sun Ce, you are an ancient person, you don't know much about modern times, right? Are you sure you can take me away? Can you dodge bullets? Sister Wan Wan, your martial arts seem good, but can you dodge bullets? Can you beat sniper rifles? Can you dodge bombs? Ms. Yin and Li Yulai, can you come to my world to be a beautiful mascot? Are you sure you can withstand bullets? Tang Xiaosan, why are you a baby? Can't you learn from Yan Yan? Whitebeard Dad, you are the tallest person at 6 meters. Do you want to become the world's headlines by coming to my world? As for the old Marquis and Luo Hao, I am not worried about you two coming to my world, but I am afraid that you will sink the island country directly. As Huiwen Ai asked a series of questions, the Union group suddenly became silent. For the first time, they personally felt the power of Huiwen Ai's poisonous tongue, but they didn't expect it to be so fierce. Can you dodge bullets? Can you dodge sniper rifles? Can you dodge bombs? Well, they suddenly realized that this task didn't seem so easy to take. Those people in the winery were criminals, carrying modern hot weapons, and they might not be able to deal with them. In fact, some people didn't mention Huiwen Ai, but they didn't think about it. For example, Aizen is a villain with a very high IQ, so Ai Habara is instinctively a little wary. Ichigo Kurosaki and Tony Iron Man are suitable, but their personalities are a little unreliable. After a careful screening, Ai Habara found that the most reliable choice was Zhang Yan, a new member who had just joined the Union. First of all, Zhang Yan is strong enough to overwhelm this dimension. Secondly, Zhang Yan has uploaded the copy memory and changed the plot live. He must have points, and he is the acting president. The last point, and the most important one, is that she had originally planned to go to Naruto after she had enough points, because the ninja power system of Naruto is the easiest to get started with in her opinion, and the upper limit seems to be not low. It must be said that Ai-chan in a rational state has a really high IQ. While Ai Habara explained the situation to the Union members, Zhang Yan was not idle either. He closed his eyes and released the domineering aura of observation to sense the surrounding situation. He was also quite curious about which member of the winery found Ai Habara. Could it be Jin? Then make some of this guy as a gift to Habara Ai. However, this possibility is not high. After all, according to Jin's personality, he will kill Habara Ai as soon as he finds out about this traitor. Is it more likely that it is Sister Bei? If it is Sister Bei, then he must go and meet her. This is a charming mature woman. Hey! Just after releasing his observation haki, Zhang Yan noticed an interesting scene. In the building next door, a man wrapped in black clothes is constantly observing the situation in Habara Ai's room through a sniper scope, muttering something. Tisk Ai-chan is here. It's worth my half-day search. My lovely Ai-chan, get ready to embrace me. Zhang Yan. From the tone of this guy, could he be the time traveler mentioned in the mission? Looking at the situation, he is actually a fan of Habara Ai. Chapter 31 Sin Value System, Poor Hattori Heiji. 2/4, New Book, Please Help. Hey, who is this man? When was he there? Wait, this dress looks familiar. Fuck, what the hell is the 5th Hokage? In the Conan world, on a tall building, a man lying on the ground and observing something through a sniper scope jumped up and rubbed his eyes as if he didn't believe in evil. Because of this action, his appearance was completely exposed to the sun. The man's skin was a little dark, but not very dark. He looked a little like Kudo Shinichi, but also a little like Hattori Heiji. In fact, his name is Hattori Heiji, from Osaka. But he is not the well-known Hattori Heiji, but a time traveler who was selected by a system called the Sin Value and wore into this Conan world. The Conan world is a world where murders are frequent. The purpose of the Sin Value system to select Hattori Heiji is to see his evil nature and let him commit more crimes. When he heard that he could do something in his favorite Conan world, especially when he thought of the many beauties in this world, Hattori Heiji immediately agreed. Today is his first day of traveling through time. The identity implanted in him by the system is Hattori Heiji, and his original body has been destroyed by the system. In order to facilitate Hattori Heiji's activities, the Sin Value system also arranged an identity of a winery spy in his novice gift package, as well as matching clothing, gun skills, and murderous aura. Having top-level strength at the beginning, Hattori Heiji felt a little floating. Immediately afterwards, he investigated Miyano Shiho's situation with the identity of the winery and found that she was already a traitor, so he inferred the fact that Heibara AI had appeared. When he thought of Heibara AI's body that could be big or small, Hattori Heiji felt a burst of heat in his body. He was so excited that he didn't rush to use Hattori Heiji's body to overthrow Toyama Kazuha. He came to Tokyo as soon as possible, but to his surprise, Heibara AI did not look for Conan, that is, Kudo Shinichi, as he knew, and did not stay in Dr. Agaza's house. It took him half a day and a certain amount of sin to find Heibara AI's exact location, and found that she felt that she had found a place to live. This situation was a little surprising to Hattori Heiji, but he finally attributed it to the butterfly effect caused by his crossing. The butterfly effect, the universal explanation effect. And now, Hattori Heiji is ready to act. He didn't have the intention to attack Heibara AI well. With the Sin Value system, he planned to use force directly. As for whether it is good to force a little girl under 10 years old, Hattori Heiji said that this is the sin he wants. But just when he was about to act, he found that Heibara AI suddenly had a black vortex, and then a man left. What surprised him even more was that the man was wearing a divine robe that only existed in the Naruto world, and on it were written the 5 characters of the 5th Hokage. At this moment, he was stunned. Isn't the 5th Hokage Tsunade Senju? Shouldn't there be a gambling character on the back of Tsunade Senju's divine robe? Why did a man appear now? Also, isn't this Conan time? Could it be that many years ago, the island country in the Conan world was actually the Naruto continent? What the hell? Hattori Heiji felt that he must have seen it wrong, and raised the sniper rifle again, observing the situation on the opposite side through the sniper scope. But when he looked, he found that Heibara AI and the suspected Hokage had disappeared. Did they change rooms? Hattori Heiji frowned slightly and decided to change the angle to observe the rental house where Heibara AI lived, but when he turned his head, his body was struck by lightning and stiffened there. He found that a handsome young man was holding his target, Aiwira, and was smiling at him. The young man's smile was very sunny, and anyone who saw it would feel like bathing in the spring breeze. But at this moment, Hattori Heiji only felt a chill in his heart. A feeling of being targeted by a powerful hunter instantly filled his heart. You want to put me down? In Zhang Yan's arms, Aiwira, who was held by her, spoke indifferently, but the blush on her face showed that her heart was not calm. Although her body was a child now, her mind was an adult after all. Being held by a man as a little girl, she felt very ashamed. And those members of the union were still talking about something else. 12-winged fallen angel black cat, wow, Zhang Yan embraces Ai-chan, the picture is so loving. Sahang Jingzai is full of little bitches, they look so good together, am I evil? The richest man in the world, the acting president is a real man. The acting president? Old Marquis, tell me when you need authority, and I have nothing to do with you going to the Marvel world. The old man is the Marquis, I agree. The richest man in the world. Tony appeared in an instant and sent a private message to Su Hangxiu. Su Hangxiu is also the acting president like Zhang Yan. If the old Marquis wants to come to the Marvel world, Tony, Zhang Yan, and Su Hangxiu need to vote, and the minority obeys the majority. Okay, okay. Su Hangxiu agreed, but what she was thinking was, Zhang Yan and the Marquis are two people, and they must not offended. Hey, hello. Hattori Heiji greeted them cautiously. Zhang Yan and Hebara Ai ignored him. The latter frowned slightly and asked in confusion, is this person Hattori Heiji? Although Hebara Ai has not met Hattori Heiji yet, she has seen the copy memory and knows about this good friend of Kudo Shinichi. Hattori Heiji was stunned by Hebara Ai's words and felt a little incredible. Hebara Ai actually knew his vest? How is this possible? Is it also the butterfly effect? Just as Hattori Heiji was puzzled, Zhang Yan's answer to Hebara Ai made him feel a sharp pull in his heart. Yes and no. He is our mission target this time. A traverser with a system. Chapter 32 Revealing Sharingan, Using Special Illusions. 3/4, Newbie asks for everything. A time traveler. Ai Huira showed a surprised expression, and looked at Hattori Heiji carefully. She was not in a hurry to get down from Zhang Yan's arms for a while, and asked curiously, are you sure? She remembered the appearance of the man in front of her. It was clearly Hattori Heiji. The only difference was that his skin color was a little whiter than in the memory copy. How could Zhang Yan be sure that he was a time traveler? 100% sure. Zhang Yan nodded calmly. When he used his observation haki to find Hattori Heiji before, he heard him muttering. Who would appear in this place at this time and call Ai Huira Ai-chan? Who else could it be except a time traveler? The only thing Zhang Yan was curious about was whether this guy in front of him was a body or a soul, and why, except for the skin color, he looked exactly like Hattori Heiji. Traveler. Target. Are you from the Space-Time Administration? Hearing the conversation between Zhang Yan and Huira Ai, Hattori Heiji's heart changed. He could feel that the person in front of him was not simple. Space-Time Administration. Zhang Yan raised his eyebrows and smiled faintly, that's about what you mean. Are you sending me back to the original world now? Hattori Heiji asked nervously. To be honest, he didn't want to go back to the past. The Conan world is so good, there are so many beauties, he also has a plot profit, and more importantly, he has a system, he can have no worries about food and clothing. But Zhang Yan doesn't seem to be easy to mess with. Oh, the sin value system. Thinking of the system, Hattori Heiji seemed to have grabbed the last straw, and immediately shouted in his heart, system, come out quickly, system. However, no matter how Hattori Heiji called, the sin value system seemed to have disappeared, without any reaction. I'm not going to be in trouble, am I? My Conan journey has just begun. This strange situation made Hattori Heiji even more panicked. Return to the original world. That depends on whether you are worthy. Zhang Yan smiled. As soon as he got the task, he asked the Union system about the standard for dealing with travelers in the task. Is it to wipe out the world, or what? After all, he, Zhang Yan, is also a traveler. The answer given by the Union system is that travelers are divided into legal and illegal. Legal travelers are those who actively extradite creatures from the 10,000 worlds to cross, such as the will of the world or the origin, while illegal travelers are smuggled and need to be dealt with. As for repatriation and elimination, unless there is a clear invitation in the task, it is up to the person who performs the task. In other words, how to deal with Hattori Heiji is up to Zhang Yan himself. And he doesn't know Hattori Heiji well, and he is broadcasting live now, so he can't kill innocent people indiscriminately. So it's up to Hattori Heiji to decide how to deal with it. Zhang Yan suddenly closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his eyes had changed, with 3 red megatama in his dark pupils. Sharingan. Hattori Heiji is obviously also a senior anime fan. Zhang Yan's 3 megatama Sharingan is a little different, and he recognized it at the first time. Correct. Give you a reward. Zhang Yan grinned, directly activated chakra, and launched an illusion. Looking directly into Zhang Yan's eyes, Hattori Heiji's expression was stunned, and his eyes slowly lost their spirit, until he suddenly said blankly, meet the master. Master. Hattori Heiji's address to Zhang Yan scared Huiwen Ai and the members of the Union in the live broadcast room. Zhang Dong, little overlord, what's wrong with this guy who seems to be a time traveler? Calling the acting president like that. 12-winged fallen angel black cat, oh my god, oh my god, what's going on? The ultimate warrior, hypnotized. The richest man in Los, yes, he was hypnotized. The yellow-haired good man, isn't this the ability of Aizen? Does the acting president also have the Zanpakuto of Kagami Water Moon? If Aizen, who is in soul society, thinks that he is not a soul body, he would spit out blood now. What on earth did he think in the past that he would think that the idiot Kurosaki Ichigo is worth training? What's even funnier is that he actually lost in the end. This is really ridiculous. Is all the hypnosis in the world Kagami Water Moon? Also, his hypnosis can control the opponent's 5 senses, can others do it? Acting President Su Hangxiu, look at Zhang Yan's eyes. You also heard what the time traveler said just now, right? He is now using the blood limit of the Naruto world, and it is a 3 Magatama Sharingan. Su Hangxiu briefly explained the ability of the Sharingan, as well as the advanced ability of the Sharingan, the Manjakaya Sharingan. By the way, she also explained the Byakugan, the Samsara Eye, and the Magatama Samsara Eye. Because chatting is directly communicated through the brain, sending these messages only requires a thought, so it doesn't take long. This future vice president is doing a good job. I really like him more and more. In the future, if there are new union members joining, as well as explanations and plots, they can all be led by Su Hangxiu. I just need to watch, isn't it wonderful? Seeing Su Hangxiu acting as a commentator again, Zhang Yan was very satisfied. The members of the guild cannot be harmed unless the punishment talisman is used, but this punishment talisman cannot be used on Zhang Yan, the acting president. If he becomes the president in the future and enjoys privileges, there is no need to be afraid. In other words, the guild members do not pose any threat to him. In this case, he will try his best to show his strength and mystery, so that he can have more and more prestige in this guild. The superior must be capable and mysterious, making people unpredictable. He showed the ability of the Sharingan for this purpose. However, after explaining it, Su Hangxiu raised a doubt. Acting President Su Hangxiu, the 2 Magatama Sharingan is also called the Hypnotic Eye, but the effect seems to be to cast an illusion, right? How does hypnosis work? Is it related to the uniqueness of your Sharingan, Zhang Yan? Chapter 33 The Miserable Time Traveler, died at the beginning. 4/4, new book, everything. Is it because your Sharingan is special? Looking at Zhang Yan's Sharingan in the live broadcast room, Su Hangxiu asked the doubts in her heart. She is familiar with the ability of Sharingan. She also knows that the Uchiha clan is called the Red Eye Disease clan. Zhang Yan's Sharingan has black pupils and 3 inconspicuous red Magatama, which is obviously different from others. And now, Zhang Yan has also displayed abilities that Sharingan does not have, which makes her even more confused. She also guessed, is this a weakened version of Kota Amatsukami? Almost. Zhang Yan answered ambiguously. He wanted to create mystery. You can imagine the specific situation yourself. He is not stupid enough to tell everything. As for how he hypnotized, this is of course a means he has. After the Sharingan is opened to the 2nd Magatama, the insight ability will increase and the visual illusion ability will be opened, so it is called the Hypnotic Eye. But this kind of hypnosis is not true hypnosis, it is just to let the other party see illusions through the influence of chakra. Most people know that they cannot get rid of the illusion, and some people enter the illusion unconsciously, so they are deceived. And Zhang Yan uses this power to cast illusions on people, combined with various psychological suggestion methods he mastered when he was an ace negotiator before crossing over, to make people completely hypnotized. Of course, this kind of hypnosis is not as domineering as Aizen's Mirror Flower and Water Moon, but that is also relative. In fact, this method is very powerful, even more powerful than ordinary illusions. As long as the willpower or mental power of the person being cast is weaker than Zhang Yan, he only needs to look at it and he can completely hypnotize the person, leaving only unconscious instincts to act. This is a method he created and is proud of. As long as his mental power is strong enough, it will not be a problem to rival Kota Amatsukami and Mirror Flower and Water Moon in the future. For example, now, Zhang Yan walked up to Hattori Heiji and asked nonchalantly, "What's your name? Are you a time traveler?" "Hattori Heiji, I am a time traveler. My original name was Watanabe Koji, and now my name is Hattori Heiji. How long have you been in this world?" "Hattori Heiji, half a day." "Did you travel in your body or soul?" "Hattori Heiji, did you travel in your body?" Where is the original Hattori Heiji? Hattori Heiji, destroyed by the system. Have you killed anyone yourself? Hattori Heiji, no. What do you think is the worst thing you have done? Hattori Heiji, I peeked at my sister-in-law taking a bath, and fantasized about XXX. Zhang Yan. Greyhara AI. All members. The pinnacle of martial arts, filthy people, Zhang Yan, wipe them out and purify the world. The 12-winged fallen angel Black Cat, vile people should be punished by heaven, how can they be cultivated? Yin Xinyu, how can such a disgusting person fantasize about being strong? Sahang Jingzai is full of little bitches, men are really lustful people. The old man is a marquis. I have many sons. Acting President Zhang Yan. Seeing these three guys who are stronger than her raise a series of question marks, Wan Wan was panicked. Sahang Jingzai is full of little bitches, I forgot to say, except for the handsome guys in the union. Losing the richest man, don't talk nonsense, I only love my little hot pepper. Zhang Dong little overlord, Mr. Richest Man, aren't you a playboy? You also passed on your experience to me so that I can pick up girls, although as the future lord of Jiangdong, I can't use it. Losing the richest man. What's wrong with this little brother? He actually betrayed himself. AI Habara was too lazy to watch these funny guys chatting. After thinking seriously, she asked Zhang Yan, since he hasn't done anything bad, why not erase his memory and send him back to the original world? Leader Luo Hao was absolutely serious about killing Hattori Heiji. She is such a person who can't tolerate any sand in her eyes, and she has a natural contempt for people who are not descendants of Yan Huang. Gajan Liulai felt more ashamed. There are less than half of the people in this group who really want Hattori Heiji to die because of his moral issues. Zhang Yan didn't care. He only looked at his position, obedience, and gains and losses when killing people. Whether he should kill or not was not within his consideration. Unfortunately, Hattori Heiji in front of him was within his range of dislike. Who made this guy target AI-chan? But AI-chan still had to give face. Thinking of this, Zhang Yan continued to ask, what is the name of your system? Introduce its functions. Hattori Heiji, the sin value system. As long as you do bad things, you can get sin points. With sin points, you can buy all abilities. Buy all abilities. Zhang Yan became interested and asked, all abilities? Including superpowers, teleportation, flying skills, etc. Hattori Heiji, not included. All abilities refer to the peak power that ordinary humans can master. Boring. Zhang Yan shook his head in disappointment. If the sin value system can provide Hattori Heiji with supernatural abilities, it must not be an ordinary system. The more powerful the system, the more points it means. But the result disappointed him. However, the sin value system is not a good system just by the name and the way to become stronger. Considering that Hattori Heiji found Habara AI only half a day after traveling through time, Zhang Yan asked again, why did you target Habara AI? Hattori Heiji, in order to get her, I will turn her into my woman directly. As long as I commit a crime, I can get sin value. I plan to strengthen her first. Hattori Heiji did not say the rest of the words because he had no chance. Boom! Zhang Yan raised his hand and condensed a fire escape great flames raised Nan, and decisively shot forward. Hattori Heiji's body was immediately covered by the rotating flames and eventually turned into ashes. This time traveler who had just obtained the system and thought he was about to reach the peak of his life in the Conan world ended his life like this. After doing all this, Zhang Yan turned his head and blinked at Habara AI. AI-chan, you should have no objection to me doing this, right? Update description for the next week. First of all, thank you for following the book until now. The purpose of posting this chapter is to tell you that the author wants to strive for a website recommendation next Tuesday, so from today on, there will be no more chapters, and only 4 chapters will be posted every day. Whether this recommendation can be made or not, the author will post it next Wednesday. Of course, the rules for adding chapters must be followed, and readers must not suffer losses, so the author will make up the number of chapters added after the listing. For example, according to the usual practice, the revenue from the listing will be increased by 10 chapters. On this basis, the author will add at least 10 more chapters, that is, everyone will see at least 20 chapters on the first day, and the upper limit is 30 chapters. As for the future, as long as everyone gives flowers, evaluation votes and monthly votes, I will definitely add chapters every day. So, awesome big guys, get started, move your hands, and give flowers. By then, you can see 20 or even 30 chapters on the first day, and there will be no less than 6 chapters every day. And all of this is in your hands. Big guys, it's time to witness your power. Hit me with data. Chapter 34, Exchange System for Points. Get Rich Indiana 1 Go. 1/4, New Book, Everything is Needed. No. Absolutely not. AI Huira shook her head indifferently. She had never expected that the person she almost let go of was actually a guy who wanted to forcibly possess her regardless of her child's body. At this moment, she certainly had no intention of letting Hattori Heiji go. This kind of thing made her feel sick just thinking about it. If possible, she even wanted to kill this guy herself. Do you really think that if you don't want to be in the dark, you are a saint? This kind of person deserves death. The atmosphere in the guild chat group was also suddenly quiet. Zhang Yan suddenly killed someone, and to be honest, it shocked everyone a little. Well, to be precise, it shocked Yun Xinyu and Gaujin Liulai, who were ordinary people who had never seen it. However, there was a precedent of Whitebeard beating Blackbeard, and Zhang Yan's move was fast and bloodless, so they could accept it. But the two women secretly warned themselves in their hearts to adapt as soon as possible. Once you join this union, you can no longer be ordinary, nor tolerate being weak. As for whether or not to persuade Hattori Heiji, imagine what would have happened to Ai Habara if she hadn't asked Zhang Yan for help? What if Ai Habara hadn't joined the superdimensional union, and Hattori Heiji had traveled through time? Although he hadn't done anything bad, he deserved to die. In the superdimensional union, no member thought that Zhang Yan's methods were problematic. No matter if it was a villain or a hero, a girl or a baby, everyone just wanted to say one thing now: well done. Okay, don't worry about this. All the problems are not solved. Zhang Yan reached out and touched Huiwen Ai's hair to comfort her. Huiwen Ai. As long as you put me down, I will be fine. Huiwen Ai's face flushed red, and she suddenly realized that Zhang Yan had been holding her until now, and now he touched her head. She is already 18 years old, okay? Do you really think she is a little girl? But Zhang Yan's answer made her very upset. I don't want it. Zhang Yan shook his head and refused, and not only did he not put her down, but he increased the strength of his arms. You. Huiwen Ai glared at Zhang Yan, but when she saw Zhang Yan's beautiful three-Magadama Sharingan, for some reason, her heart suddenly became very calm. Seeing that Huiwen Ai was not talking, Zhang Yan did not deliberately tease her, and explained, I will take you to a place later, and it is a waste of time to let you go down. He spoke in a serious voice, and everyone knew he was not joking. Tisk, then I'll stay for a while reluctantly. Greybara Ai turned her head away from Zhang Yan, but the blush on her neck still betrayed her mood. 12-winged fallen angel black cat, ding dong, your shy AI is online. Yun Xinyu, business card field, I didn't expect to see the poison tongue AI and the Tsundere AI again. Greybara AI, you two, no way to compete. Acting President Zhang Yan, don't lead the rhythm, now let's finish the system task and see what's going on. Just kidding. Do you know how great it feels to hold Ai Habara? How could you ruin it? Zhang Yan decisively changed the subject. And the point of his change of subject was also very useful, and people immediately began to agree. Aizen said that the points reward is easy to understand. Now Miss Ai Habara and the acting president must have got the points. What I am more curious about is how much can the so-called system recycling gain. Aizen said that since joining the superdimensional union, he has abandoned his previous plans and has no regard for the so-called future. He is now focusing on the 10,000 worlds and countless dimensions. He wants to use the superdimensional union as a platform to reach the top of the 10,000 worlds. Maybe he will not be the strongest one, but as long as he can be at a high level, it will be fine. And points, whether for his own strengthening or for using the functions that the union already has and may appear in the future, are indispensable. He has always attached great importance to it. Let me experiment now. Zhang Yan was not vague. As soon as he solved Hattori Heiji, he received a prompt from the union system, saying that he had obtained the sin value system. He had seen the function of the sin value system, and the meaning of Hattori Heiji was of no value to him, so it was just right to recycle it now. Ding! The sin value system was detected. Do you want to recycle it? Ding confirmed to recycle. Ding, the recycle of the inferior system sin value system was successful, and 15,000 points were returned. Please accept it. The next moment, Zhang Yan's account immediately increased by 15,000 points. Adding the 1,000 points obtained by completing the task, and the remaining 3,260 points before, there were a total of 18,260 points, which could be said to be a wave of wealth. These points are enough to upgrade the Manjakaya Sharingan. However, Zhang Yan did not rush to exchange, but after thinking about it, he allocated 2,000 points to Habara AI. He certainly did not do this to pursue Huiwen AI in this way, or to be a foolish money-spending boy. He just wanted to establish prestige and image in the Union and pave the way for competing for the position of president later. People who eat alone will never be supported. Zhang Yan has always understood this. As the old saying goes, if you want a horse to run, you must feed it first. 2,000 points are just a disguised investment. Give it out now and you will get more. And many facts in the future will also prove Zhang Yan's idea. As for now, Huiwen AI heard the prompt sound in his mind, and suddenly turned his head and asked, "You transferred 2,000 points to me?" "Yes." Zhang Yan certainly would not deny it, and generously admitted, "The recycling system received 15,000 points. Considering that I was the one who worked hard this time, I only allocated you 2,000 points. You should have no objection, right?" As he said, Zhang Yan blinked at Huiwen AI, with a hint of playfulness in his eyes. "Opinions?" Greyhara AI said she had no opinions. She was very satisfied. All the union members. But we are not satisfied. Chapter 35 System Loopholes, a large number of hidden rewards. 2/4, new book asks for everything. The old man is a marquis, I didn't hear it wrong, that system actually has 15,000 points after recycling. Losing the richest man, the old marquis is old, so his ears are not good. The old man is a marquis, shit, I have no interest in paying attention to you now. Do you know what 15,000 points mean? I have many sons, since I joined the union, I have signed in every day and tried to change the plot live, but I only got 3,000 points in total. I didn't expect that I didn't even get a fraction of what the acting president got today. The top warrior 15,000 points? If used to strengthen, it will be more useful than slaughtering a few disobedient gods. Aizen said that the system is of great value. I hope I can participate in the next mission. Yellow-haired good man, I also want to do the mission. If there are points, it is no problem to kill Aizen with one hand. Aizen Kusuk, believe it or not, I don't need one hand now, I can get rid of you with one order. Yellow-haired good man, goodbye. Yin Xinyu, what I envy is AI-chan, who got 2,000 points without lying down. 12-winged fallen angel black cat, I am a fallen angel, and I will never admit that I am envious, excited and hateful now. Tang family Ziosin, I woke up and found that the whole world has changed. 15,000 points? 2,000 points? I only have 300 points after signing in for more than 10 days. Losing the richest man, what did I say about only more than 200 points? Acting President Zhang Yan, hey? Are the points you can get from signing in so few? I got 100 points for my first sign-in today, and I thought I was a nobody. Losing the richest man. Zhangdong little tyrant. Sahang Jingzai is full of little bitches. Just a joke, in a guild where people are very happy if they can sign in 50 points, someone signed in and got 100 points, and felt that he was a nobody. Acting President Su Hangxiu. We are all Earth travelers, and we are all acting presidents, so why is the gap so big? The points she earned in half a month by signing in and memory copies were only about the same as the fraction of the points Zhang Yan got from a task. Su Hangxiu said she was very upset. Just then, a system prompt sounded in her head. Ding, Huiwen AI sent a group red envelope. Red envelope? Ding, losing the richest man got the red envelope. Ding, Tang Ziosin got the red envelope. Ding. Ding, acting President Zhang Yan got the red envelope. AI Huira sent a red envelope with a total of 500 points, 15 in total, including herself, all members of the union can get it. The reason why she sent this red envelope is that AI Huira felt that the 3,000 points she got were too easy, and she felt guilty for some reason. In addition, she also received help from many people in the union during this period, and she sent this red envelope. 12-winged fallen angel black cat, Woohoo, as expected, my fallen angel is so powerful, I actually got 50 points, which is more than the average, right? Losing the richest man, I almost cried with 19 points. Tang family mistress, 30 points is still okay. Marquis Waban, ... Looking at the 1 point he grabbed, he felt that he needed to kill a disobedient god to calm down. Yellow-haired good man, acting President Zhang Yan, boss, don't you send red envelopes. While everyone was discussing how many points they had grabbed, Ichigo Kurosaki suddenly stood up and said Zhang Yan. So, everyone was excited. Zhang Yan got 12,000 points at once. In addition to the points he got for signing in, he should have also got points for changing the plot during the live broadcast. He is a real points tycoon. If he sends out points, how many points will it be? 1,000 directly? Or even more? For a while, everyone was looking forward to it. Send a red envelope? In the live broadcast room opened by Habara AI, Zhang Yan shook his head decisively. It is absolutely impossible to send red envelopes. Don't think that Habara AI is very straightforward in sending points now, she will regret it later. Although he has many means, his real strength is not too strong in this guild, so points are very useful. Seeing Zhang Yan shaking his head, everyone was disappointed, but didn't say anything. Sending red envelopes is a favor, and there is nothing to say if he doesn't send them. Everyone will not think that Zhang Yan is stingy. If he is really stingy, he will not give Habara AI 2,000 points to share. You know, Habara AI did nothing from beginning to end, and even asked Zhang Yan for help. But at this moment, Zhang Yan suddenly grinned and said, but I'm going to do an experiment soon. If you are lucky, you may have an extra world copy for brushing points in the future, and you can all participate then. Experiment? One more copy where everyone can earn points? Isn't this more interesting than grabbing red envelopes? Zhang Yan's words immediately attracted everyone's attention, and some smart people immediately thought of what he meant. For example, Aizen Kusuk, he pushed his glasses and asked, do you want to participate in Conan's plot to solve the case? Acting President Zhang Yan, that's right. Since you can get points by changing the plot live, and we know the whole story of every case in Conan, then we can completely forge a detective's identity to participate, solve the case earlier than Conan, or save some tragedies. Can't we get points? Zhang Yan expressed his thoughts. As soon as his idea came out, all the members of the guild were not calm, especially those who were not strong. This is a naked way to earn points. If it is done well, everyone can get rich. And everyone can have a taste of being a detective. For example, a pirate detective, a fallen angel detective, an Iron Man detective, a Grim Reaper detective. The members of the guild were very excited. But at this time, the voice of the superdimensional guild system suddenly sounded in Zhang Yan's mind. Ding! Thank you for detecting the guild bug. Now the guild bug has been fixed. Now give the auxiliary guild system progress reward. Ding! You get the permanent 50% discount purchase right for the shuttle charm, punishment charm, and kick charm. Ding! You get a 10,000 points reward. Ding! You get the permanent binding authority of the vice president, and compete for the 5-person support quota of the president. Chapter 36 Learn the 6 styles of the Navy, and want to learn flying skills. 3/4, new book asks for everything. Hearing the series of voices in his mind, Zhang Yan's expression remained calm. At least the members in the live broadcast room could not see anything, but his heart was shaken. The guild system would have bugs, and he would find them and give him rewards. This was completely beyond his expectations. He originally concluded after analysis that the points that could be obtained by changing the plot live in the Conan world must be very few. The reason is that he did not think that this seemingly powerful superdimensional worker would have such a loophole that allowed guild members to easily swipe points. It was precisely because of this idea that he was so generous to talk about the future Conan world points. Using a small amount of points to get the favor of the union members is a cost-effective full purchase. If he can really get a lot of points, he will not give up this opportunity. But he didn't expect that he only guessed half of it. The union will not allow such a loophole to appear, but it does not mean that it has discovered this loophole at the beginning, and this becomes a bug. And the members who discovered this bug are equivalent to helping the union to improve, and they are naturally rewarded. And these rewards made Zhang Yan's heart twitch violently. Not to mention the permanent 50% discount purchase rights of the 3 types of talismans, the shuttle talisman, the punishment talisman, and the kick-out talisman. If you buy more, it can also help him save a lot of points. Not to mention 10,000 points, he can use it to improve his strength faster. But what makes him most excited is the permanent binding authority of the vice president and the 5-person support quota for competing for the president. When the president of the guild is elected, the position of acting president will disappear, and 2 vice presidents will be elected at the same time, who can enjoy certain privileges. Theoretically, the vice president is appointed by the president and can be exempted. And the permanent binding authority of Zhang Yan, the vice president, is that the system has given Zhang Yan a position of vice president. After someone becomes the president, he will automatically get the authority and cannot be deprived. That is, he must be a privileged class in this guild, and he is not afraid of being removed. This is very cool. Second, 5 presidents compete for the quota, which is also useful. When the number of guild members reaches 20, the acting president can compete for the position of president, and then the members will vote. Only when the number of votes exceeds 2/3 can the acting president be formalized, and he directly gets 5 votes. Tisk tisk tisk, I really made a lot of money this time in Conan's world. Thinking of what he gained after coming to Conan's world, Zhang Yan couldn't help but feel a little excited. When this trip is over and he returns to Naruto's world, his strength can be rapidly improved. And the Habara AI who asked him to come to this world is simply her lucky star. Thinking of this, Zhang Yan looked at Habara AI in his arms, and suddenly leaned down and kissed her on the forehead. AI-chan, I really like you. Habara AI? All members? Zhang Yan, you are too perverted. After realizing what happened, Habara AI, who had never been intimate with a living person of the opposite sex, was completely embarrassed and angry, and her face was as red as a red tomato. Especially Zhang Yan's sentence "I like you too much." It was a fatal blow. In a sense, Zhang Yan is her Habara AI's lifesaver. Just being rescued by a hero, and now facing such a strong confession, even if she is Habara AI, she can't be moved, okay? At the same time, watching the live broadcast, Yanzinyu suddenly reached out and covered her chest. This feeling is so uncomfortable and depressing. I really want to be Habara AI. At this moment, Yanzinyu found that she had the answer to her ultimate question. After a while. Sorry, I couldn't help myself. Zhang Yan's insincere apology made Habara AI, who had improved a little, blush again. What is "can't help myself"? Can you please explain it to me? Let's go find Conan next. Noticing Habara AI's expression, knowing that continuing to talk would only make things worse, Zhang Lan didn't want to explain. It's a misunderstanding. Anyway, he has a lot of women, and it doesn't matter if there is one more. Habara AI should just not get involved first. But before I act, I have to do something else. Looking down at the surrounding buildings, Zhang Yan sent a private message to Whitebeard. Whitebeard, do you know the 6 styles of the Navy? If you do, I will buy it with points. Zhang Yan wanted to learn the 6 styles of the Navy, focusing on the moon step, and then use points to buy it to a very high level, so that he can stay in the air and move. The body instant technique and the flying thunder god technique are both done in an instant, which is not conducive to hard fighting. For flying's ability, he has been envious for a long time. And most of the big guys in the Union can do it. For example, Luo Hao, the leader, can do magic, and the old Marquis can fly with the power of controlling the weather, and can also fly with the magician in the Dead Servants, and at worst, he can turn into a black dragon to fly. Aizen can't fly, but he is the god of death. As long as he gathers spirit particles under his feet and uses them as footholds, he can also walk in the air. This method is difficult to do in the Jinglingting, which is composed of a world of spirit particles, but it is not too easy in the real world where spirit particles are sparse. So Zhang Yan also wants to fly, otherwise he will be weak against the enemy. There are very few ways to fly in the Naruto world, most of which rely on external objects, or the complete form of Susanoo, or the blessing of the power of the 6 paths. Zhang Yan is interested in the enhanced version of the earth escape and light and heavy rock technique taught by the 2nd generation of Tsuchikage to the 3rd generation of Onaki. This move can greatly reduce the weight of matter, reduce one's own weight, and increase one's own speed, and can also fly freely in the air. It's a pity that he hasn't had the opportunity to learn it yet. So he chose the Navy 6 styles. Although Moonstep is not real flying, it is still good for transitional moves. Chapter 37 Learning the Navy 6 Styles, Aomi's Crisis. 4/4, new book asking for everything. I hope you won't let me down. Zhang Yan just hoped that Whitebeard would not be unable to do it. This guy who relied on the tremor fruit to conquer the world might not have learned it. But the next moment, he found that he still underestimated Whitebeard. Ding, you received a red envelope from member My Son is a lot. My son is a lot, is the acting president interested in the 6 skills of the Navy? I learned them when I was bored. I just got started. I hope it will be useful to you. Forget about the points. Just take me with you when you have a mission in the future. The Navy 6 styles are just entry level, which may be the reason why Whitebeard has never shown these skills to the outside world. Of course, the greater possibility is that he is already invincible with the power of the tremor fruit, and he has no interest in these 6 consecutive auxiliary skills. However, the entry-level Navy 6 styles was enough for Zhang Yan. Anyway, according to the Union's rules, even if Whitebeard mastered the Navy 6 styles and passed it to him, he had to practice it himself or pay for it. What he wanted was knowledge and a chance to get started with points. Okay. Zhang Yan agreed to Whitebeard's request decisively. Who said Whitebeard only knows violence? Isn't this smart? Everyone knows to reserve a place to participate in the mission from him first. Su Hangxiu, as the acting president, am I so invisible? After chatting with Whitebeard for a few words, Zhang Yan opened the red envelope casually. Ding, you have opened many red envelopes from my son, a member of the Union. Congratulations on obtaining Armament Haki, Conqueror Haki, Observation Haki, and the 6 styles of the Navy: Shave, Iron Block, Paper Painting, Moon Step, Storm Kick, Finger Gun. Ding, as the designated Vice President, you enjoy the privileges of the Union. You can get all the abilities given by members. Ding, you have got the Armament Haki. Ding, you have got the Conqueror Haki. Ding, you have got the 6 styles of the Navy. Zhang Yan. Hearing the long series of system prompts in his mind, he almost couldn't help shouting fuck. It's not that he was not calm, but that this superdimensional union was so considerate that the vice president's privileges were simply inhumane. In order to see if there were people targeting him in the union, he deliberately didn't wear the title of vice president, and also to avoid people who were interested in finding it strange. But he never thought that he could enjoy privileges in this way. And the privilege of this skill to help the beginners is too good. It can help him save countless points. For example, now, the 2 domineering entry saves 1000 points, and the Navy 6 styles entry saves 1200 points. The mastery of the Navy 6 styles can be divided into entry, elementary, intermediate, advanced, and top. The top is the end of the tricks, and it is impossible to break through. The remaining way is to advance the tricks. At that time, the tricks have transformed into new tricks. It takes 200 points to get started with the Navy 6 styles, 400 from the entry to the elementary level, 1000 from the elementary to the intermediate level, 2000 from the intermediate to the advanced level, and 5000 from the advanced to the top. Now Zhang Yan, who has 26,300 points, is also rich and willful. He did not hesitate to spend 3,400 points to learn the advanced level of the moon step in the Navy 6 styles. Shua. The next moment, countless moon steps and some of the usage and training experience of shaving were integrated into Zhang Yan's mind, just like he had practiced it thousands of times and understood the mystery. This process, plus the previous conversation between Zhang Yan and Whitebeard, took less than a second. The next moment, Zhang Yan hugged Huiwen Ai and jumped down from the tall building. Moon step. Ding dong. At the same time, in a tall building somewhere, Yashida Ayami, who had taken leave to sleep at home because of a high fever, heard the doorbell ringing, put on her slippers in a daze, and walked to the door in small steps. But as soon as she reached the door, she suddenly woke up. Something's wrong. If it was my mother, she would definitely bring the key, and she knew I had a fever, so she would definitely call me instead of ringing the doorbell. Is it someone else? Out of vigilance, Ayami moved the stool next to the door to the front, then stood on it and looked outside through the peephole of the security door. When she saw the situation outside, Ayami hurriedly covered her mouth to prevent herself from making any sound, so as not to alert the enemy. At her door, a man wearing a helmet was standing at this time, fiddling with the door lock with something unknown. Ayami was a little precocious, and she had always aspired to be an excellent detective, so she was more sensitive to dangerous things. She immediately realized that she had met a bad guy. No, I want to call the police or my mother. Ayami forced herself to calm down. She realized that she, a little girl, could do nothing but ask for help. So she climbed down from the stool lightly, and slowly returned the stool to its original position, so that no one could see the clues. After doing all this, she walked to the landline next to her, picked up her phone and prepared to dial a number. But at this moment, there was a click sound of the door lock being opened from the direction of the door, which made Amy realize that the bad guys were about to come in. If she called now, she could indeed tell her mother or the police about the situation at home, but she would definitely be discovered. Smart Amy immediately put the phone back to its original position so that no one could see anything unusual, and she ran towards the door. She planned to find a place to hide first to ensure her safety, and then use the detective badge given by Dr. Ageza to contact Conan and others and ask them to call the police. It must be said that although Amy is only a first-grade elementary school student, she is really smart. But sometimes, people are not as good as they think. Just when she walked to the door, a gust of wind suddenly came from outside the window of her room. The side she opened was slammed shut by the wind, making a loud noise. This situation caught Amy off guard, and she found that she had no time to go back to her room to hide. Because no matter where she opened the door or the cabinet, it would make a sound. At this moment, Amy noticed the balcony next to her and the curtains on the balcony. She had a bold idea in her mind. Chapter 38 Ai-chan said, "What do you have to be arrogant about?" 1/4, new book asks for everything. At the same time, when Amy was in crisis, Zhang Yan had already come to the sky above Poseidon Elementary School with Ai Huira in his arms, and released his observation haki to find Conan's location. If you want to know the situation in Conan's world, then Conan, the protagonist, is definitely the right choice. Pa. Because of being in the sky, the royal robe behind Zhang Yan was rustling in the wind. In the guild group, the chat atmosphere was very lively at this time. 12-winged fallen angel Black Cat, if it is confirmed that Conan's world can be used to earn points, then I will definitely go there often. I have no interest in becoming a fallen angel detective. I just want to get points and become stronger quickly. I am the only weak person in this guild. It's so sad. Goko Ruri rarely has no second-year middle school, because she knows that second-year middle school is cute in the eyes of others, but it is stupid to be second-year middle school when you should be serious. There are so many big men in this world, but she is the only ordinary person. She is unwilling to accept this. She has to work hard, maybe one day she can really become the existence in her fantasy, and then she will no longer be a middle school student. Yin Xinyu has the same idea as Gokuri Ruri, and now she has decided to become stronger. She has no extra thoughts, she just wants to have the strength to pursue her love without fear. Now she doesn't even have the qualifications to stand beside Zhang Yan. The richest man, acting President Su Hangxiu, is there a flying skill in the Naruto world? For Tony, who needs armor to fly, if there is a way to fly by himself, he also wants to learn it. In case of armor failure during flight, he still has a way to remedy it, right? Acting President Su Hangxiu, there are many ways to fly in the Naruto world. Even if you reach the realm called Six Paths, you will naturally fly. As for Zhang Yan's method, I think it should be my son has many. My son has many, holala, I sent the 6 styles of the navy in the pirate world to the acting president. Now he is using the moon step. It's a small matter if he has points to spend money. Sure enough. In the Yishan world, Su Hangxiu nodded slightly. She also learned the moon step and shave in the 6 styles of the navy, and learned them to the intermediate level. She spent a total of 3,200 points and comprehended her entry-level observation haki. She learned these 3 things because she was not familiar with the Yishan world at the beginning, so she learned the speed, short-term flight and induction skills to facilitate her escape. This also made her original 5,000 points drop to the bottom, and her strength was not much stronger, but her skills were very good. Now, after watching the memory copy uploaded by Zhang Yan, she has some understanding of the power level of the world she is in. She may not be as strong as Zhang Sanfan and other Taishan Baidu, but no one can stop her if she wants to escape, especially when she has the support of the observation haki. Because it is safe, she decided not to leave this world for the time being, but to rely on foresight to develop a wave, change the plot, collect points, and so on. Losing the richest man, Navy 6 styles? Whitebeard Dad, send me a red envelope too, I want to learn it, or exchange it with something. I have many sons, it doesn't matter, if it is a devil fruit or other valuables, it will definitely bite requires an equal exchange. As for the 6 styles of the Navy, if you want to learn it, you can chat with me directly. Whitebeard is a pirate. It can be seen from the fact that he launched the war on the top phrase that he is very good to his own people. And the members of the Union have been recognized by him. This recognition is not enough to make him so foolishly open his heart, but why should he be stingy with a mere opportunity to learn the 6 styles of the Navy? In the Conan world, when Habara AI in Zhang Yan's arms saw the information found by Whitebeard, her eyes suddenly lit up. Now she just happened to have some points in her hand. If the 6 styles of the Navy are not expensive, she can learn it first. For example, Zhang Yan is now taking her moon steps in the air. Although it is not a real flight, it is also very good even if it stays for a short time, not to mention that it can also be a very fast means of movement. As soon as he thought of it, Habara AI immediately sent a private message to Whitebeard. And Whitebeard was also straightforward enough to send a direct red envelope. So Habara AI immediately had a channel to learn the Navy 6 styles. When she saw that it only took 200 points to get started and 400 points to get started, she did not hesitate and chose to get started with all 6 styles, and at the same time learned the moon step to the level of the beginner. Shua. A lot of experience in learning and using the moon step, as well as various skills, began to flow into Habara AI's mind. At the same time, her feet began to be initially strengthened under the action of some kind of force, and yes, she could use the Navy 6 styles easily. This engineering knowledge only took a moment, but Habara AI had already completely gotten started with all 6 styles, and the moon step had even reached the beginner level. Shua. After digesting all the information in her mind, Habara AI opened her eyes, with a gleam of brilliance in her eyes. The next moment, she stretched out a push on Zhang Yan and broke free from his arms. Zhang Yan, who was using his observation haki to check the surroundings, turned to look at Habara AI, and met her excited and provocative eyes. It was as if he was saying, "What are you so arrogant about? This girl can also stay in the air now." Not only can she stay in the air, but now Habara AI can definitely win the championship if she participates in the Olympics. But Zhang Yan ignored her eyes and reached out to grab her in his arms again. "You'd better stay still." Chapter 39 Save Aomi, Habara AI's Decision. 2/4, New Book, Everything is Requested. What are you doing? Being caught by Zhang Yan again, Habara AI was very unhappy. She could walk in the air and move at high speed, why didn't Zhang Yan let her go? Didn't they agree to hurry up? Sure enough, these were all excuses. This pervert just wanted to take advantage of him. Zhang Yan didn't know what Habara AI was thinking. He frowned and said, "Of course it's to hurry you up, if it's slower, Aomi might get into trouble." Zhang Yan's expression was a little solemn now, because after he released his observation haki, he sensed that Conan was now in physical education class, playing football with a group of kids. When he gathered the cases that Conan encountered after Habara AI appeared, he felt a sense of copyright JVU. Later, he used his observation haki to find Aomi and found that she was not in school. This confirmed what Conan's plot had developed to, which was why he looked a little solemn. He remembered that in the original work, Aomi was able to escape thanks to Habara AI's timely discovery. And now Habara AI did not join Poseidon Elementary School and the junior detective team as in the original plot, so something might have happened. Maybe something happened to Aomi? Habara AI's heart suddenly lifted up, and she didn't want to continue making up stories about Zhang Yan in her mind. Although she didn't really become friends with Aomi and the others because of the superdimensional union, after reading the memory copy, she still recognized several people from the junior detective team in her heart. So when she heard that Aomi might be in trouble, she was of course worried. Could it be that burglary? Habara AI reacted quickly. She immediately thought of the plot in the memory copy, and it was easy to calculate when she combined the time when she became smaller. That's right. Zhang Yan nodded, and then began to lead Huiwen AI to travel with the body flash technique. Learning the moon step was just to temporarily have the power of stepping into the air and occupy the advantage of high altitude, and to show off in the group. But when it comes to traveling, the body flash technique is definitely faster. While using the body flash technique to travel, he did not forget to continue to release the observation haki. After all, he did not know where the building where Aomi lived was. Feeling that the surrounding environment began to change constantly, Huiwen AI immediately realized something. After a few times, she felt a little dizzy and immediately closed her eyes. At the same time, she did not forget to remind, the building where I lived before was not far from Aomi's house. This has to be said to be a coincidence. After knowing her future experience through the memory copy, Huiwen AI found that the place she rented was separated from Ayami's apartment by a street, and she could still see it from a distance. Now she came out, hoping that Zhang Yan could catch up as much as possible. Oh! Zhang Yan, who was on his way, suddenly stopped, and his voice with a hint of smile reached Huira AI's heart. That's a coincidence. As soon as the voice fell, he and Huira AI's figures disappeared out of thin air. What a coincidence! AI opened her eyes and found that the surrounding environment seemed familiar. Wait, isn't this the rental house she originally rented? How could she be back here now? She remembered that Zhang Yan took her to Tsunade Elementary School for about 5 minutes before. So it only took a blink of an eye to come back now? Could it be? Thinking of something, Huiwen AI suddenly looked up and met Zhang Yan's dark and bright eyes. You guessed right, I left a Flying Thunder God ritual here. Zhang Yan grinned. This is his habit. Wherever there is a possibility of excitement, he will arrange a Flying Thunder God ritual to facilitate the journey. Anyway, I don't know if the Flying Thunder God ritual does not cost money, but only consumes a little chakra. And this little chakra is only a few minutes for him to recover. Let me find it. After answering Huiwen AI's doubts, Zhang Yan closed his eyes again and released the domineering aura of observation with all his strength. All the situations within a radius of 500 appeared in his mind. He quickly found the target this time, Ayami. Tisk, the time is perfect. Everyone, watch the live broadcast carefully, the answer will be revealed soon. At the same time, on the other side. Ayami's home. Her luck seems to be really bad today. Not only did she happen to be alone at home with a fever, but she was also chosen by the burglars. Later, she didn't have time to call or hide in the direction. And now, she cleverly hid behind the curtains on the balcony, waiting for the burglars to leave before coming out. But who knew that the wind outside didn't stop, blowing up the curtains in front of her. And the burglars had just walked into the hall, so they could see it clearly. Hey, there's actually a kid at home. The peeping burglar showed a fierce smile, and he was not in a hurry to steal things, and walked straight towards Ayami. Looking at the burglars walking towards her step by step, Ayami's heart was beating wildly, and her eyes were moistened. After all, she was just a first-grade elementary school student. Who can come and save me? Ayami's eyes widened, praying for a miracle. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared in front of her, and it was deeply imprinted in her heart. 5 minutes later, Zhang Yan lowered his head and asked with interest, "Are you really going to my world?" His question earned a big eye roll from Huira AI. Nonsense! There are only so many points to be earned for solving a case and changing the plot live, so of course I choose to go to your world. From now on, I will be protected by you. Godame Hokage. Chapter 40 Disappointed People, Huira AI's Thoughts. 3/4, New book asks for everything. Then let's go. I have opened up the permissions for you. Zhang Yan grinned and motioned Huira AI to go first. Ayami's problem was naturally solved. After Zhang Yan arrived at the scene, he casually used a fire style, Raise Nan, and the gangster met the same fate as Hattori Heiji, and was directly wiped out. The Conan world is just an ordinary world after all. Although the gangster is very vicious, he is just an ordinary person after all. Can he compete with a Hokage like him? Koizumi Akiko, my black magic is ordinary? You seem to have some misunderstanding about this world. ATPX 4869, do you have any misunderstanding about the effect of my medicine? Conan, do you have any misunderstanding about the halo of the elementary school student of the god of death? Zhang Yan killed the man casually, but none of the members of the union thought about it. Instead, they thought he did a great job. Everyone has seen the memory copy and knows that the gangster not only broke into the house to steal, but also killed people to silence them, including a child about the same age as Ayami. This kind of crazy guy, killing him is also a way to eliminate harm for the people. However, Ayami was shocked when she saw this scene. But Zhang Yan had expected this situation and hypnotized her with the Sharingan to make her forget this memory. This incident today, just pretend nothing happened. After finishing this plot, Huiwen AI couldn't wait to end the live broadcast to see how many points she could earn. The system's voice sounded in her and Zhang Yan's minds at the first time. Ding! The live broadcast is over. Ding! It is detected that the acting president Zhang Yan and member Huiwen AI have slightly changed the plot, and each will be rewarded with 1000 points. Ding! It is detected that the participants are in a special world, the Detective Conan world, and special rules are now established. Ding! Special rules are established. All participants who change the plot in the Conan world will take one case as a unit. After each case is solved and the plot is changed, except for the first time, you can get 1000 points, and each time in the future will be limited to 50 points. The appearance of 4 consecutive system prompts made Huiwen AI's smile, which had not yet bloomed because of getting another 1000 points, freeze on her face. Then, she posted these notices to the group. Greyhara AI, message screenshot. Acting President Su Sui-han, why is this happening? The score scaling plan is ruined. I am a marquis, only the first mission is worth 1000 points, and the shuttle talisman requires 500 points. If it exceeds 24, wouldn't it be a wasted trip? Losing money and becoming the richest man, old marquis, I didn't expect you to be good at math. The 12-winged fallen angel Black Cat, unless you settle in the Conan world, this points channel is meaningless. Sahang Jingzai is full of little bitches, withdraw, withdraw. Seeing the screenshot information released by Huiwen AI, everyone's original high interest disappeared in an instant. The special points limit in this Conan world made them completely speechless. The first task reward of 1000 points is a pitfall. One shuttle talisman costs 500 points, which means that you can earn a maximum of 500 points for one shuttle, and you must solve the problem within 24 hours. If the person who travels through time is unlucky, the plot in Conan does not happen within 24 hours. Even if the plot is changed in the end, it is only guaranteed not to lose money. Then what is the point of this trip? And except for the first task, each subsequent plot change will only have 50 points. That is to say, including the points required for the round-trip shuttle talisman, at least 20 plots need to be changed to earn enough ticket money. Isn't this funny? Calculated as one case every day in Conan world, it will take 20 days to accumulate 1000 points, and this is just to ensure that there is no loss. This is also the case that all the plots in Conan are changed by one member. With this calculation, the way of earning points by changing the plot live in Conan world is really useless. Think about Zhang Yan's mission, plus the 15,000 points from the sales system, who would look at this little bit of points? Anyway, most people in the guild don't have this idea. Sure enough, it's just as I thought. In Soul Society, Eisen showed an expression of sure enough, and was not surprised at the information released by Habara AI. Like Zhang Yan at the beginning, he had thought of this way to earn points a long time ago. Similarly, he also felt that the guild would not give members the opportunity to earn points by taking advantage of loopholes, and should set special restrictions. The facts now seem to prove this point. But Eisen will never know what opportunity he missed. It was this time that made him completely lose the opportunity to stand at the top of this guild. Eisen was still too conceited about himself, and the difference between him and Zhang Yan was that he was cautious. Because of his cautious character, although Zhang Yan thought that the union might have a setting, he still experimented it himself, and thus got the benefits given by the system after fixing the bug. This benefit can also be regarded as hush money. Of course, Zhang Yan would not be stupid enough to tell others about the benefits he got behind this incident. That would not be called showing off, that would be called stupidity. Okay. Greyhara AI nodded slightly to Zhang Yan, and then sank her mind into the system mall and chose to buy a shuttle talisman. After knowing the restrictions on the points in the Conan world, Greyhara AI directly proposed to change to another world, and she chose to go to the Naruto world where Zhang Yan was. She did not forget what Zhang Yan said in the Union group not long ago. Considering that if you can become stronger by yourself in the Naruto world, you can save a lot of points, and Zhang Yan is the Hokage, the leader of Konoha village, and under his protection, safety is guaranteed. AI Huira sat down and made a decision, even though he and Zhang Yan just met today. Let's go back to the Naruto world. Chapter 41 AI Huira meets Hinata and improves comprehensively. 4/4, new book asks for everything. Swoosh. In the bedroom of Zhang Yan's house in the Naruto world, Zhang Yan and AI Huira walked out of a black energy vortex together. Is this your world? AI Huira looked around with a strong curiosity in her eyes, curious about the difference between this world and the world she was in before. That's right. Zhang Yan nodded lightly and stretched. Now that you are here, you can just get stronger slowly. Don't worry about safety at all. Zhang Yan spoke softly, but with absolute confidence. The Flying Thunder God mark is everywhere in Konoha village, and now he also has observation haki. After using points to improve observation haki, it should not be difficult to cover the entire Konoha village. With this level of perception, his control over the village will exceed that of the third generation Sarutobi Hiruzen who has the telescope technique. Then is there anything I need to pay attention to? Habara AI did not feel uncomfortable at all about living in a different world. Anyway, she had no relatives and friends in any world. In this Naruto world, at least she still has Zhang Yan, the acting president, as a backer. However, her understanding of the Naruto world is limited to the little bit that Su Hangxue mentioned when introducing it in the group, so she has no plan for how to adapt to life in this world and how to become stronger. Zhang Yan touched his chin, thinking about how to introduce the world of Naruto. If this needs to be explained, there seems to be a lot of content involved, and he really doesn't know where to start. Bang! Before Zhang Yan could make a decision, the door of his bedroom was suddenly opened, and then he saw two girls walking in with wash basins and towels. When she saw the appearance of the two girls clearly, Huiwen Ai showed a surprised expression. The two in front of him, this was the first time she had ever seen a woman with such a look. In her aesthetic, the looks of the two girls in front of her were too strange. One of them had long fiery red hair and a pair of glasses on her nose, and behind the glasses were a pair of pupils as fiery red as her hair. The girl next to the red-haired girl had lavender hair and eyes as white as jade, as if she could see through everything. This strange image made Habara AI not know how to react for a while. And the two girls were naturally Uzumaki Karin, who was temporarily staying in Zhangyanjia, and Hyuga Hinata, who often came to Zhang Yan's mansion to help clean up. Zhang Yan. Hyuga Hinata was originally talking to Uzumaki Karin, but she felt two pairs of eyes on her. Looking in the direction of the eyes, she found that it was Zhang Yan in the bedroom, and next to him was a little girl she had never seen before. Yan Jun. Compared to Hinata, who was curiously looking at Habara AI, Uzumaki Karin changed her face after seeing Zhang Yan, and rushed into Zhang Yan's arms at a speed that Habara AI could not see clearly. So you are in there? Why didn't you respond when I called you? Yan Jun, you looked so handsome when you took office as Hokage today. You are definitely the most handsome Hokage in history. Hey, who is this little guy? After seeing Zhang Yan, Uzumaki Karin flattered and acted like a spoiled child, and it took a while before she realized that there was a little girl standing next to him. And this little girl was still looking at her with a monster's eyes. Heyday AI. My eyes were clearly looking at a pervert, okay? How can a normal woman be so shameless and crazy? She even called herself a little one. You came just in time. Zhang Yan skillfully separated Uzumaki Karin, and then said to Hinata at the door, the little girl next to me is called Habara AI, an orphan I picked up outside the village. She will live here like Karin in the future, so take her to get familiar with the environment at home first. Zhang Yan has already thought about how to introduce Habara AI to the world of Naruto, and it will definitely be a one-time thing. But before the introduction, he needs to do one thing first. Before that, let Hinata take Habara AI to get familiar with the environment at home first. Okay, Mr. Yan. Hinata nodded obediently, then waved to Habara AI, with a gentle smile on her face, that smile, exactly the same as when she looked at Hinata Hanabi, so warm. AI Huira. Although she knew that Zhang Yan was arranging an identity for her, she had already found a way to solve the problem of her body becoming smaller in the union, and now she didn't want to become a child like in the memory copy. This was the reason why she decisively traveled through time. Because in the Naruto world, she could restore her original appearance without restraint. But after feeling the genuine tenderness in Hinata's smile, and the kind of sister's love that she hadn't experienced for a long time, she agreed to it. So Ai Huira followed Hinata. As for Uzumaki Karin, she was ruthlessly driven away by Zhang Yan. Who? Seeing that the room was quiet for a while, Zhang Yan used his observation haki to sense the surrounding environment. After confirming that there was nothing abnormal, he opened the page of the superdimensional union. After seeing the 263,000 points on the points page, he was definitely going to make a big improvement. System, strengthen me. All three colors of haki are upgraded to intermediate. Sharingan, upgrade to main Jakaya. Chapter 42, upgrade to main Jakaya. Ability analysis and selection. 1/4, new book, everything. Ding. Deduct 3,000 points, Master Intermediate Conqueror Haki. Ding. Deduct 3000 points, Master Intermediate Observation Haki. Ding. Deduct 3000 points, Master Intermediate Armed Haki. Ding. Deduct 10,000 points, upgrade the 3 Magadama Sharingan to Manjakaya. Sharingan. 3-color Haki requires 1000 points and 2000 points respectively from entry level to primary level and then to intermediate level, which adds up to 9000 points. And the 3 Magadama upgrade to Manjakaya. Sharingan requires 10,000 points. Shua. As the system's voice kept ringing, Zhang Yan could clearly feel that his strength was rapidly improving. First of all, the intermediate level of domineering Haki. He could feel that just releasing the Haki in his body could make most of the Chunin and below ninjas faint and lose their combat capability. That kind of suppression of spirit could give him a great advantage in battle. It was like a mental attack. And the intermediate level of armament Haki gave him a strong defense. As long as he wanted, he could release Haki to form defense and attack. It was just that the increase in his physical strength was not very large. This increase was not as much as the improvement of the 6 styles of the entry navy. Speaking of this, Zhang Yan felt that the superdimensional union was really good to the group members. It only took 200 points to get any of the 6 styles of the entry navy. And these 200 points not only bought the usage and experience of the 6 styles of the navy, but also the strengthening of the body. This I let you get started in the true sense. So after using points to upgrade all 6 styles to the elementary level, Habara AI's current strength is not weaker than a genin. The only thing she lacks is combat experience. This is also the reason why Zhang Yan brought Habara AI to his world. As long as you are a member of the Union, you have a ladder to climb up, but how far you can climb depends on your own character and so on. Zhang Yan is very optimistic about Habara AI, so he brought him to the Naruto world. It doesn't matter if he misjudges the person this time, he has no loss, right? Let's talk about the improvement of strength. What makes Zhang Yan most happy is the improvement of his observation Haki. The intermediate observation Haki expands his perception to a radius of 1000 meters. Don't underestimate the difference between 500 meters and 1000 meters. If calculated by area, it is a full 4 times the difference. And the voices he can hear, the distance of one-way perception, and the ability of perspective and prediction have all been improved, which has an absolute improvement in his combat power. Of course, the biggest improvement in his strength is definitely the advancement from the 3 Magadama Sharingan to the Manjakaya. Sharingan. Is this my Manjakaya? What a powerful force! Zhang Yan walked to the basin that Hinata brought in and used the clean water on his face to check his eyes. His eyes have changed now. The 3 blood-red Magatama have disappeared, replaced by a dark pupil wrapped in a small red cross. This is his exclusive Manjakaya. Sharingan. Feeling the pupil power flowing in his eyes, Zhang Yan couldn't help but smile from the bottom of his heart. He could feel that his strength had improved by leaps and bounds. First of all, his chakra, which originally reached the level of Kage, was directly increased by more than 5 times. There are 3 ways to extract chakra. In addition to the fairy chakra, one is to absorb the body energy from the 130 trillion cells of the human body one by one. The second is the spiritual energy that has been trained through many practices and accumulated experience. Although the Uchiha clan's Sharingan is not as good as the Senju clan's sage body, it is also the bloodline of the 6 paths after all. The Sharingan is the entry point to the application of Yin attribute chakra, which can enhance mental strength. It is normal to have such an improvement. When the 13-year-old Uchiha Itachi opened the Manjakaya, he directly possessed the power of the Kage level. Speaking of Uchiha Itachi, Zhang Yan touched his chin. Which 2 pupil techniques should I choose? The Uchiha bloodline in Zhang Yan's body has been purified and strengthened by the system fusion function. He can feel that his eyes are much stronger than ordinary Manjakaya Sharingan, and he feels full of vitality. The disadvantage of using the Manjakaya Sharingan too much may cause blindness, which he should not have. But even if he has it, it doesn't matter. He is confident that he can collect 20,000 points in a short time, and then upgrade the Manjakaya to the Eternal Manjakaya. He can also master the direct complete form of Susanoo without having to master it slowly or Krypton points. Now he is more hesitant about which 2 abilities of the Manjakaya Sharingan to choose. His Manjakaya Sharingan did not awaken his own abilities. After all, it was enhanced by the system, not a reflection of his mind. But this also has its advantages. As long as he has enough points, he can have all the abilities of the main Sharingan. Sharingan. The abilities of the main Sharingan. Sharingan I know mainly include Tsukuyomi, Amaterasu, Kagutsuki, Kamui, Kota Amatsukami, and Uchiha Fugaku's main Sharingan. Sharingan, which seems to be able to foresee the future. Among them, I now have the Book of Seals. When the time comes, I can spend some points to learn Heian now, and use it with the main Sharingan, and then call on my self-created hypnosis method. Tsukuyomi does not seem to be so necessary, and this method is ultimately auxiliary. As for Kamui, I have the Flying Thunder God technique, so it is not so urgent, but after having Kamui, I can have my own exclusive space and can directly transmit it over long distances. Send, if it is combined with the Flying Thunder God technique, the effect will be better, so it's to be determined. Uchiha Fugaku's move is unknown, and it depends on the result of the Uchiha clan, so let's talk about it later. If it's not Amaterasu, I can ask Uchiha attack if or Shisui's one to fuse, or snatch Danzo's one. It seems that Amaterasu is better, the legendary strongest fire escape, the eternal flame, and it can also increase my attack methods. Chapter 43 The Strength Surges, Yan Lingji's private message. 2/4, new book asks for everything. Then Kagutsuki must be chosen first. Zhang Yan made a choice quickly. What, isn't it Amaterasu? Why did you choose Kagutsuki in the end? Just kidding, if you want Amaterasu, you need to order Uchiha attack his blood to fuse, I believe you can save 5,000 points. In comparison, Kagutsuki is Sasuke's awakened eye technique, which can be attached to Sasuke's weapons and ninjutsu to enhance their power, and even produce new ninjutsu. It is a very widely used eye technique. Because it can use the flames of Amaterasu that have already been produced, it consumes less chakra. This move is a universal enhancement buff, which can change the form and increase the power, and can also reduce chakra consumption. You must learn it. This ability must be possessed. As for the other one, Union System, if I want the power of God, I have one of these abilities, or have both abilities at the same time. Before making a decision, Zhang Yan, who was always cautious, decided to ask the system about the specific situation of the ability. If he could have all the abilities of Kamui at the same time, he planned to choose Kamui. If he could only have one of them like Kakashi and Obito, then he planned to try his luck with Uchiha Fugaku's ability. The system's answer did not disappoint Zhang Yan. Ding, choosing Kamui allows you to have both abilities at the same time, because they are both Kamui, just using them in different ways. Very good. Zhang Yan smiled. There are two ways to use Kamui. One of them is the ability of Kakashi's left eye, which can cause the target in the vision to distort space and teleport it into a dedicated different space. And the ability of Obito's right eye is that he can suck the target in after touching or approaching the target. At the same time, Kamui can also teleport part of his body into the different space to penetrate the opponent's attack, and even allow the whole body to enter the different space. If these two abilities are just one of them, Zhang Yan, who already has the Flying Thunder God technique, is not eager to want it. But if he can have both, then with his Flying Thunder God technique, it is simply invincible. Kamui can teleport people or objects in the different space into, but it can also teleport out. If you have both abilities at the same time, you can also prepare kunao, shuriken and other weapons in time and space in advance, and then shoot them with Kamui. If you prepare a shadow clone in advance, you can also use various ninjutsu with the space distortion generated by Kamui. This ability, if combined with the Flying Thunder God technique, Zhang Yan already has the ability to fight any member of the Union head-on. And if you use the two eyes at the same time, it seems that you can open channels to other spaces from Kagaya's original sphere space in a short time. In other words, the space distortion ability of the two eyes is no longer just a simple ability to shuttle through different spaces. It's just that this move will cause a great burden to the eyes, even with the 6 paths and the 100 healings technique, it will cause the eyes to bleed. But Zhang Yan is not afraid at all. He has a superdimensional union, and the upper limit of his strength improvement in the future has long exceeded the Naruto world. When his strength is strong enough, he may be able to travel through major parallel worlds, universes and dimensions with just one glance when he uses Kamui. Then I will add the two abilities of Tsukuyomi Kato and Kamui. Zhang Yan made a decision, and the superdimensional union immediately added the two abilities of the Sharingan to Zhang Yan's eyes with supreme power. Shua! Zhang Yan only felt that his eyes, which had only increased his pupil power, changed again, and it was a fundamental change. At the same time, a large amount of information poured into his mind, allowing him to master both the body and the Kagutsuki, as if he was born with them and could use them at will. Sure enough, it's very strong. After thoroughly digesting all the images, Zhang Yan opened his eyes abruptly, but his pupils had turned back to ordinary black. After integrating several abilities, he could feel the improvement of his own strength, which was more than he originally believed. With this strength, AI-chan's previous questions are much easier to answer. Zhang Yan couldn't help but think of the question that Habara AI asked him about the Naruto world before she left with Hinata. He didn't think it through at the time, but now he has the answer. He decided to upload the memory copy of Naruto in the Union. Zhang Yan is a person who is afraid of trouble. Compared with organizing the information and explaining it later, and Habara AI may not have a good understanding of this world, he thinks it is better to let her see it for herself so that she can have a better experience. And the memory copy of the Naruto world must be a large memory copy. After all the group members download it, they can provide him with a wave of points. The most important thing is that he can selectively upload the content of the memory copy, and he doesn't have to upload it all according to the so-called original plot. After uploading after cutting, he can also conceal some content that he wants to conceal. Thinking of this, he sent a private message to Habara AI. I will upload the memory copy related to our world. You stay at my house for the next few days and go out after you understand it. After speaking, without waiting for recovery, Zhang Yan directly uploaded the memory copy in the group. Ding! Acting President Zhang Yan uploaded a large memory copy of Naruto. All members received this message. The richest man in the world, is the acting president going to show his world? The top warrior, interesting, I can finally understand your strength. My son is very good, already downloaded, Naruto is delicious. The 12-winged fallen angel black cat, Dad 666, you can use internet terms so quickly. Acting President Zhang Yan, I just want AI-chan to know a little about the world I live in, everyone can also take a look. The reason why Zhang Yan didn't post it at the beginning was that he was afraid that some big guys in the group would see the depth of his strength. Although there is a union protection mechanism, his life will not be in danger. But without strength, there is no real right to speak, so he still needs all kinds of tiger skin. And now, he has mastered various applications of Raise Nan, 3 stages of Flying Thunder God, all 6 styles of the Navy, and all 3 colors of Domineering have been upgraded to intermediate level, plus the increase in chakra volume, the ability of Manjakaya, Sharingan, etc. Even if he is not invincible now, he is no longer afraid of anyone. Just then, a private message sounded in Zhang Yan's mind. Yan Lingji? Finally I've waited for you. Chapter 44 Yan Lingji's Thoughts, Ying Zheng joins the Union. 3/4, New Book, Please Everything. In the Qin Dynasty, the land of Baiyu is too vast. For the sake of immersion, let's imagine it as the capital of the ancient Yu kingdom during the Warring States period, now Shaoxing. In a forest, a girl was sitting on a swing. Her 2 bare feet were very beautiful, and she was swinging unconsciously. The girl was not very old, just in her prime, that is, 13 years old. But at this age in ancient times, she could have married. The girl was already showing her beauty, with long black hair down to her waist, casually draped behind her, and she looked very beautiful. This woman was Yan Lingji. Because she was a girl, she had no surname, only a nickname. At this time, Yan Lingji's eyes were filled with deep worry. The 13-year-old girl was already a sensible girl. She was the first member to join the superdimensional union, and it was 15 days after Zhang Yan joined. After this period of research, Yan Lingji has realized the superdimensional union that appeared in her mind was such a powerful existence, and the people chatting in it also really existed in other worlds. Especially after Whitebeard and Zhang Yan had a live broadcast, she had already understood the authenticity of the superdimensional union. Therefore, after Zhang Yan emphasized that her matter was serious, she had been on tenterhooks. Like other members, she also downloaded a new copy of the memory, but she was not in a hurry to check it, nor did she rush to find Zhang Yan for a private chat. She had been thinking about how to get Zhang Yan to help her. After all, she was not familiar with Zhang Yan, and she didn't know what kind of person Zhang Yan was. Although she was still young, she knew that there was no free lunch in the world. However, after seeing Zhang Yan go to the Conan world to help Huiwen AI, and bring Huiwen back to the Naruto world, she realized that Zhang Yan was a good person, so she decided to give it a try. She finally sent a private message to Zhang Yan. Yan Lingji, brother Zhang Yan, can you tell me about Xiao Yan now? Zhang Yan? Just a joke, the conspirator Zhang Yan, is a good person. Hey, finally come to chat with me privately. Zhang Yan immersed his mind in the guild chat page in his mind, and found that someone sent him a private message again, and this time the person who contacted her was finally his girl Yan Lingji. Thinking of Yan Lingji's miserable life, Zhang Yan narrowed his eyes slightly. To be honest, when Yan Lingji really asked him about his situation, he really didn't know how to answer for a while, and he didn't know whether it was better to help. He had read the historical chat records of the previous guild group and knew Yan Lingji is only 13 years old now, her parents and clansmen are still alive, and she has not yet started her tragic life. But this matter is a bit difficult to deal with. If Yan Lingji is alone now, it is very simple, just let her change the world. If Yan Lingji does not want to change the world, as long as she is willing to use the only invitation opportunity, Zhang Yan does not mind traveling back in time to protect her and send her to Xianyang to live. Xianyang is the capital of the future Qin dynasty, and it is definitely safe enough. But Yan Lingji is 13 years old now, and her relatives are still alive. If she is told what is about to happen, she will definitely not will only think about herself. That is to say, it is not just Yan Lingji who needs to be protected. In order to protect Yan Lingji and her people in Qinshi, Zhang Yan currently has only one way to think of. That is to find the future Emperor Ying Zheng, our brother Zheng, to make a deal. Zhang Yan believes that with his strength and the power of the Superdimension Union, it is not difficult to negotiate some conditions with Ying Zheng. But after careful consideration, he found that this was unrealistic. First of all, Yan Lingji appeared in Qinshi during Tianxin Juji. At that time, Ying Zheng took the young man Gai Nai to Han Kingdom to meet Han Fei, and was attacked by Luoang assassins. From here, Luoang must have been in Lu Bui's hands at that time, which means that when Yan Lingji appeared, although Ying Zheng ascended the throne, he had not yet taken power, which means that he was only about 20 years old. At that time, Tian's, the abandoned prince of Baiyu, had been imprisoned for 10 years by Bai Yifei, the Marquis of Suai. No one knew how many years Yan Lingji had been arrested and imprisoned, but her people were definitely destroyed by the Han Kingdom for more than 10 years. In other words, Ying Zheng is only 13 years old at most, or even 3 years old. How to talk about this? Zhang Yan was a little troubled for a while, and he found that Yan Lingji's matter seemed difficult to handle. Ding! New member I want to rule joins the union. Just as Zhang Yan was distressed, the voice of the superdimensional union system suddenly sounded in his mind, and in the minds of every member of the union. Acting President Su Hangxiu, newcomer? Welcome, welcome, warm welcome. 12-winged fallen angel black cat, I want to catch up, but I didn't expect a newcomer to join. Tang family mistress, newcomer, if you have any questions, go to the guild announcement. If you think you are strong enough, go to the memory copy and then show off. Jiangdong little overlord, Rain? It seems that an emperor has been added. Marshal Peak, I should be called an emperor in the history of our Yanhuang. Want to rule? Is it possible that powerful ministers are in power now? Bad review. Sahang Jingzai is full of little bitches, although I don't like Yang Guang, he is still very qualified to be an emperor. Because of the new members, the union members are all bubbling. Zhang Yan took a look and was not sure who joined the union for a while. After all, there were many emperors in history who were initially marginalized by powerful officials and rose again later. And it could also be emperors who did not hold power in other novels or TV dramas. This range is too wide. But the next moment, he was shocked. I want to rule, what is this thing? Why did it appear in my mind? Is it a means for Lu Bue to try to control me? Lu Bue? Oh my god! So, the person who came in is Ying Zheng. Chapter 45 Ying Zheng in the Qin Dynasty, Zhang Yan's sweet words. 4/4, new book asks for everything. Lu Bue, is it Ying Zheng? Zhang Yan was a little surprised. He didn't expect that he was just thinking about Ying Zheng, and someone suspected of Ying Zheng joined the superdimensional union. But this Ying Zheng seemed to be a little inconsistent with the first emperor he understood. The first emperor was the only emperor in history who succeeded to the throne at the age of 13 and overthrew everything after taking the throne at the age of 21. No kidding, he was definitely an old cunning bastard. He was able to survive from the age of 13 to 21, accumulate various connections and power, and finally overthrow Lu Bue. He must have been very cunning. How could such a person ask in surprise the first time he joined the group? However, why think so much? Can't you just ask directly? Acting President Zhang Yan, Guoren wants to govern, are you Qin Zheng? Zhang Yan did not call Ying Zheng, but Qin Zheng, because he knew the taboos of the Qin dynasty. The Yanhuang of the Spring and Autumn period and the Warring States period was still heavily influenced by the matriarchal society. Many surnames were maternal surnames, such as Ying Zheng's surname Ying. Ying Zheng can be said to be Ying surname Zhao family name Zheng, or Ying surname Qin family Zheng. Calling him Ying Zheng, Zhao Zheng, or Qin Zheng is actually fine. But Ying Zheng was the king of Qin. Calling him Ying Zheng would be a great insult in that era when the matriarchal society was changing to a patriarchal society. As for the name Zhao Zheng, Ying Zheng might not like to hear it because of the humiliation he suffered as a hostage in Zhao. That is why Zhang Yan, who is very knowledgeable about people's hearts, called him Qin Zheng. This is a conversation skill. At the same time, in the Qin dynasty, Xianyang City, the palace of the king of Qin. In the king's bedroom, a handsome young man who was sitting at the table reading a book suddenly frowned. In front of the young man, a young eunuch with red hair and wearing red and black clothes stood in front of him. The young eunuch was very good at observing people's expressions. He immediately noticed the subtle expression on the face of the young man in front of the table and asked, "My king, is there anything wrong with the record in the book?" "Nothing." Hearing the young eunuch's voice, the heroic young man came back to his senses and looked at him. A deep color emerged in his black eyes. He put the bamboo slips in his hand on the table and suddenly closed his eyes. Seeing this, the young eunuch lowered his head wisely and did not speak again, but a strange light flashed in the depths of his eyes. At this time, Ying Zheng's mind really flashed one by one. Isn't it Lu Bue's trick? I thought, I was a little out of control. Let me take a look at what's going on. Just like that, about 10 minutes later, Ying Zheng suddenly opened his closed eyes, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. Hyperdimensional union? Connecting countless worlds and dimensions in the heavens and myriad worlds. Is this the legendary supreme means of the immortals? Can it help me eliminate L1/4 Bue and seize the power of the king of Qin? Ying Zheng's heart was burning with excitement. He is 16 years old this year, and 3 years have passed since he succeeded to the throne of the king of Qin 3 years ago. Today is his 16th birthday, and he took the opportunity to propose to L1/4 Bue the idea of wanting to rule the country, but he didn't want to be directly rejected. Because of this, he was angry. At the same time, he was also afraid that L1/4 Bue would take some action. Therefore, after discovering the strangeness in his mind, he asked this question. What's more, he is only 16 years old now, even if he is precocious, he is still so cunning. But just in case, I still need to test it out. Although he has browsed the information of the hyperdimensional union and has also roughly read some memory copies, the cautious Ying Zheng still plans to test it out first. I want to govern, I am Qin Shi Huang Ying Zheng, are you immortals? Zhang Yan. Su Hangxiu. A group of idioms that know the name of Qin Shi Huang. If you hadn't just asked about L1/4 Bue's name, we would have thought you were the one who had unified the world. After all, Ying Zheng's desire to seek immortality is as famous as his title of the one who has been immortal. Has he succeeded to the throne? Zhang Yan frowned slightly and shook his head. In his opinion, the Ying Zheng who joined the group should not be the Ying Zheng in Qin Shi, because the timeline does not match. There are still many Ying Zhengs in the heavens and the worlds. For example, the world of Qin Shi Huang, such as the myth world, these are all related to Ying Zheng. Thinking of this, Zhang Yan's interest instantly decreased a lot, and he didn't continue to talk in the group. He just watched other members chatting with Ying Zheng quietly, helping him to understand the significance of this union better. Everyone in the group, such as Luo Hao, Zhang Yan, Su Hangxiu, Yin Xinyu, what else can they do? One would have never heard of the reputation of the greatest emperor in history. The Heshi Bai that Wan Wan had been longing for was inherited from Qin Shi Huang. Sun Si, the little tyrant of Jiangdong, grew up listening to the stories of Qin Shi Huang and Xiang Yu. He was an ancient man and also their little fan. As soon as Ying Zheng joined the group, he mentioned Lu Bue and called himself the widower. It was not difficult to guess his identity. However, after seeing a message sent by Ying Zheng after he figured out the situation. Zhang Yan instantly lost his composure. This is actually Qin Shi Huang's Ying Zheng. How is this possible? Wait. Damn mystery. Chapter 46. In the name of the first emperor, Sun Ce becomes a fanboy. 1/4, new book, everything. Acting President Zhang Yan, I have something to do, so I'll leave for a while. Let's introduce our union to Qin Zheng. After determining that the person joining the union was Ying Zheng, Zhang Yan decisively threw out the matter of introducing the union and turned to consider how to help Yan Lingji. Not to mention her appearance and future evil temperament, Yan Lingji's natural talent for controlling fire is very worth investing in. And Yan Lingji's loyalty is also obvious to all. If she is well trained, she will at least be a good candidate for his subordinates, and it will also facilitate his conquest of the Qin world. Acting President Su Hangxiu, new member. Zhang Yan hid, and Su Hangxiu stepped forward dutifully, bringing Sun Ce and others with him. Except for a few members in the union, everyone has heard of Ying Zheng's name. Although he is only the king of Qin now and has no power, as the first emperor in history to be called the greatest emperor of all time, he is definitely not simple. Moreover, he who can create a great cause in the ordinary world will have a better future after joining the superdimensional union. This future emperor of the ages deserves a good relationship no matter which world he comes from. Superdimensional union. So that's it. It's not just the means of the immortals. In the bedroom of the king of Qin's palace, Ying Zheng opened his eyes, with an unconcealable shock in his heart. With the enthusiastic explanation of Su Hangxiu and others, coupled with the research on the memory copy, he has a comprehensive understanding of the superdimensional union and clearly realized what kind of opportunity he has got. Zhangdong Little Overlord, Your Majesty the First Emperor, I know your life very well, do you want to know? If other members in the group just want to have a good relationship with Ying Zheng, Sun Ce is definitely not. He is like some modern stars' crazy fans, he is Ying Zheng's crazy fan. Everyone feels very funny about this. As the little overlord of Zhangdong, shouldn't he admire Xiang Yu who destroyed the Qin dynasty more? I want to govern, Zhangdong Little Overlord, then I'll trouble you. Zhangdong Little Overlord, no trouble, no trouble. In the Three Kingdoms world, not far from Hulao Pass, in a temporary tent, Sun Ce jumped up excitedly. Although he was born in Zhangdong and was called Zhangdong Little Overlord, he never admired Xiang Yu, but Ying Zheng, who unified Yanhuang and was the first to be called the emperor. Now he can have a cross-century exchange with Ying Zheng, do you think he can't be excited? Soon, Sun Ce sent some of the content he knew. For example, when Ying Zheng was in power at the age of 21, he eliminated Lu Bue and Bao, how he wiped out the Six Kingdoms and unified the country, created the imperial system and strengthened central rule, abolished the feudal system and changed to the county system, unified the writing system, the track of the car, the wheel of the road, and unified the writing system and currency. Of course, as a little fan of Ying Zheng, Sun Ce did not send some of Ying Zheng's black history. He also felt that it was unnecessary to send it. After joining the superdimensional union, Ying Zheng is destined to go higher and further, and may even be immortal. Naturally, there will be no more black history. I have many sons, a generation of emperors, for the sake of the nation, this is much better than our celestial dragons, hula la. Ai Zen, the pinnacle of the era. The pinnacle of martial arts, as expected of my descendants of Yan and Huang. The richest man in the group, an ancient country with a 5,000-year culture is indeed extraordinary. After Sun Ce's explanation, the members in the group who didn't know much about Ying Zheng were also in awe for a while. The greatest emperor in the history. Unlike some members, Ying Zheng didn't care about his future achievements. Although he is only 16 years old now, his way of thinking about problems is very mature. When he saw the things that Sun Ce said, his heart was also surging, and it was even hard to imagine that this was his future achievement. But now he is just a puppet who helps Lu Bue take power, it is impossible to be happy about future achievements. But he also did not belittle himself, and his eyes became more determined. I didn't expect my future to be so exciting. What I could do originally, now I have joined this magical superdimensional union, I can definitely do better and complete it more outstandingly. As for me taking power after I turn 21, won't I have to wait another 5 years to get rid of treacherous people like Lu Bue? I can't wait that long. If I can join this union, I will definitely take power faster. Hey! After the superdimensional union raised his horizons, Ying Zheng already had a new goal in mind. I want to govern in advance, I wonder if you can help me, then I will start live broadcast, and the points earned by changing the plot can be used as a reward. With the help of Su Hangxiu and others, Ying Zheng has understood the use of points, and also knows how to start live broadcast and how to earn points. You are worthy of being the future emperor of the ages. Although Zhang Yan has been thinking about how to help Yan Lingji, he did not ignore the chat in the union group. Seeing that Ying Zheng took action so quickly after receiving the message, he couldn't help but praise it in his heart. Then he saw that Ying Zheng had sent a message. I want to rule, Zhangdong little overlord, do you know anything about Liu Bui's power? The luoyang in his hand is a sharp weapon, right? I want to pull it out first. Zhangdong little overlord, luoyang? What is that? Zhang Yan? Luoyang. Isn't this the spy structure in Qinshi that was in Liu Bui's hands at the beginning and was later handed over to Zhao Gao by Ying Zheng? In other words, this Ying Zheng is actually the Ying Zheng in Qinshi? That's not right, isn't this Ying Zheng already 16 years old? How can the timeline match? Wait. Zhang Yan suddenly stretched out his hand and slapped his forehead. He found that he was really stupid this time and made the mistake of empiricism. Although the background of Qinshi is the Qin dynasty, it is not official history. That is an anime world where the heroine wears high heels and there is no timeline at all. Yes, it is the work of Xuanji, the king of delaying updates for thousands of years. Talking about the historical timeline with Qinshi? Isn't he teasing himself? Chapter 47 Ying Zheng's request, Su Hangxiu's decision. 2/4, new book, please everything. Xuanji. It's a pitfall to mess up the timeline. Zhang Yan was speechless. He didn't want to find Ying Zheng in Qinshi before because he thought that Ying Zheng in this world was no more than 13 years old and had no investment value. So he changed his target and considered cooperating with more famous forces in Qinshi. For example, Yin Yang School, Taoist Tianzong, and even the early Mahist school can be considered. Who knew that the Ying Zheng who joined the union now was actually the Ying Zheng in Qinshi, and he was already 16 years old? Then why does he need to think about it? Ying Zheng has become a member of the Super Dimension Union now, so he can be trusted. In the chat group of the Union, the chat is still going on. Little Overlord of Zhangdong, Your Majesty the First Emperor, I have never heard of Luoyang. Never heard of it. Ying Zheng frowned slightly, but when he thought that Sun Ce was hundreds of years away from him, and Luoyang was also a killer organization hidden in the dark, it seemed normal that he had never heard of it. Then let's ask some more famous ones. The widower wanted to rule, then do you know which of the Taoist Tianzong and Renzong, Yin Yang School, Diplomacy School, Confucianism, Military School, Moism, and Gongshu School can be relied on? Little Overlord of Zhangdong. He still knew about the 100 schools of thought in the spring and autumn period, but what the hell is Yin Yang School? When did Taoism divide into Tianzong and Renzong? Sun Ce felt that he might have read too little, and he couldn't even follow what Ying Zheng said. Acting President Su Hangxiu, Zhangdong Zioba Wang, don't think about it, you can't answer these questions. The Qin Shi Wang in the group is very different from the Qin Shi Wang you know. Acting President Su Hangxiu, he should be the first emperor in an animation in the world that Zhang Yan and I were in before. Among the union members, in addition to Zhang Yan, Su Hangxiu, who is also a time traveler from Earth, has of course watched the animation Qin Shi Ming Yu. However, she is a time traveler in 2017, and she knows more about the official plot of Qin Shi Ming Yu, that is, the plot that happened after Ying Zheng unified the Six Kingdoms. As for Qin Shi Ming Yu's sister chapter Tianxing Juji related to Yan Lingji, she only saw the updated 22nd episode before she traveled. Yan Lingji appeared in Tianxing Juji in episode 21. So although Su Hangxiu knew Yan Lingji, she didn't know much about her specific situation. Zhangdong Little Overlord, is there such a thing? Are there still many similar people in the heavens and the world? The old man is a marquis, isn't this normal? There are many parallel worlds in the Marvel Universe. I remember acting President Su Hangxiu said that there is a parallel world where Shida Kei is a woman and married to Captain America. Losing the richest man. Sahang Jingzai is full of little bitches, terrible. It's really terrible. Acting President Zhang Yan, Zhangdong Little Overlord, there is actually no need to worry so much. There was also a Qin Shi Huang in the world where Luo Hao is thousands of years ago. Li Yulai and Ijiang are rights the same in the world. As long as there is a world with my Yanhuang civilization, there is Qin Shi Huang, and the Qin Shi Huang in any world is the same as what you know. Zhang Dong Little Overlord, yes, acting president, I'm taught. Acting president. Ying Zheng narrowed his eyes. He had long noticed the difference in the prefixes of Zhang Yan and Su Hangxiu. The status of these two people in the Union may also be different. For such obviously privileged people, he knew that he needed to be treated with caution and be extremely friendly. I want to govern, listen to the tone of the two acting presidents, do you know something about the world and situation I am in? Acting President Su Hangxiu, I know a little, Zhang Yan must know more. I want to govern, can you teach me something? I will change the plot during the live broadcast, and the points I get can be used as part of the reward to support it. This. Su Hangxiu hesitated. If it was before, she would definitely upload the memory copy she knew about herself, anyway, she could earn some points and get the favor of the members. But now there is another Zhang Yan who can also upload the memory copy, which makes her worried. After all, the memory copy can only be sent once, as long as she earns points, Zhang Yan will lose this part. Although she joined the Super Dimension Union first, she should have the priority to publish, but Zhang Yan is stronger than her and knows more, so she has some concerns. After thinking about it, she sent a private message to Zhang Yan, how should we coordinate the memory copy? After asking, Su Hangxiu's heart was lifted. She was afraid that Zhang Yan would say that he wanted them all. If so, she didn't know how to deal with it. But Zhang Yan's answer came quickly, as if he had already had the answer. And this answer was completely beyond her expectations. Memory copy? You handle what only you know, I handle what only I know, and we split the part we both know in half, how about that? Zhang Yan's answer was fair. What only you know is private resources, so of course you handle it yourself, and if it's something both parties know, then split it in half, no one loses. As for the fact that Zhang Yan knows more than Su Hangxiu, that's his personal advantage, and there seems to be no reason to make sacrifices for this, right? Su Hangxiu has a very positive outlook and has never thought about unrealistic things. Zhang Yan's answer was the answer she wanted most. My fellow villager is a good person. Su Hangxiu smiled on her beautiful and pure face, and then sent another line of words. Fellow villager, I won't compete with you for the position of president. Chapter 48, The Power of the Authority Dog, Wan's Misstep. 3/4. My fellow villager, I won't compete with you for the position of the president. Seeing the message from Su Hangxiu in his mind, Zhang Yan showed a slightly surprised expression on his face, and then smiled calmly. He could feel the sincerity in Su Hangxiu's tone, and knew that she was not paralyzing herself. In fact, he never regarded Su Hangxiu as a competitor, because Su Hangxiu did not have that qualification. But even so, coupled with the position of vice president and 5 voting places in his hands, Zhang Yan did not relax his vigilance. This is his character. He will not be submissive and will not worry too much, but he will be cautious enough. He will not relax his vigilance until the last moment. Now Su Hangxiu bluntly gave in, which can be said to be the best result. I hope you are not hot-headed and can persist until the dust settles. If you can do what you say, you will find that you get far more than you lose. A deep flash of light flashed in Zhang Yan's eyes, and then he sent a private message to Su Hangxiu. Except for Tianxing Zhuge, you can upload all the content you know. I only want 1/3 of the points this time. The orthodox plot of Qin Shi starts after Ying Zheng unified the 6 kingdoms. These contents are of no use to Ying Zheng, who is only 16 years old now. The plot of Tianxing Zhuge is somewhat useful, but Zhang Yan does not plan to upload it. He plans to go to the Qin Shi world in person and have a good chat with Ying Zheng. Ding! Acting President Su Hangxiu uploaded the large-scale memory copy of Qin Shi Mingyu 100 Steps Flying Sword to King of the World. After getting Zhang Yan's approval, Su Hangxiu immediately uploaded the memory copy. For her, the faster she could get more points, the better. Yaishan was about to develop to the plot of the Battle of Guangmingding. At that time, she wanted to do things live. Doing things requires strength, and improving strength requires points. As for Zhang Yan's request not to upload the plot of Tianxing Zhuge, Su Hangxiu certainly would not refuse. The plot of Tianxing Zhuge is a sister chapter of Qin Shi, but it is also a plot of Qin Shi. It is likely to be counted in the large-scale copy memory of Qin Shi, and it can't provide any points at all. Even if there are discrepancies, it is only a small memory copy, and the points for downloading are very few. With Zhang Yan's promise of only 1/3 of the points, Su Hangxiu couldn't refuse at all. As for Zhang Yan's intention to keep this plot, Su Hangxiu was curious, but she didn't ask. Ding! I want to take power and download the memory copy, Qin Shi. Ding! Yan Lingji downloads the memory copy, Qin Shi. Ding! All members did not delay and downloaded the memory copy immediately. I want to rule, thank you both, I will go to catch up first. Jiangdong Little Overlord, has His Majesty the First Emperor even learned the word make up? He is indeed worthy of being His Majesty the First Emperor. Ko Cheng the richest man, Sun Ce, that's enough. Qin Zheng is not the first emperor yet. You called me too early. Jiangdong Little Overlord, I am happy. What do you care about the blacksmith? Blacksmith? Tony's mouth twitched. He felt that the current Sun Ce was a little unreasonable. How could this Sun Ce be different from the one he knew after deliberately understanding the history of Yan Huang? In fact, Tony overlooked a fact. The current Sun Ce is only in his teens. He is in the rebellious period of teenagers and is also a crazy time for chasing stars. Acting President Zhang Yan, no quarrels are allowed in the Union, otherwise you will be warned of silence. 12-winged fallen angel black cat, the authority dog is so scary. Yin Xinyu, the authority dog is so scary. Tang family mistress, the authority dog is so scary. Suddenly, a group of repeaters came online. Ding! The 12-winged fallen angel black cat was silenced for 3 minutes by the acting President Zhang Yan. Acting President Zhang Yan, I'll give you a chance to stop the language again. Yin Xinyu, the acting president is really wise and powerful. Tang family mistress, the acting President Zhang Yan is handsome. Sahang Jingzai is full of little bitches, the acting president is my servant. Ding! Sahang Jingzai is full of little bitches and was silenced for half an hour. All members. Is Wan Wan crazy? She dared to provoke Zhang Yan like this? Wan Wan smiled and sent a private message to Su Hangxiu, Sister Su, ban me. The nature of a witch is to hope that the world will not be in chaos. She saw Zhang Yan was so arrogant and actually acted like a power dog, so she wanted to provoke him. Anyway, she had already found a way out. By the way, she also wanted to remind everyone that there is more than one acting president. It's too early for Zhang Yan to be arrogant. But the next moment, her smile froze on her face. Acting President Su Hangxiu, Wan Wan, I'm going to practice my internal skills offline first. Don't look for me when you want to lift the ban. I have already surrendered to Zhang Yan. Su Hangxiu said, no matter what Wan Wan said, she disappeared. Wan Wan, dot. God damn, you have surrendered. Is this Su Hangxiu so useless? Wan Wan sent messages for a few days, but Su Hangxiu always ignored her. Speechless. Wan Wan complained in her heart, her small and white jade feet lightly touched the lake surface, stopped practicing Qinggong, and stretched out her jade hand to support her delicate chin. After thinking for a while, she sent a message to Zhang Yan. Acting President, I was wrong, can you lift the ban for me? Poor. Acting President Zhang Yan, Su Hangxiu tried and failed and came to ask me? No need to lift the ban, only half an hour, reflect on it. Seeing this message, Wan Wan's dark eyes suddenly became extremely bright, like the stars in the night sky. As if she thought of something interesting, she had a beautiful arc at the corner of her mouth, and her whole person added a touch of temperament. Tiskai seemed to have made a mistake. This acting President Zhang Yan is very smart, maybe. It seems that I can't offend him. Chapter 49 Yan Lingji was moved, and Huiwen AI grew up. 4/4, new book asks for everything. A witch is a witch. Really need education. After resolutely rejecting Wan Wan, Zhang Yan ignored her. In his opinion, this kind of woman with a witch personality needs education, and she must not be tolerated, otherwise she will act more unscrupulously. Let's deal with Yan Yan's matter first. I think she should be impatient. Thinking of the elf-like woman, Zhang Yan's eyes had a hint of smile. At the same time, in the Qin world, Yan Lingji was sitting on the swing and had stopped swinging long ago. She hadn't received a reply from Zhang Yan for so long, and she was very nervous. Originally, she guessed that Zhang Yan might have rested and didn't notice her private message. But Zhang Yan appeared in the Union chat group again. This made her not know what to do for a while. No, I can't give up. After hesitating for a while, Yan Lingji shook her lips and decided to ask again. But before she could act, Zhang Yan's private message had already come over. Ding, you received an exclusive ultra-small memory copy sent by the acting president Zhang Yan, Yan Lingji's lifetime, please ask if you want to receive it. Before helping Yan Lingji, Zhang Yan planned to let her know about her original future. Accept, of course accept. When she heard that it was a super small memory copy sent by Zhang Yan, Yan Lingji couldn't help but shouted excitedly. Ding, acceptance is successful. Start memory infusion now. The mechanical voice of the system appeared. Following that, a lot of information entered Yan Lingji's mind, which simply recorded her life. She was born in Baiyu. Although she was a woman, she was cultivated by the clan because she was born with the ability to manipulate fire. She had fatherly love, motherly love, and an obedient younger brother. She had a good childhood experience. But later, Han Kingdom launched the Baiyu War, and Sui Ho Bai Yifei led his men to invade Baiyu. Her home was burned down by a fire in this war, and her family was finally broken. People died, and only one brother was missing, and his life or death was unknown. Because of her extraordinary talent and proficiency in fire magic and good at performing fire attacks, she was later recruited by the Red Eyebrow Dragon Snake, who liked to recruit all kinds of strange people. This Red Eyebrow Dragon Snake was the abandoned prince of the king of Baiyu, Tian's. And she joined Tian's army to avenge Kaohun Kingdom. But later Tian's failed in revenge and was arrested, and her fate was not much better, and she was also arrested. Until 10 years later, she regained her freedom. But the final ending. Is this my original life? Because it was all written records, Yan Lingji quickly read the information in her mind, and a trace of sorrow appeared on her straight little face. Memory copies are different from simple chat messages. They can only be sent after the Union certifies their authenticity, so Yan Lingji has no doubt about the authenticity of the information in her mind. The misfortune of her life can be said to have started from the war launched by Han Kingdom against Baiyu. Her home was destroyed, her brother disappeared, and she spent her last life seeking revenge, but failed. Now that she knew all this in advance, she should have been thankful and taken precautions. But she found that she did not have the strength to do so. She seemed unable to persuade her tribesmen to leave. The feeling of knowing the future but being unable to change it made her feel even more powerless. Just then, several more private messages came from the private chat system of the Union in her mind. Yan Yan, have you read the message? Don't be afraid, I have already found a way to solve your problem. But I have something to do recently. You need to wait until I am done before I can help you. When the time comes, you can invite me to your world. By the way, you can take a look at the memory copy of Qinshi when you are bored. This is also the world you are in, but the things that happened in it are at least 15 years away from you now. Don't worry, I will help you. Seeing the subsequent message sent by Zhang Yan, Yan Lingji's eyes were moistened. Especially when she saw Zhang Yan's last message, don't worry, I will help you, she felt that her heart was suddenly filled with a kind of power and a figure. Some people say that only after losing something can you understand the preciousness of things and know how to cherish them. But Yan Lingji doesn't think so. She sees her future and understands what she is about to lose. Knowing that you are going but unable to change it is the most painful. So when Zhang Yan said that he wanted to help her, she was very moved. Thank you, Zhang Yan, I will repay you with my whole life. Yan Lingji made her promise, which was also her oath to herself. As long as Zhang Yan solves her problem and saves her family, then she is willing to dedicate her future. Have a good rest. Zhang Yan did not refuse hypocritically, because Yan Lingji's promise was the result he wanted to achieve by doing these things. Yan Lingji's character is like this, there is no need to be so empty. Hey! Very good. Everything is going in the direction I want. The solution to Yan Lingji's problem has been found, the promise he wanted has also arrived, and Su Hangxiu's surrender has unexpectedly been obtained. Zhang Yan couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. The incident was resolved, and he couldn't help but think of Huiwen Ai who left with Hinata, so he released his observation haki to sense the situation at home. Then the next moment, he was stunned. In his perception, Hinata was not at home. It was obviously late and she had left to return to the Hyaga family. There was a masked purple-haired ninja at the window of his bedroom. This person was the Anbu who secretly protected him, Duzuki Yujao. In one of the guest rooms on the second floor, Uzumaki Karin had fallen asleep with a pillow in her arms. In the guest room next to Uzumaki Karin, a tall and mature woman was looking in the mirror. There was nothing wrong with being tall. There was nothing wrong with looking in the mirror. But the point was that this woman was Huiwen Ai whose body had changed back to its original state. But she doesn't have adult clothes in this world. So now she... Exciting. Change the range mode of observation Haki to perspective mode, so you can see more clearly. Should I change, or change, or change? Chapter 50 Ai-chan loses her character, and Uzuki Yujeo devotes herself. 1/4. In the villa of Zhongyan in Konoha village. As a qualified time traveler, Zhongyan did not treat himself badly after he became rich. He directly spent money to buy land and then built a villa completely according to his own aesthetics. Each bedroom in his villa has a matching bathroom, and the bathroom is also equipped with a mirror as standard. Under the leadership of Hinata, Huiwen Ai found a guest room to stay in and was very satisfied with this modern layout. After Hinata left, she saw Zhongyan chatting with others in the union group, so she didn't rush to disturb him, but decided to take a bath first. After entering the bathroom, Huiwen Ai saw herself in the mirror and suddenly thought of how Zhongyan called her during the day, and how he had been holding her and treating her like a little girl. As she thought about it, her face turned red. This stinky pervert must have taken advantage of me on purpose. I don't want another time. I want to change back to my old body. Looking at her petite body, especially after a part that had grown up with great difficulty had completely disappeared, Huiwen Ai was very upset. She wanted to grow bigger. So, she communicated with the superdimensional union system as soon as possible. System, give me the antidote for APTX 4869. After joining the union, Huiwen Ai had studied the methods that could help restore the body in the union. At that time, the union gave 2 methods. The first method was the simplest. She only needed to spend 500 points to buy the exclusive antidote in the system mall. Others could not buy this antidote because they had never taken APTX 4689. 500 points was a huge sum of money for Huiwen Ai before, but now it is within the range that can be afforded. As for the second method, strengthening, the points are expensive and the effect is useless. Let's not talk about it. In order to no longer encounter Zhongyan's disguised molestation, Huiwen Ai decisively bought the antidote and restored her body to the original appearance when she was 18 years old. Sure enough, a grown body is better. Ai Habara stood in front of the mirror, turning around and looking at her body after it was lost and recovered. In fact, if it were according to Habara Ai's usual personality, she would not do such a thing. It was just that this time, she recovered her body, and she was in a good mood after traveling to a new world without the shadow of the black organization, so she made such a narcissistic move. But is there something wrong with the union's antidote? Why does it feel a lot smaller here? Union system, hehe. Tisk interesting. Zhongyan, who witnessed the whole process of Habara Ai's performance, retracted his observation haki and showed a slightly weird smile. He really didn't expect that the cold, venomous and black-bellied Ai-chan would actually have such a side, and would actually care about the mere 2 tails of meat. The character setting is lost, isn't it? But now it is obviously not suitable to talk to Habara Ai again. But seeing such a beautiful scenery, it would be too lonely to sleep alone, right? Thinking of this, Zhongyan called out to the window, "Xi Yan." Shua. A figure flashed by, half knelt in front of Zhongyan, and said respectfully, "Go Dame-sama." This is a woman wearing a sleeveless Anbu costume of Konoha. She has a simple but not simple silver dog-faced Anbu mask on her face. There is a red stripe on the top and sides of the mask. The woman carries a katana on her back, and her purple hair falls behind her shoulders, just reaching her waist. The moonlight shines in from the window. Even if the purple-haired woman is wearing a mask, it is difficult to hide her beauty, and she also has a different temperament. Come and do it. Zhongyan returned to his bed and reached out to gently pat the edge of the bed. Gulp. You can hear that the masked purple-haired woman swallowed her saliva, but she did not hesitate at all and sat down next to Zhongyan obediently. Xi Yan, you haven't congratulated me on becoming Hokage yet. Zhongyan chuckled and reached out to grab the woman's mask. The woman seemed to want to dodge, but she finally held back. Wow! The mask was removed, and a delicate face appeared in front of Zhongyan, looking very beautiful under the moonlight outside the window. At this moment, the three temperaments of capable, dignified, and beautiful appeared on the woman in front of him at the same time, making Zhang Yan unable to move his eyes away for a while. God of the fifth generation. Being looked at by Zhang Yan with such a burning gaze, the purple-haired beauty looked away like a frightened rabbit, and whispered, "The subordinates still need to guard in secret." "Guard? No, I don't need guards now." Zhang Yan shook his head, raised his hand to hook Xi Yan's delicate chin, leaned forward slightly, and said softly, "Xi Yan, we have known each other for 15 years. Knowing each other, and accompanying each other until now. You will always be by my side. Now that I'm the Hokage, will you be my woman?" Although it was an inquiry, Zhang Yan's voice was full of arrogance. Mao Xi Yan hesitated for a while, but didn't refuse. 15 years ago, she was 6 years old and Zhang Yan was 3 years old. They became neighbors and grew up together until now. They can be called neighbors. In these 15 years, Zhang Yan has never concealed his feelings for her. She has also offered her a girlish heart. Now Zhang Yan, she will naturally not refuse. As for the duties of the Anbu, everyone knows that Zhang Yan, who can fly the Thunder God, does not need anyone to protect him in secret.